Welcome this afternoon to a marathon theme. Uh, the bear says, I seem to be ill dressed for this. Let me find my sombrero. Welcome, Bear, and welcome to Eric, uh, hanging out in the chat with us. We got some lurkers. Hopefully, they will speak with us soon. Um, yeah, I wanted some bright, chipper music because I figured there was going to be a lot of exposition to start with. So we might as well get some
Yes.
dancing music to go while we're at it. All right, so we are fundraising today for the RCRF, the RPG Creator Relief Fund. For those of you who don't read ridiculously fast, the RCRF is an organization that assists game designers. Um, game designing is a thin margin job, and it tends to be freelance. It tends to um, not have, sick days and retirement funds and, you know, allow for slush funds in case a tree falls on your house or something interesting like that. And so the RCRF, you can apply for assistance with them, and they financially help out those who kind of need a little oomph to keep going. Um, Joining me is going to be lots of people over the course of the day. But to start out, we have Jed from the Trap Chest. Very happy to see you. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
And I believe you're on an episode up and coming, correct?
Next week, yes.
Next week. Oh my goodness, you were silly enough to do this 2 weeks in a row.
Oh, yeah. I'm used to doing the convention run, so, 16-hour days, 3 days in a row. That's,
Yeah. Eric says no disaster relief funds. Are you talking about like being a game designer, or are you talking about what the RCRF does? Um, I am going to answer questions to the best of my capability. Understand that most of the information I have comes off their website. For more in-depth questions, Hal, I'm going to space on his name despite the fact that I just had it in front of me. Hal Greenburg is going to be here this afternoon for a little bit. And then for an hour or two this evening to answer questions that are a little more in depth. Um, and other than that, we're just going to talk about what a pain in the butt it is to be a game designer sometimes.
it is, yes.
I, of course, primarily edit, but I do, that is a freelance job. And man, uh, paychecks are erratic. Every so often you do a job that costs a ton of time and money, and then they walk off and they don't pay you. Um, it can be rough. Um, so yes, if you are freelancing, there are no disaster relief funds. As as evidenced by the fact that my household has managed to have an uncountable number of disasters in the last year, uh, and I am amazed we are still afloat. So,
Understand that. It's,
um, Goofus the Doofus is here for an Australian 2.99. Sorry, I'm just here for the rabbit. I mean, you're always just here for the rabbit, so we all know your preference for rabbits over goats. Um, Actually, I had a plan for this and then I forgot to enact it because I knew he'd be here. So while I am looking up the thing that I intended to have earlier, why don't you tell us a little bit about being a game designer in your life?
so I started Trap Chest back in 2019. I design and publish games. And I've started telling people, if you want to start your own business, have fun with that because you will never get a day off ever for the rest of your life. I do RPGs and board games. I am since the last time we talked, I am actually an award-winning game designer. I have won silver
Sweet.
for Canada Roll's best supplement for Join Their Ranks.
Wait, come back, come back.
Oh, oh,
Better viewing.
yes, this is my supplement for Reanimated. It lets you play as the zombies. We discussed this the last time I was on,
Yes.
and I run it at a lot of conventions. Everybody really enjoys it.
Well, who doesn't love zombies?
Yeah,
I love zombies
but
almost as much as I love rabbits.
yes, so it's most recent one. Beginning of May, I released The Curse of Neferkhetet. So if you want to play mummies trying to take over the world in 1920s New York, this is very Brendan Fraser the Mummy-esque.
Eric says, "Where was that one?" And congratulations.
It the award, it was from Canada Rolls. It's from Composed Dream Games. This was the first year doing it. They're one of the distributors. They deal with the Canadian and UK publishers, so they've been pushing a lot of stuff recently. They've actually just opened a storefront in Ottawa, and I believe they're only there for a month or so before they lose the space again. But yes,
Oof.
it is Ottawa, and it's more to kind of test the waters, see if a physical storefront actually makes sense.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I hear that they tend to fail a lot, and yet here, where there like nothing else exists around me, and yet there are 5 game stores and they're all doing great. So,
Yep.
hey, Byron. All right. So the mandatory requirement for Goofus's donation.
Yes. Yep.
Um, and yes, since it was asked, Hopper does in fact endorse Stray Crows. This was a joke last night, and I I have actually gotten a couple of comments about it. So you were saying you get like no
Yeah.
time off. So
I'm
come
at
down with
conventions
pneumo
a lot.
if you come down with pneumonia for 6 weeks, like there's income right out the window, and
Fortunately, I grew up on a farm, so I just don't get sick.
I mean,
But
I grew up on a farm and I'm sick all the time. So
yeah, I have a superhuman immune system. But
that's
there are
always helpful.
disasters. Last March, I had a house fire, no insurance, so I'm still recovering from that.
Ooh.
That's so taking special interest in this charity. I'm a little hesitant to ask for money because I come from a culture where asking for help is kind of frowned upon. But it is very expensive recovering from this.
You know, it's a I get where that comes from. I grew up with a very similar attitude. Um, it's kind of a dual thing. Like the expectation is if you
Yeah.
have friends or family, you help out, but the expectation
Yes.
always also is that people don't ask for help. You just do it.
Yes.
Um, and so I get that, when your friends and family also don't have any money and you have to kind of reach into a
Yes.
wider circle.
Yes.
People have been absolutely wonderful to me. Um,
Yep.
the well-wishing sometimes are as big a deal as, anything else
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
when you start feeling really alone in whatever your situation is.
Yep.
Um, but it's a tough thing to accept help. It's a tough
Yeah.
thing.
I'm very much a do-it-yourself type of person, so but it is a very large expense, and it's not house fire is not just one big lump sum. It's every couple of weeks. It's oh yeah, that thing I don't have anymore, and it's
Mhm.
yeah, and yeah. So yeah, after the fire, I got into a rental property for a little while. I was in there for a little over a year. Then the landlord decided she wanted to turn it into a vacation home. So now I'm out at the family farm, and we are running off-grid solar, which is running old lead acid batteries that have been obsolete for a couple decades. So I have recently had to dump a small fortune into a lithium pack just to be able to run my computer, which I'm hoping to get set up soon. I'm actually running on a little Surface tablet right now because my computer cannot run when the sun's not up.
I'm sorry, your
So,
computer cannot what?
so I'm currently working on off-grid solar. I have old batteries that just don't have the capacity for running in the evening. So if the sun's not shining, that's not hitting the solar panels, and I cannot run my computer. So for the last
Oof.
2 months, I've been unable to do any design work. Basically, on the weekend, when I have a weekend, I load the computer up and do tax work, and that's about all I get.
Oh,
So,
that,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, the bear says, wow, that's hardcore. Yeah, that's kind of what I was
Eh,
thinking.
yeah, so if anyone's looking into solar, it does work, but do your research.
Absolutely, yeah. Um, my mother has a friend who is off grid, but
Yeah,
she's single. She doesn't even have a computer. She just, she uses her cell phone when she wants to do
yeah.
stuff. Uh,
Oh, yes.
and there's very little she needs. So
Yeah, well, if you just need to run fridge and freezer, then you don't need much, but
I think she
yeah,
has
like,
gas, fridge, and freezer even.
well, that helps too.
Um,
I,
so yeah, like, the fact that she's got, you know, two or three very small batteries that are granted
yes,
not out of date, but still.
yeah,
Bear says, I think I'll wait until I can buy a Partial in Hope nuclear reactor.
yeah.
So what you do, Bear, is you get a really big wheel. You hook it up to your electrical system. You put the goats on it, and you put, I don't know, a branch out of their reach or something.
Yeah.
Um, all right, Grim has said that he is going to be here in just a few minutes, so he will also pop in to
Yes.
say the goats are way too late. I wish my goats were too lazy for that.
The problem is they're too smart. They'll find a way out of the wheel.
Yeah, so I have to say, we used to have San Clemente Island goats.
Yeah.
And San Clemente Island goats are quite hardy and they're quite intelligent and they're very tiny. Um, and they're not escapists. Like, unless they actively run out of food, they're perfectly happy wherever they are. And they'll just stay
Yeah.
there. I did have one goat that used to escape quite frequently, but it was because she thought she was people, and she would just show up on my deck every morning and follow me around while
Yeah.
uh, run a wire to Tolkien's grave and wait for Rings of Power season 3.
That's uh yeah.
Um, but so they started not doing well because all of a sudden we're getting a lot of rain and they are not wet weather goats.
Oh, yes.
So we moved to Oberhausies, and Oberhausies are twice as big. They
Yeah.
are not as smart, um, and they are absolutely single-minded. And as of this week, what they are single-minded about is the fact they've decided rut season starts 2 months early.
Oh, lovely.
So my first baby will be born on New Year's Eve.
That's yeah. That's yep.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, Oberhausies are sweet, but I want my San Clementes back. They were so much easier. Yeah, OBs are wonderful, but they are stubborn. Absolutely. And the other issue is that like Enki's a sweetheart, but right now he's very single-minded. Um, and he's big, like he's 150 pounds, and I'm middle-aged and out of shape and have a lot of stitches from past surgeries. Whereas my San Clemente males, I don't think ever got bigger than like 75 pounds. It has been quite a culture shock change. But yeah, the Obers, well, I don't know. If I put Enki on it and put a female, like made a glass screen and put a female on the other side of it, I might get him to run enough to power a battery.
Yep.
The funny thing is that Enki just had surgery on his boy bits. Pretty sure he's not supposed to be using them yet. Can't
Yeah.
imagine he's having a very good time, but he's
Yeah.
still doing it. Uh, um, I am not totally certain when Hal is going to be here. Um, oh, and you know what? I have forgotten to do. Hang on a second. I forgot important paperworky things. All right. Eraser has not gotten back to me. The Lord of the Links is. I just need to get him a little banner. I need to get him a little special sticker that just says the Lord of the Links. He is supposed to be here later to help me out from chat, but is not going to be able to pop in. Hello, hamster. So let's see if I can remember all of the paperworky bits without him to assist my brain, my poor overworked, ouchy brain. All right. First of all, the toads are at it again. Bad Toads will donate a copy of their game MM&M to every single person who donates. I mean, unless we break 50, like they've given me 50. What's the word I'm looking for? My employee in Georgia has some kind of wild longhorned female goat. The state said you can't own it without a license, but you can let it live on your property. Yeah, I mean that becomes kind of a thing. My mother has a different friend who has peacocks on her property, and her neighbors are always getting really mad about the peacocks, and she's like, they're just they just hang around. They eat my chicken food. Like
Yeah.
they're just there's nothing I can do about it. I ended up with guineas the same way. They just showed up one day and went, "Hey, there's chicken food here. We're staying." I'm like, "All right, I have no idea where you came from." I checked with every neighbor on the street. Eraser, does that link actually work? That was the question. So they have a button on their site, and what I needed to know was whether or not the link associated with the button would actually work as is, or if you needed to go to the page that had the page that had the button. Because honestly, the button's a little hard to find. Peacocks in the morning. All right. Uh, boop, 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 boop. Have you pinned this? Oh, yeah, there we go. Pin message. It wasn't giving me the option to pin initially. Goes to a PayPal donation page. Yes, that is the goal. All right. So if you donate through the RCRF donation page, which is the best way to do this, mainly because they are officially a nonprofit and taxes and things. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I knew somebody was going to make that joke. The absolute best way to donate is to donate through the RCRF site. Take a snapshot of your donation, send it to me either through, let's see, how do I make this so that I need as few screens as possible? Hang on a second. Oh, you know what? There's no way for me to pin two things, is there? I was saying I really desperately needed more screens in my life here. Okay, we're gonna have to change this up. Carrier pigeons. Can I print it out and send it in the mail? All right. Because I also need to be able to pin the link so that people can come into the panel. All right. So Eraser, I just need you to spam the RCRF donation link like every 15 minutes or so. Can you do that? And what I will do is do this. Join us on the panel. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to... I can't pin it because that stupid little thing keeps popping up saying, do you want to like... You know the little thing at the bottom that has the heart and then it like slides up over and gives you the choice between... Replace pinned message. There we go. Pinned. All right, erasers on the spamming. I have never had a stream before where I needed quite so many moving parts here. So I'm having a little bit of a hard time figuring out how to do this with only 2 screens in my life. Like I need a 3rd screen and a 4th hand.
Yep.
Okay, so game designers have a link. If you're a game designer, you want to come on the panel, talk about what it's like to be a game designer, feel free to do so. Donating through the RCRF site is the absolute best way to donate because they will not have to pay taxes. Whereas if it comes to me and then I donate it to them, I'm going to have to pay taxes on money I didn't keep. However, if people are more comfortable, they can send it to my Ko-fi account. Anything that comes to my Ko-fi account today will go to the RCRF at the end of the stream in one lump sum. If you donate to my Ko-fi account, make sure that you use whatever the email is for drive-through, because if you qualify for Yarny Raid, yay! Hey, Ben! Totally lost my train of thought. Told you, too many moving parts.
Yep.
So the Toads have donated copies to pretty much anybody who donates, unless we go over 50 donations, which probably won't happen, but you never know. Hello, Davyverse! Raid! Davyverse is sending 6-month membership message, and he's using it for boobies. Because who doesn't love boobies? Davyverse, I'm very sorry I couldn't figure out how to get the blurps to work. Grim, I sent you the link. It's already there. You has been linked already. I apparently should not have attempted to do any of the paperwork stuff until like people were in and settled, and oh my goodness, we have 30 people in the chat.
Very nice.
You didn't get it, Facebook assness. Well, in that case, it is pinned to this chat, so you can also find it there. Facebook can be assy. Hello to the psychotic mongoose. All right, we're going to try this sentence for the 4th time in 10 minutes. Bad Toad Games has donated. Yes, there are 34 of you in the chat. I assume then I'm going to get 34 likes. Bad Toad Games has donated a copy of their MM&M game. If you donate through Ko-fi, I will automatically get a notification. Your coupon number will go back to that address. If you donate through the RCRF site, take a snapshot, email me the snapshot to eclecticgoatediting@gmail.com, and I will make sure that the code gets out to you within 24 hours or so. Hello, Mad Fishmonger. Goat waves in return. Lick the like button.
That is one of my people.
All right. All the peoples. You are
Yes.
Mad Fishmonger or not, you are welcome to also become part of the herd. We do not discriminate to only goats here. Driving and Dragons received a gift membership from Psychotic Mongoose. Thank you to the Mongoose. And at level 2. Woohoo! Level 2 membership entitles you to a game if you want one. You can either play a video game with me or I will run a game for you. And some baby goat videos left over from this spring. Thank you very much to the Psychotic Mongoose. So yes, we are trying to make this as easy as possible for people to donate without it becoming absolutely overwhelming for me. Though I'm already feeling a little overwhelmed. Hello to Uncle Martin Sucks at Gaming. Welcome. There are also several people who are planning on doing giveaways at varying points as we go. Hang on a second. One of them was in photograph form, and I have to remember how to bring this foolish thing up. Because once again, I have too many things going here. All right. So this will run for the entire time as well. I am not handling this one. I am putting it out there, but it's coming from the UK. I can't do leather working, but hey, it's a flask. So only 3 of these will ever be made. Only 2 are available to bid on. Let's see if I can scroll in some here so you can see the goatiness. Nope, I got echoiness too. I'm going to blame it on Grim.
I think that is Grim, yes.
You are
Yep,
in.
you're in.
So this is a blind auction. You will email your bids to Simon at ectmagic.com. The highest 2 bidders get notified in a couple of days after winning. You make donations to the Role Playing Game Creator Relief Fund. An email screenshot and your address to Simon to let him know that you have followed through on your obligation. And then he will mail you a flask with my face on it. I mean,
Hello.
hello. And hello to Hal.
Hey, I figured I'd stop in real quick before my camera gets set up and just say hi and thank you for doing this.
Not a problem. Real quick while you're here, you're coming back this evening, correct? For kind of a Q&A about the RCRF?
It is a Q&A, and you can ask me about anything, my previous writings, all that good stuff, whatever people want.
Sweet. Anybody have any, super quick questions for Hal about the RCRF right now? Who doesn't want a tall glass of goatee?
That flask is pretty cool, by the way. Whoever made that, kudos.
Yep, he is incredibly talented. So there will be 2 of them. The 2 highest bids promising to make donations to the RCRF get one. And I get the 3rd one, apparently. So, because I got to have something better than my mason jar to drink my bourbon out of.
Mason jars are for moonshine.
When you have the notoriously bad habit around here of glasses getting broken repeatedly, it's real hard to break a mason jar. So, before my husband and I got married, his son broke all of his glasses, so he just gave up having glasses. My cats knocked over all of mine. Eric says, can people donate things to you to offer those who donate? Yes, that's actually what we were talking about. Bad Toads is donating to everyone who donates. They are going to give a copy of their game. And then varying other people are going to make donations, which they can announce when they come on the panel. And those will last for as long as that person is on the panel, I think. The auction is the only other thing beside the Bad Toad donation that is going to be ongoing. I think probably what we'll do is if someone donates over, X amount on everything else, they will get a copy of the Bad Toad game and whatever the other thing is someone's donating.
I'll see what I've got in my archive and bring it on at 7 tonight. See what I got.
Excellent. What about a free digital novel? I mean, I don't know many gamers that aren't also readers, so yeah, bring it on.
Actually, you know what? I might be able to pull that off too. I have a couple. Uh, I don't know if you know anything about my personal background compared to just being the president of the charity, but I been in the gaming thing for 30 or so years and wrote and led a couple anthologies with people like Ed Greenwood writing in it and stuff like that. And I'm going to see if I have a digital download I might be able to send to you, and then you could send it out to whomever.
I tried really hard to tag Ed Greenwood and be like, "Hey, so you're on the advisory board for this. You think you might like pop in and
Yeah, the advisory board doesn't, to be fair, doesn't do much, which is why they just advise us if something comes up or we have a weird question or anything like that. And so we really haven't used them. I think one of my best friends, Jim Butler, who's the president of Paizo, might also be on the board, the
I
advisory
I'm
board.
I might have also tagged him."
Oh, you more than welcome to. I'll tag him too. Um, but like, it's the least he can do. I wished him a happy
He
birthday and called him and everything at Gen Con, so it's the least he can do is follow it up.
he
But
friended me on Facebook, but he did not respond to my message.
oh, I'll make sure he sends it out. I'll yell at him. But the people who have been trying to get on to see if they'd be willing to pop in are people on the application panel, because those guys are busy. And it's everybody from Wayne Reynolds, who does a lot of the art for Paizo, and then we've got, and because the charity is a general charity, we do stuff for designers, writers, artists, and cartographers. We have a healthy mix of those guys on the application panel, so that way it's not weighted too much one way or the other, or anything may get discounted. So like Alyssa Faden is on there, who's a cartographer, and she does some art. We've got some freelancers on there, and just a little bit mixed. But Bruce Cordell is also one of the people that are on the application panel. Um, so it's those are three of the five or six, I think five people on the panel. But those guys are busy because every time I get an application, I review it. I make sure that it's pretty much passes the test of giving us all the info we need. And then even though I'm in the advisory panel, I'm not on it. So all I do is send it to them and CC the treasurer, and they decide how much and if they get approved or not. And I have no say so except just to clarify anything, and then I'll reach back out to the person if they want any clarification. So we really try to be independent. So the actual board of directors, there's no one on the board of directors that's on the application panel. So we really like to make it split. And if anyone cares, we're all volunteers. No one gets paid for any of this. And the treasurer works his butt off. Connor's amazing, but we'll talk about that in the future. I guess I kind of got on a roll. I wasn't really meaning
No,
to.
no,
But
that's good. Actually, that had been my main question because I expected that was going to come up several times today. I wondered whether or not it was like literally just the people writing games or whether or not the people who were kind of affiliated,
it's
the artists and the editors and the
yeah,
layouts and
it's anybody who most likely either is on contract or freelancing and therefore doesn't have insurance. It's
Mhm.
really those are the people we're going for. So be it, like you said, photographer, layout designer, editor, writer, artist, of course, any of those guys. If they're struggling, and it needs to be a catastrophic struggle, as much as we'd love to donate money to people who lose their jobs, that's not really what we're here for. It's fire, death, illness, and we have made exceptions. During COVID, we kind of the opened it up and made it a little more easier to get through, so to speak. But overall, it's got to be something that is a legitimate type of incident. It can't, I quit working or I got laid off. As much as we feel for those people, that doesn't really consider to be a catastrophic event per se.
So
Um,
hypothetically, if someone's house burned down and they were currently living out on their family farm because they didn't have insurance.
I mean,
Yep.
honestly, that's how it started. So really what happened was, well, should I wait for the 7 and 9 or do you not care? I guess I
I
could
mean,
repeat it.
honestly, there are probably going to be an entirely different
Yeah.
group of people at that
Uh,
point.
just
So,
remind me to answer this again later. So basically what happened was I knew Gary Gygax and his brother uh, had an apartment fire and lost everything. And I posted to all my Facebook friends, which are primarily uh, in the RPG industry or fans of, and also saltwater tanks. Those are my two things. But I said to them, "Hey, is there any place?" I said, I can't really afford just to write a check for a couple $100, but is there any place that I could maybe do like $20 a month and send money to, and then they could distribute money to people like Ernie, who had a fire, who has since passed. So rest in peace, Ernie. And everyone was like, no. And then Steve Long, who created, um, uh, oh my God, I'm having Champions, was it? Um, he's a lawyer. He was a lawyer, and he's like, no, but why don't we create one? And I'm like, oh Lord. So a couple of us got together, and we started the charity. Now, since the charity started 13 years ago, the board has turned except for me. So Stephen Long had to go because he had some medical stuff and other stuff going on, and then we had someone who was currently running for uh, like U.S. politics. So they were like, I kind of need to step down, and our treasurer just happened to need to go. Um, but but that's really how it started. Was a group of us, Rachel Ventura, Stephen Long, and myself, pretty much were like, hey, we could do this. So we applied for the 401c and we started it. And a shame for it, to be honest, is we've never caught on. We've never gotten any giant sponsors, even though we may reach out to a couple of the cons going, hey, if you guys do charity auctions, we would love to help and do all this stuff. And it just never caught on. And then also sometimes for people who need help, we just never caught on. So we currently have PR people, and I don't know, we've just, in our 13 years, I personally have felt we never had a super strong media representative or team. So we're hoping to tweak, add, whatever, that portion of our team. Because we have a Facebook page, and I think we even have a Instagram. I mean, we have a couple things, but they just don't get used enough.
I was
So
going to say, you have a Twitter and it has not had a post in 3 years.
perfect.
I had,
That's what
I
we need to
actually,
change.
I actually
So.
had several people who messaged me and said their website hasn't been updated in 2 years. Are you even sure that they're still active? And I'm like, yep, because I just got off the email with them.
Yeah, and the thing is, nothing's changed in 2 years, so we really haven't felt the need to change it. We don't really use that. Our Facebook is a little bit more active, but even then, like I said, we're just so. If anyone loves gaming, interested in social media, you can definitely reach out to me. And I'm trying to think. I have an RCRF address, but I don't know what it is. So you can always just email green, like the color, HAL@gmail.com, or reach out to these guys and they can forward your email, whichever you guys are more comfortable doing or whatever. And we don't mind taking a look because we are definitely looking to get out there and help more people and raise more funds because right now our funds are low and we kind of need to replenish. So we really appreciate what you guys are doing. And it's perfect timing because we just had a couple people who uh, have had some medical issues, and they're also, I guess, not currently employed, so they're on Cobra, and they're not getting the full amounts they need to from the Cobra. So we're we're depleting our funds fairly quickly, trying to assist a couple people in that situation. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's never been crazy active one way or the other, and it's always been kind of a neat, fun thing for us. And every person involved is either at one point been a gamer, an artist, a photographer, or still is. I'll consider myself a former art director, designer, since I don't think I've done anything in 2 or 3 years because no one's asked me. I've kind of done more of the anthology stuff recently, uh, and I've done a board game, but that's a whole nother story. So, but yeah, so I mean, I've been doing it for a couple of years. I originally started out with Thunderhead Games and Mystic Eye Games back during the 3.5, 3.0 craze. And then I think I told you Jim Butler is a really good friend of mine, best friend, and he had his own independent company at the time. And so we ended up doing a lot of conventions together and sharing a booth, and that was a blast and stuff like that. So
Yeah, I was only semi making a joke about the fire thing because uh hang
happened to
on a
you?
second. Sorry, Evie Mux just was like, "Hey, we'd like to shut you down. Are you okay with that?" And I was like, "No, no, I am not. I am not at all okay with that."
Thanks for the offer, but please no.
I do want to say thank you very much to Battery H, who said that they have made a donation. I assume directly to your site, since I have not received anything on this end.
No problem. And if you need that info, Connor's going to be the one to pull it up.
So I have told people to screenshot when they make donations and
Perfect.
email it to me. So
Even easier.
hopefully,
That's yep.
hopefully everyone does that.
If you do end up
Um,
needing any info, I'll be more than happy to have Connor reach out to you too.
Excellent. And thank you to the Witch Queen, who has 5 months of membership. We appreciate you being here. And Goofus, who made a donation and said congratulations to Jed on the award. So, yes, I was only kind of joking about the fire thing because Jed was telling us just before you got here that, in fact, his house burned down.
Good Lord.
Yeah,
And that
last March. So
he is currently dealing with the ongoing financial issues that
yeah.
tends to run into.
Hmm.
So, uh,
Well, I mean, go to the site. You know,
Yeah.
we'll do what we can for you.
Yeah.
But that's what we're here for. I mean, we do our best because we get it. I mean,
Oh
insure
yes.
insurance is expensive enough to do the co-pays and the monthly fees, but to be I mean, and I don't know if a lot of people get this, but 90% of the companies out there hire people per project or are freelancers, meaning that there is no job security, there is no insurance, there's nothing. So if they have to go to the ER or go to a doctor, it's 100% out of pocket, and
Oh yes.
that's terrible. Or the case of a fire or a illness if it's in your direct family, and nuclear, that counts too. Or yourself,
Yep.
obviously. So it's one of those things where people don't get that the fact that you know your favorite designer, your favorite artist is potentially waiting for a paycheck based on a contract from a publisher in order to eat, let alone if they need medicine or if they get sick or their baby gets sick or any of that stuff. It's crazy how dangerously uh, their lives are for these people. And I say these people because I've always had a main job. I've always said that publishing and designing and art directing was my love, and I actually use my money sometimes that I make from my real job to pay for I'll call it a fake job because it is a job, but I don't get paid
Oh
usually.
yes.
So, um, you know, so, uh, but I'm consider myself very fortunate and very smart that I've never gone, hey, we started a publishing company. I should probably quit my job and just be a full-time publisher.
Yep.
Especially with all the distribution issues that we had back then and we've had now. And that's really why we stopped publishing in print. Mystic Eye Games did, because I don't know if anyone's read what Diamond has done recently, but this is the third or fourth time where a distributor has just gone bankrupt, quit, stopped, and they have your product and they have your money, and you can't get any of it. I mean, Paizo was out, I think it was something like $40 million. We were out 25, 30,000, and we ended up covering that first amount with our personal funds because Wizard Addict screwed us over back in the 2000s. And then a couple years later, a company called Ossium took us in, as well as a couple other people. Green Ronin was one, Bastion Press with Jim Butler was another. And then he kind of screwed a majority of us out of our money, and then just kind of stopped and went away. And after that, my business partner and I said, we can't keep, like, I don't mind putting a little money towards this or paying my own way to Gen Con, but I'm not, I can't keep putting $20,000 on my credit card because we have a print run and these guys stopped distributing us, or I have a closet full of books I don't know what to do with because I'm not a distributor. So that's why we still have PDFs of most of our stuff under our new business named Samurai Sheepdog. But it's, but we're not really, one of us is active. His name is Kevin Glusing, and he does a lot of great work under that. But it's reality sucks, and honestly, business sucks, and that's why I don't do Kickstarters anymore. I'll be part of a Kickstarter, but I won't run my own. The time and the stress and all of that is just it's a lot, and
Yeah.
I would much rather buy a piece of coral or help somebody with the charity than go through a Kickstarter stressor. Um, to be honest, I mean, so that's why I don't do a lot anymore. And again, to be honest, after COVID, a lot of people got so tight and issues with money because no one was buying because everyone was on edge that they kind of just kept writing in house with themselves and stuff like that. So that part kind of dried up. But I usually, I've definitely done my share of free stuff if it was fun or small enough, and I like to buddy up with people now. That's my thing is I like to do team ups to bounce ideas off each other. So I guess in my old age, I am 59, um, but I guess I've kind of become more of a baby when it comes to that stuff.
I want to say real quick, Jed, meet Martin. Martin be Jed.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah. Awesome.
um, and speaking of Kickstarter stressors,
Yeah,
for
thanks
anyone
for
that's
that.
Yes. Congratulations on that, by the way.
Thank you.
Grim is here. Grim is currently funded at 279% on his Kickstarter that started less than 24 hours ago. So
Yes.
congratulations.
Congratulations. What is it?
It's mythic or historical Japanese role-playing. So Sengoku through Edo period.
Oh, and there it is.
Yeah.
I was prepared.
Under what system is it built around?
It's my own system, but if you squint, you can see sort of OSR D20 sort of bones underneath it.
Oh, that's where a lot of us have our bones. So
Yeah.
nice.
He showed off some of the artwork on a video last night.
Yeah.
It's very striking. I also want to say congratulations to David Hyman, who will probably show up here at some point. He also started yesterday, Three Goblins in a Trench Coat, and is funded at 479% because he's in a place with a really good, well, for us, good monetary difference. And therefore, I think that the game, I think his total that he needed to raise where he is was something like $60. So,
Oh wow.
so he funded in about 5 minutes
Yeah.
because he had a lot of followers who were not in that part of the world.
And I actually think James, you and I might be friends on Facebook. I think.
Probably.
Because we know a lot of the same people. But yeah, so I mean, it's just been one of those things, and like I said, really, I mean, we have to thank the Gygaxes in a way, because that's how we started this thing was, when Ernie had that issue. But yeah, that was the nuts and bolts of what happened, and we've evolved and turned over some people, and I've had some medical issues myself, and I haven't been wanting to, and I've thought about stepping down, and I asked everybody, and they're like, no, no, no. I'm like, okay. Part of my issues, it's back issues, and the certain med I was on has given me some brain fog permanently. So I was concerned, but everyone's like, no, no, no. If there's any issues, we'll help. And I'm like, okay. But I said I can step down and someone else can be president, and I'll do, be VP. VP does nothing but vote. But unlucky for me, I'm just kidding. No one stepped up. But yeah, I mean, it's a great thing to have, and it was something I thought that was needed, and a lot of other people obviously agreed that it was needed, and I only realized we were around for over 13 years because I happened to look it up when I put your link on the Facebook page about your stream from 2 to 9 tonight, and I was like, oh man, we've been around for over 13 years. So
Grim, I'm gonna let you handle this one.
Okay.
In memory of Ed, the Dapper DM, whose compassion played a crucial role in this stream happening. As did Grim.
Yeah. So we didn't know about your charity, as it seems a lot of people don't. So myself and Ed, who sadly passed recently, we were looking into doing the exact same thing that you're already doing. So it's kind of fortuitous that we ended up stumbling over you guys. So we're now going to put more effort into promoting you and doing things to drum up donations and so on. Because me and Ed both felt that, particularly a lot of the sort of elder figures in the hobby, the guys who really sort of laid the foundations of the hobby, they're aging out and they're getting very, very sick. And this isn't something that pays money, let alone a lot of money for most people. So a lot of the people who created this hobby that we all love so much are kind of reaching the end of the line with very little support. And we looked at things like the Comic Book Creators Fund and similar institutions like that and thought we should probably do something like that because people do care, and they will step up if you ask them to, as I think we're seeing tonight. So.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we did. And we have helped some of our elders as well as Ernie. We helped Jim Ward before he passed. So I guess we really, that's the other thing, and I apologize for saying that because we're an anonymous charity and we don't give out names, but just so happens those two people have passed, so I don't feel completely panicky. And I believe we're going to have a recipient coming on at some point. At least that's what Connor set up, I believe. So
That's what I have been told. Yep.
yeah, me too. And we may have a couple of the advisory panel on. I reminded them again today and asked them to stop in and told them that you'd be on live from this time to this time, and I would be on at this time. So maybe they'll pop in. If not, they might just pop it in the chat part too. They were saying so. It tends to, between being busy and strangely enough, a lot of us are shy, or
Yeah,
introverted. I should
Connor
say.
was like, Connor kind of said that he's like, I don't like being on camera. I was like, I'm not on camera.
Yeah,
That's what
I'm not.
avatars. That's what avatars are for.
I'm not a fan of being on camera, but my son is going to be coming in an hour or so and setting up his for me because he's like, I have a camera, Dad. I'm like, okay. And I mean, I know it's just plugging it in, but I have a 50-inch monitor. It's like a windshield. And I'm like, well, you need to set it so it looks at my face. And he's like, okay, we'll work on it. So we'll have that set up before 7, and you can all see my ugly old mug, which is, it's probably better just to hear my high-pitched, screechy voice. But so I apologize in advance to everyone who will be on later. But yeah, I mean, the gaming community is fantastic on a lot of levels. And there's a lot of different groups and people who have different thoughts. And, we don't get into any of that. Your OSR, great. Your 5.0, 5.5, great. Your, Pathfinder, fantastic. Your, GURPS, we don't care. If you have the credentials or the designer credits and it's listed on the site and we can verify that you were a part of it under what which is part of the application, thing says you give us your credits and we'll do a little research and see. And I think you have to have a published credit within the last 3 to 5 years, but sometimes we'll do exceptions as well. But we kind of need to make sure you're not like me and you're working full time and have a job and you did a couple things years ago and you're asking for money. I don't think I would even qualify for my own charity if I quit and applied, but that's fine. I mean, I don't want, obviously I don't do that, but, it's just one of those things, like you said, it's the thing that comic books is the same way. You don't realize, I think, in your mind when you see, because even Paizo has a lot of independent contractors and stuff. You don't, and all their art, they don't have really in-house art. All their art is sourced by an art director, and you have individual contracts basically for the pieces you're designing, which means you're not on a salary. You don't get benefits. You don't, and you have to pay your own taxes on that money. So, I mean, there's a lot of things people don't realize where, we're underpaid. I mean, it's not much better. The pay rate per word is not much better now than when it was when I was writing 20, 25 years ago, which is crazy. You could get a McDonald's hamburger for 39 cents, when I wrote 25 years ago. Now they're $2.49, and yet the pay rate might have gone up 1 or 2 cents a word. It's depressing. But the thing is, people love to do it. That's one of the things why I love it as a second job, because it's a creative outlet for me and it's fun and I just enjoy doing it. And when I went to Gen Cons and people asked me for autographs, I was humbled and thought they were slightly insane for me to ruin their book. But it was just it's fun and awesome, and just to meet gamers, and yes, the crazy question of please don't tell me about your character. That part is true, but hearing about some of their overall adventures or their experiences or hanging out with their friends. We play every other week if it's possible, and we used to have games Saturday and Sunday, but our Sunday game is getting rebooted, so now we're just playing Saturdays. But this group of people, besides Jim, who I've known for the 25, 30 years, I've known some of these people for almost that long, up to like 12 years. I mean, these people, even though I haven't met some of them in person, are some of the people I speak to the most outside of my job. I mean, it's crazy. So the gaming experience is awesome. And I don't think anything matches it, but maybe online games. Because I think probably a bunch of us have done that too. At least you can use, you know, we use Roll20, so we can talk to each other through Discord and whatnot. But with the online games, you can get a group of the people together and play, and it's a lot easier to get together and do that than, especially at our ages, it's so hard to get a group together. We've all got kids, real lives, jobs, But with gaming, you'd be like, hey, I can get on for 2 hours, let's do it, So, but that's how I feel role playing is really for me, where you don't want to be playing a game per se. You want to play a role playing game, even if it's online with your friends, which is what we do now because we're all over the U.S. at this point.
I did have a couple of questions that I expect to show up at some point. Is it U.S. based game designers only, or like Brim is in
That
the UK?
is a great question. I'm pretty sure we've had people in the past that have been overseas and not U.S. continental, and I'm pretty sure we've had at least 1 or 2 Canadians. I think basically we have a PayPal address that we take donations in and then also send donations out. So as long as you don't mind getting a U.S. currency money back to you,
Yep.
If you have a PayPal, we'll send it that way.
Sweet. Pastor says donate some items. Are you saying you want to, or are you saying have people donated items? And the answer to that one would be yes. Just a reminder that Bad Toad Games is donating a copy of their game to the first 50 people to make a donation. And we have, hang on a second, I once again have way too many screens and things and stuffs and not enough hands. Once again, we do have a blind auction for the Eclectic Goat Flask. It's not just the cover, the flask does in fact come with it. It's a blind auction. Email bids to email address here. Highest 2 bidders will be notified in a couple of days. Make the donation to the Role-Playing Game Creator Relief Fund. Email a screenshot showing that you have fulfilled your obligation, and Simon will mail a flask to you. So, I've decided I know I made it when, my face shows up on a flask somewhere.
That's how you know you made it.
I know, like I don't need, riches or wealth or steady work. I just somebody put my face on a flask.
Can I just point something out?
Sure.
So the RCRF does also have a storefront on TTRPG where you can make donations as well. That's another option.
I did not know that.
Yeah, and they have a kids RPG bundle up on there, which is about 1/3 the cover price of all the games. That's something I'd like to see you guys develop more, was if designers like me could donate products to you and then you sell them on there in support of your charity. I think that would be a good thing. And I would just say that if you've got those little credits that build up sometimes through affiliate links and so on, it would probably be a good idea to check your drive-through account and dump that free money into the RCRF as well. So that's an option you can do.
Sweet. For those,
I
sorry,
was
go
going to
ahead.
say you can also through the same site, if you're a publisher, you can also have them set up and they don't take any of the money. A percentage of your game can go right to our account. And what we do is we clear it, put it in the PayPal, and pay money out. So that's another thing that people have done too, where they'll say, hey, 20% of of all my sales for the next 3 weeks are going to RCRF. And it automatically, you just set it up through them and they automatically do it. You don't have to do anything. It's actually pretty cool. And like I said, they will not take any percentage of that money. It's because we're 401c. They just send it all to us.
Cool.
And I am going to say, and if we want to do one of these a little bit later and then one when I'm on, I'm going to give at least 2 copies of the hardcover of the first edition, first book of the Awakened anthology. And I'm 99% sure I have book plates that are signed by every single person who worked on that book, and that
Nice.
includes Ed Greenwood. So you'll get an Ed Greenwood autograph, including a bunch of losers such as myself. But there are other names in that book too that people probably have heard of or realize. Rosemary Jones is one of them. Darren Drader is one of them. Uh, I'm off the top of my head. It's been a little bit, but I just looked when you guys were talking, and I have at least 2 copies, and I'm pretty sure I know where the book plates are, or at least I hope I do. But either way, the books will be for sure, and I will do my best to find the book plates if we have any left, and I think we do.
Amazing. Let's do that when you come back with a camera so that you can show up,
I will grab the book and I will. Yes, I'll do my best Prices Right or whatever, showpiece.
All right. I had one more question. Let's see if I can remember what it was. For those of us that are ridiculously broke, I have attempted to do this stream as a volunteer as a way of supporting. Are there other ways people can volunteer and offer their support other than cash money?
Yeah, I mean, again, if you have product you can always put it on sale through the site, drive through, and give a percentage to us. You can always reach out and say, hey, the next time you guys do a bundle, I'd like to include my product, and we'll try to get a bundle together and see if we can get some other product. We usually throw at least 1 or 2 of my pieces, our pieces in as well through Samurai Sheepdog. And share the links, share the site, go on Facebook and and write on our RCRF charity website, our Facebook page, and just doing that, and getting the word out is probably the best thing you can do, and that literally costs nothing, as far as I know. I mean, your internet, but that's you're already paying for that. So.
Mm-hmm. And you said that you are thinking you might need some. We have more people. More social media updates
Yeah,
and/or pushing and/or help.
I think we're probably looking for one person who feels like they can spend a couple hours a week, if that, and just find cool posts to put on Facebook, Instagram, or not Instagram. I mean, we could start a site, but I don't think we have it. But Facebook and Twitter or X or whatever, and just kind of keep making the site, making the web pages more active, which hopefully will mean more people will see it and remember that it's there and kind of go from there. Yeah, so I mean, we're definitely looking for somebody who'd be interested and feels like that would be something they'd enjoy doing, because again, it's a non-paid job, like all of us doing stuff behind the scenes, and so it's got to be something you think you'd enjoy doing. Even if you're good at it and you don't enjoy it, we probably wouldn't recommend it because there's going to be times where you don't feel like doing it. But yeah, that would be great if we can find someone who kind of would be immediate. And I've always said that if that person is solid and consistent enough, that we might even add them to the board of directors, which again, I guess you could put on a resume, but it's more of a, you get to vote on stuff that's super important, and any meetings we have, you'd be a part of or whatnot. We would definitely consider doing that. If that person became such an important part to our team.
Super Bowl's coming up. We do a bonus set.
So,
What if I enjoy it but I'm not good at it?
Honestly, it's better than somebody who is not doing anything at all. So,
Aries Chronicles, I think we have sound from you, but I don't think it's loud enough for us to actually hear what you're saying. So you might want to bump yourself up a little.
Oh, I haven't
And
I haven't
oh,
said anything.
oh, well, somebody was
There we
talking
go.
in it. Maybe someone was talking in someone's background then. Apologies and welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
We are hopping right along here. How are
You
you?
do.
Great.
I was going to ask that, but yeah. How you doing? Been a while.
It's been a long time since I've been on a stream. At least 8 months, 6 months. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, you were due then, right?
Yeah.
And what a great way to return.
Indeed.
So, Hal is the president of the RCRF, who was just kind of telling us about the volunteers and donations, and people can donate products through drive-through, which I had no idea until it got mentioned. And all the other things. So, you wanna tell us your man, the time somebody didn't pay me for my thing and I couldn't pay my bill story? I think we all have them at this point. We've all been sharing the this is the terrible thing that happened. Even though we love game design, it's a pain sometimes.
Oh yeah. Well, in case people watching don't know who I am, I've been around for a really long time. Not as long as Grim Jim over here, but still a pretty long time. I was on T-shirted historian stream for years and did a few other things, but lost my job. Last year I was unemployed for 8 months, and bills were piling up, and I could not really continue the RPG thing that I had been doing. So I'm pretty behind on everything, but it's looking up now. Got a job and everything's looking good.
Excellent.
I don't really have to depend on people paying me for products or, getting some kind of revenue stream. Luckily, I have a day job, so that's usually how I pay for almost everything.
Yeah. I think especially as things go, I mean, I feel like there were people who were game designers that, products were thin and, times were thin, but like people could make a go of it. I really wonder if somebody starting out today, well, those of you that have been around a long time, do you think if somebody started out today in game design, could they ever like give up a 9 to 5?
You would need a really big hit, and even then, I wouldn't quit your job until you have 2 big hits, just in case that first one's a fluke.
Yeah. The landscape has changed so much. Like when PDFs were first like becoming a thing, quite a few people struck it quite big in that arena and did quite well for a while. But that's evened out now. The D20 boom was big for a lot of people, but that didn't last. These days, the guys making the big money are the ones who already have communities that they've created doing something else. So YouTubers who've been successful there, people who don't really need to do well with the games, to be honest. So that helps. It's always changing. That's part of what makes it interesting, but also frustrating, I think. So
Agreed.
you could, but you got to be lucky.
Yeah, I mean, at this back, like Rim was saying, I mean, we started in a time where there were no PDFs, so it was print or die, and that was a whole different ball game too. And that's why those distributors who went under was so impactful to us. Now the print people are really only affected who are in the upper tier, because PDF is so commonplace, and even print on demand is, that anyone can be in the industry, and that dilutes. The good thing about it is anyone can be in the industry. The bad thing is it dilutes the buyer base. You have, when you had a limited amount of items, you had those people who were going to buy whatever they could or find. But you go to a PDF site like Drive-Thru, there's so many products and so many niche products. I mean, you want to see a anti-necromancer, there's probably, I didn't look, I'm just guessing, but there could be 5 or 6 different people, doing an anti-necromancer class or something. I mean, it's that detailed and specific that guy's going to get your $6, but he's still working, full time somewhere else. So, in order to do this full time, I would say you need to be super, super lucky, or you need to assemble a team like the Avengers, where people know them, know everyone's name, and you're getting this super group together, and you're able to put stuff out. Or, again, like I completely agree with Grim that the landscape has changed, where you need to be like a Critical Role. You need to be so popular, quote unquote, not even necessarily with gamers, but just popular in general. And then you start doing your own games and writing your own stuff, or that you'll probably get a big hit out of it. But that's not majority of people. That's 3-5%, maybe, if that even much.
I think the other thing is the grind, which is very similar to YouTube. I do YouTube as well, only kind of semi-seriously. But if you're not putting out product, you're not going to be seen, and people are going to assume that your games are dead and that your company is dead and that there's no point buying anything. But if you keep putting things out constantly and consistently, that draws more eyes. You get long tail sales on the other stuff that you've done whenever you put out a new product. But that's also part of the reason why having an injury or a computer self-destructing on you, or any of these disasters can hit really hard, because if you're not constantly doing stuff, then you fall by the wayside, unfortunately.
A lot of independent creators fall into what used to be called the Kickstarter roller coaster ride, where you launch a Kickstarter and it does okay and it gives you a little bit of money to keep going for a while, let's say like 4 or 5 months, and you run out of money, so you launch another Kickstarter and it does okay, and so it's just this up and down, peak and trough of you waiting on the next Kickstarter to pay out. And it's just this constant kind of roller coaster where you're dependent on Kickstarter for revenue, but you have these long periods in between where you're not creating or publishing anything, and you're just waiting for that next Kickstarter. And that's a dangerous trap to fall in, because then you can hit that one that doesn't work, and that screws you over for pretty much ever. Like once you hit that one Kickstarter in the roller coaster that sends you off the rails, you're done pretty much.
Yeah, that's what's
Well,
happened to Steamon and a few other companies.
yeah, and not all of us are, GW. We can't keep churning out, or Magic the Gathering. We can't keep churning out too much product because we have a limited number of audience members, and they have a finite amount of money. There are a couple of not quite contradictory comments in the chat, but I'm a little curious as to your thoughts on them. Driving a Dragon says, in a way, it's the second edge of the sword with POD and PDFs, etc. Before good enough to print was a thing, now that PDF could be worse than trash. And Kermode Bear says, it's hard, there's a ton of creators, the overall quality is high, being able to stand out and grab a big chunk of a specialized market is not easy.
Yeah.
Discuss.
It takes time to build up a reputation as well, whether a good or bad reputation. Bad ones you tend to get more quickly. But that helps, I think. Consistency is a slower way to succeed, but it does work out. I just want to say one other thing about the Kickstarter issue. The other problem on Kickstarter or crowdfunding in general really is a lot of mid-tier, well, really Wizards is the only upper tier company, I'd say, but a lot of the other big enough companies are using Kickstarter for promotion and pre-ordering and so on, and it kind of chokes the life out of the indie space on there to a big degree, unfortunately, because it was never meant for them, but that's where the money is, so what can you do?
Yeah, people have become complacent with an idea that Kickstarter is some kind of store or a digital marketplace when it was never meant to be that. It was for patrons to, in a traditional way, support ideas and artists that they personally believed in and wanted to see succeed. When you go on Kickstarter and you pledge for something, there's a big disclaimer that says you are not buying a product. You are pledging, you're giving money to support an idea. And people just have forgotten that over time. It's become it's an alternative to a traditional digital marketplace, and that leads to a lot of problems.
Yeah, I think Kickstarter has kind of become the Kickstarter has become the baseline as opposed to the, Oh, I'm sorry. I have to fangirl for a second. Hello.
Hello. I'm sorry. I was, just listening to a lot of nonsense about trying to make a living in this industry, and I thought, hey. I've got
Well, this is an unexpected surprise.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah. Hello. Hi. Thanks for having me. This is my first time talking to any of you, I think, except Grim.
Yeah.
I've emailed with you before. That's it.
Yeah.
I think Raji was on a stream with us at one point, but it was so long ago he probably doesn't remember. Back in the 2021-22 days when this stuff was really kind of hopping and you could get streams and everyone didn't have this ennui where they don't feel like doing anything.
I take offense to that.
That's because you never feel like doing anything anyway. And you liked never doing anything before it was cool. So.
Goofa says, do you think Grim would be willing to get taxidermied and auctioned off?
If I die of completely natural causes within the appropriate time frame, I accept your proposal.
You have to be prepared for that, though. It puts the lotion on its skin or else it's hose again.
Also, how do creators get on here? Instructions, please. Onto the stream. The link is
very far up the chat.
It should be pinned.
Is it?
It's hard to find. It's not at the very top. You have to scroll down a little bit in the chat window. I was very confused.
For me, it is always scrolling down as the very last chat thing.
Okay. Wasn't for me.
So that's well, I may not have pinned it yet when you were looking for it because I was busy going, oh, wait a minute, there are way too many things I need to pin and I can only pin one of them. But all right, so Hal, we're going to make you a mint when we taxidermy Grim and
yeah.
And auction him off and donate it entirely to the RCRF.
Just don't sell me to the table topless girls. I don't know that I trust them with my bodily remains.
I shared the link to the charity with my company. Hopefully that will result in some donations.
Thank you. And I appreciate it. And I'll actually bid on Grim because that would be pretty cool. Just, I mean, I might put you in armor or something. You're probably okay with that, right? I'll make it.
Yeah, that'll be all right. Yeah.
I'll make it like, and I collect swords and knives, so I'll give you something kind of oriental feel. We'll do the whole. Yeah. I'll get you set up, put the book. You hold your book.
I like playing rogue fighter types, so some nice leather armor and a couple of short swords.
It's cheaper for me. Perfect.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Yeah.
He'll be fine. He was already planning on uploading his consciousness to the neurosphere anyway.
Oh, well, then he can tell me if he likes. I'll take pictures and we can work on it together.
Yeah, work on the pose.
Yeah.
And this is the creativity that gets us all of the games that we know and love.
100%. In fact, that could sometimes start the communication of, we should make a game where everyone's undead. And then suddenly you have undead PCs and another game is born. And that's exactly what happens.
You could have the first one-to-one scale skirmish game.
Yep. People have living checkers and chess.
Yeah, why not?
I've got one better, sir.
Okay, I've got one question I'm dying to ask, and
Yes.
hopefully it's not being too much of a butthead. But Jed, Mr. Trap Chest, how do you
Yes.
pronounce your last name? Because it's been killing me over here.
Dirksen.
Dirksen. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, that might be the easiest question we get all day.
Yeah, it
Yes.
means
I know a lot of people pronounce it Dorksen, but it is Dirksen.
Yeah, it's like I have to get on there and ask. I have to.
Yeah.
So now I suppose I'm obligated to be productive and helpful to the conversation. How may I do so?
It's the Timu version of Athas.
We are discussing all of the ways and the people we know that could have or have benefited from the RCRF's good work. And why everyone should support them.
Yeah.
And how they can be supported. All the things.
Oh,
It's now been almost an hour and a half. I feel like maybe I need to go back over all of the things. An hour and a half. I feel like. Oh, and now I'm echoing.
That's Simon's fault.
Yeah, blame Simon.
Everyone blames Simon.
2 more, and we're the Hollywood Squares of the Brady Bunch.
I wanted to be Paul Lind, but I'm not the center square. That sucks. R.I.P. Paul Lind. Oh, I'm center square.
Well, you're the president of the organization we're talking about, so.
Please.
All right. Whoever is echoing terribly, we're going to have to figure out here. All right.
I believe that's Simon.
It might be me because I just joined.
Well, mute the YouTube feed and just...
I'm just trying to work out
which mystery tab it's in.
It's because I had the YouTube tab open and the PV Mux tab, and it was picking up the YouTube one. I believe I fixed it.
I was just going to say, I think Ken St. Andre is back in the hospital again, so you could probably use some cheery messages from people on Facebook if they feel so inclined.
Oh, is that Tunnels and Trolls?
Tunnels and Trolls.
I didn't even see that update.
Oh, I saw a couple of photos.
Okay.
Seemed to be hospital food, so.
And people are more than welcome at that point. I mean, Ken's on a little bit of a different level, but if you do see a fellow designer, artist, cartographer who says, I'm in the hospital or I have to go in for XYZ, we have no problem if you literally comment on their Facebook post. If you're, if you think you're going to be financially in trouble, reach out to these guys and give them our webpage and tell them to fill out an app, because we can't just cut people money. You need to, and somebody can't apply for you. You need to apply. So push them to do that. We've tried. I mean, I'm good friends with Owen, and he's been in and out of issues, and I've literally been like, dude, apply. I can't. But he's like, I don't want to take advantage. I'd rather give stuff than take. I'm like, okay, but that's exactly what we're here for. So I mean, if you know somebody or see somebody who who's struggling, have them see if they qualify. Have them come out to the page. That's literally why we're here. Is we want to see more work from people, and make sure they're okay.
I don't want to take advantage. I want to help people and not receive help. Seems like a really common thing. Grim.
Yeah.
I'll take whatever money anyone's giving away. No.
How was Gen Con, James? Was it good?
Gen Con was great, except for the flights.
And the floods.
I was going to say, what about the tornado?
Yeah.
Yeah, the vendor room, in the vendor room we got the announcements about the tornado warning, but everyone just continued on like normal. I had to be told about the flooding. I didn't see it at all. I was actually disappointed after the tornado warnings, after when the con closed for the day. I go outside and it's like, there's no destruction. There's no rubble.
Well, there were several pictures. There were several pictures of one parking lot that was flooded so badly the cars were underwater. So that actually was what I wondered, was whether or not anybody's car got wrecked.
I didn't play Dungeons and Dragons for all those years and not learn a thing or two about courage.
I heard part of the hall flooded and a bunch of product got damaged.
It not only flooded, but it came down through the roof in one of the sections, I think, of the stadium section. I saw some pictures, and I was going to make a joke. Luckily, I think they were board game designers, not RPG designers. But But anyway, I believe it was a few. I saw some videos.
Screw
of,
those guys.
Yeah, exactly. They make enough money as it is.
I'm
But
hoping nobody lost any expensive stock or anything with the water coming through the roof. Cause
they said that it started slow and trickling, so a lot of them got a majority of their product out of the way. But it also probably stopped sales for a while. So I mean, it's either way, it impacted them because they had to clear areas from it. It was pretty impressive, and not in a good way, to be honest. I was like, holy.
Well,
You know.
it got better because I found one shot from somebody who apparently did actually go down into the storm cellar.
That is
and
not
one
a
of-
board gamer. That is an RPG right there.
and one of the steam pipes broke in the storm cellar room. So
Role players and steam tunnels.
were there any giant rats in the cellar?
He leveled up while he was down there.
Why would anybody get their product out of the way? I mean, if you have a booth at Gen Con, you're required to buy insurance that covers, I forget if it's $1 or $2 million. I mean, if something started leaking above me, I would have gotten all my stuff in the way so I can claim it on insurance and not have to try to sell anything anymore.
I don't know. Do acts of God count? Because they love to argue acts of gods for things.
Oh, they do.
Grim, I'm going to leave you in charge for just a minute while I go rehydrate.
Oh God!
Okay.
Oh
then we
no!
I'm gonna make a couple of very quick announcements.
I'm in charge. I'll let you.
Do you need me for that to do screen things, or are you good?
Yeah, can you just put my picture up quickly before you go?
I can.
And then I can talk about that while you get some drink.
I have in fact remembered to put this up a couple of other times too. So
Cool.
Then I don't have to do anything. It's win-win-win.
there you go. Be right back.
Awesome. So I've made some. Well, I've made one, but I'm going to be making two more of these fantastic eclectic goat branded whiskey flasks, and they are going to be in a blind auction. One of them belongs to the eclectic goat, but two of them can belong to you, the viewer. It's a blind auction, so what you need to do is email me the amount you are willing to pay for it. And my email address is simon@ectmagic.com, and the two people with the highest bid will be notified that they've won. So you email me as much as you're willing to pay, and this money will all be going to the role-playing game creators relief fund. When you get notified that you've won, you make your donation for the amount that you said that you'll pay for it, screenshot your donation and send that to me, and I will post the flask to you. So I don't handle any of your money. You can just make the donation and show me you've made it.
First,
Is there
thank
any
you very much.
geographic limitation to that, or are you going to risk sending that to Malaysia or something?
Oh, can't hear you, Simon. Hello, Simon. You went quiet. You were asked a question. No? Has everyone gone quiet? Am I alone in the
You are not
void?
alone.
I'm still here.
I was just asking, just so you're not blindsided, because who knows who's watching this? I mean, that's.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you're moving to Malaysia this week and you were going to do a donation.
No, it's a serious question, because if someone.
No, it's true. Right, what countries? Yeah.
Yeah, so just clarify. I mean, if it's anywhere in the world, then okay, fine. But if, stuff gets expensive.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, my cat decided she was going to rub her face on my microphone cable and pulled it out.
Wait, what did I miss?
Apparently she did not want me to answer your question. The postage from the UK is cheap as fuck, so I'll post it anywhere.
Okay.
I don't care where you are. The likelihood is that whoever wins it is going to be in America, which is the most expensive place for me to post to, because although the Trump tariffs are illegal, I still have to pay them.
Yep.
The Royal Mail still charges them. So
And so do we.
yeah,
But
and there's
I want to.
no real chance of me getting a refund on that as well, even though they're supposed to be refunding everyone. So whatever, I'll pay it.
Let me thank you, because that's such a great thing you're doing. And also let me say, I didn't know you were the one who made it, and I said it earlier when you weren't here. Those are awesome.
Thank you.
You're well. I mean, I was really impressed. I think that's so cool. I don't drink, or I'd bid on it. I don't know if I'm allowed to, but I mean, I'm serious.
You can bid
But
on it if you want.
I don't drink, and I don't really want to give it to my son, being like, "Hey, you know what I'm saying?"
You don't have to put alcohol in it.
Oh,
I was
that's
gonna
true.
say,
I guess.
you just look cool by putting Kool-Aid in it, and no
Yeah,
one will ever know.
Having it sit on my desk, at home while I work, and let people see me.
There's lots of other options. Laudanum.
Yeah, Laudanum. Laudanum's great. Anyway, I have not actually received any bids, so anyone wanting to place a bid, you would win by default if you bid £1 or $1 on it or something at the moment. Obviously, don't do that because you'd be a dick. But
well, I mean, keep in mind we are an hour and a half into a 7-hour stream, and because the Hump Day Chinwag is currently going on, there will be about an hour at least where the crowd is a little bit thinner. That's why we had like 36 people, and then they all disappeared for a little bit. They'll all be back once the Hump Day
wish I
Chinwag.
was thinner.
So the braces +3. If you want some of those, send me £50 or equivalent, and I will make them. And send me a screenshot of you donating £50, and I will make those for you.
Driving and Dragons. I live in Burma. Is that cool?
Yeah.
It's not that cool for you at the moment.
Is it not called Myanmar now? I thought they stopped calling it Burma. So I don't believe you. But okay, yeah, I can post anywhere. I don't think I can post to Russia or North Korea, though.
Yeah.
And Belarus has often got restrictions, too.
I can probably still get stuff to you via other people, though, if you're in a country I can't post to. So, honestly, wherever you are, bid on it, because we need people donating, and nobody has placed any bids, so try your luck.
So there have actually been a couple of donations.
Oh yeah, but they don't count because they're not.
They just did straight donations instead of the blind auction,
which is cool. They would need to bid as well. I've had a bid.
Yeah.
No need to drink for the flask. It's perfect to carry olive oil while camping or in the field exercise. That actually is really. I mean, I do drink, though mostly for glasses. But I love the olive oil idea.
I'm not going to name the bidder, but congratulations, you are the only bidder and are winning by default. But there are two of them, so somebody else can place a bid and be a winner by default.
I bid.
Well, I mean, there are 4 hours for people. There are 4 hours for people to still be.
Yeah, yeah, but like, oh, you donated before? Yeah, okay, but like, I don't know, if you want to send another $20 or something.
Well, I'll tell you.
Send me.
Will you send me
saying you'll bid $20? Cool. You'll win by default at this stage.
Action Tactics says I donated before I saw the flask option.
Yeah, that's what I was responding to there. Like, Action Tactics, if you've got a spare, if you've got $5, in fact, because there's only one bidder and there's 2 flasks, send me an email, simon@ectmagic.com. You never know, you could be lucky.
Do me a favor, will you send me that screenshot you have on there to my email, and I can post it on my and the Facebook page for the charity?
Showa.
I appreciate it.
Give me just a second.
No, that's good. And I'm actually going to let you guys for a while. I just wanted to come in and say hi, and everyone who's here at the moment, thanks for
Yes,
everything you
thank you
guys
so
do.
much.
Creativity is such a lost art in a way, in my opinion. Between AI and computers and stuff like that. So I love the industry. So I appreciate everything you guys do. I think those flasks are freaking awesome. So I want to make sure people are going to get a chance to look at it all. I did also message Jim Butler and asked him to please post it on his Facebook page before, as soon as he can. So hopefully we'll get some that way. And I'll try to think if I can poke anyone else. I'll do what I can. But I'll do that off this, and then I'm gonna get my son to work on the camera, so I make sure I'm up and running at 7 o'clock to see you.
Excellent. The flask has been sent to your email.
Awesome.
And I realized I got an email that I did not get a notice for. Thank you very much to Eric for your donation.
I appreciate it, guys. I will see you in a little bit.
And
We have 2 bids now, so no one can win by default anymore, apart from the 2 that have bid.
and
highest two bids in a couple of days. I'm not going to set an exact time because I'm awful at scheduling, but when I get around to it in a couple of days, I will look at who's given the highest 2 bids and I'll let you know.
Sweet.
In fact, I'll email everyone who's bid just to say whether or not you won, because it's not that big a deal to email people to say you didn't win.
Okay, Eric, I also see your note about Sins of Redemption. That is absolutely awesome. Thank you very much. And we will talk about that.
And in
Once
terms of
I have more details.
sacrificing Grim to Eldritch Powers, I'll do that for free, but you will need to pay for me to get to him and get home again.
That's quite expensive.
And for James to do it, since he lives in Finland, that's probably more expensive.
I was going to say, that seems very pricey.
It would be more appropriate. But pay for me to travel to Finland, and I'll let him sacrifice me in the black metal forests of Finland.
I'll be in London in November for Dragon Meet. But I'm thinking it would not be very entertaining to sacrifice into Eldritch Powers, because what fun is that going to be when it's done? No. The donation goal should be to hold him down and shave him.
Well, wait a minute. How does this interfere with getting him taxidermied? It's not. Nobody's going to bid on a shaved Grim.
We can keep the hair, and you can glue it back on.
How much are donations at? Are we tracking the donations?
Yes and no. I cannot track ones that have gone directly to them, unless people send me a screenshot. They're gonna let me know when all is said and done, because Connor is the only one that can actually access that. And apparently, Connor is shy and doesn't want to come on camera. So he's gonna send me. He'll send me a list at the end of the stream.
I will make a pledge. If we can get over $5,000 in donations through here, and Grimm's Kickstarter goes over $15,000 by midnight UK time, I will shave off my beard.
So wait a minute, hang on a second. $15,000 or 15,000 pounds?
15,000 pounds, sorry, because it's in pounds. It's currently just over 7,000, so it's nearly halfway there.
Because I told him I wasn't sure he was going to hit 10,000 pounds before the 24-hour mark, but he was probably going to hit $10,000.
I think he could hit 10,000 pounds, but if he can hit 15,000 pounds, and we can get $5,000 in donations, I will shave off my beard.
Okay.
I haven't shaved my beard in a very long time, so.
I mean, neither is Grim, apparently.
Yeah.
No.
Grim, can we get that pledge from you as well?
I will have to discuss it with Mrs. Grimm, because the last time I shaved my beard off, she was very, very upset.
Yeah, but it'll grow back and it's your beard.
That's what I
Okay,
said.
then here's the rule then.
Simon, wait a minute. Simon thinks that matters.
When you shave your beard off, you got to put on a GoPro so we can get her reaction, and that'll be part of the thing.
All right, hang on just a second. Somebody else flickered in, and then Evie Mux immediately sorted them someplace that I can't find them.
On the very end.
Here we go.
There.
Hello, Martin.
Hi. As I said, for the flask, should be a good idea that he posts his email so that way people can just copy paste it. So.
Hat says sell Grimm's beard.
Yeah.
Yes, the beard party.
Grimm's beard's like some kind of magical item. Can we auction Grimm's beard off?
Beard of anti-wisdom.
All right, I did miss a whole bunch
Does
of stuff in the
everybody
chat.
here have
'cause
a
we're-
beard?
I'm going to show this flask on the camera as well, because
Oh, hang on. Let me blow you up.
then you can actually see it. My camera's stuck on, so.
I was gonna say it's all. I was thinking I should have like contrasted the picture that you sent me a little more because I have to like roll it in order to.
You can fill it in with a gel pen if you want to, if you're so inclined.
Well, it looks fine. I just like I have to scroll way in on the picture in order to.
Yeah. So there's the flask anyway. Get your bids in. Simon at ectmagic.com. Also, there's no glue in this, and I've managed to fit it to a concave thing. I'm quite proud of that. Because I was too lazy to go and find my glue.
Kermode Bear apparently also donated before seeing the flask option.
Well, Commode Bear, you can still donate more. This isn't in place of donations. This is in addition to them. And also, like you don't know how much other people have donated, so just put your bids in. You know, you might get lucky.
And this is a case of like if they bid and don't win, they don't have to pay it, right? This isn't like they donate whoever the highest donated.
If you don't win, you don't have to pay it. If you win, you do have to pay it, and if you don't pay it, then I'll go down to the next highest bidder.
Eric says I think he is voting for Grimm to be shaved, waxed, and painted in gold.
Okay.
Which Action Tactics finds very funny.
Looks like Grimm is the scapegoat tonight.
Yeah.
Well, it's to make up. It's because he's busy feeling uncomfortable about all the support he got on his Kickstarter, so therefore we have to balance it for him.
Yes.
Because he can't handle too much niceness in his life.
No, absolutely not. It feels wrong and bad.
5,000 in donations. Grimm gets 1.5 PDS, and someone's bear is shaved. Got it. Beard of design ability +9.
That's very generous of you. +5 maximum.
What are some challenges that often put creators in difficult positions, and how much for Grimm to boil his cat? Okay, now wait a minute. Now that's no. Now we're too far. Shaving Grimm, sacrificing the Eldritch Gods, all of that is fine. Leave the cats alone.
I think I convinced Goofus to watch a load of old Alexi Sale stuff on YouTube, and there's a Boil the Cat for You sketch similar to the Monty Python one. So that's probably what he's referencing. I'm going to go first because it's too hot in here with all the lights, so I'm going to have to go, but I will be in the chat once I get set up in the other room. So challenges. Getting paid, paying people, anyone being reliable, especially writers. I'm allowed to say that because I'm a writer. Getting attention when you hate marketing, which I think Mr. Raji can speak more on as well. I don't know that there's anyone that really enjoys the marketing side of it, but you kind of have to some way or another. Right, I am boiling to death, so I will be back in the chat in a minute. Toodles.
Yeah, we don't want Grimm boiled any more than the cats, but
I'm going to drop out of the camera thing because I'm not officially an RPG creator. I just make stupid meme games under a pseudonym.
I
So
mean,
I will leave
sounds like
this
it
to
counts to me.
yeah, but nobody plays them.
I don't think anybody plays games anymore. They just buy it and go on social media saying, "Oh, look what I got," and then the next week they've got something else. And
Yeah, I make things to try and upset the censors over at Drive-Thru RPG. They're they're not things that anyone would want to play, and nobody would want to release them, and definitely no one's buying them. So
well, they reject half my shit. Half my. Are we allowed to swear in this stream?
I mean, I don't care.
I've been swearing
As
quite a lot. So
as
hopefully,
as long as no one says any of the magic words that gets me immediately shut down by YouTube, of which
Okay,
there
now
are
I'm
about
curious.
are
One
about
more?
4. A certain word starting with R that involves with struggle cuddles, I believe is what Grim refers to it as.
I would like to
A certain word starting with S meaning to off oneself. Trying to remember what the other ones are.
I'm
But yeah,
writing
they're
this
about
down. It's going to be the title of my next adventure.
Hat says we need a bonus package for the big bucks. Shave every creator on the stream.
Hey, I'm ready to shave, but how much are they willing to pay?
Now see, there's some dedication.
How much for
Yeah.
this?
if anyone
if you pay enough, I'll shave my beard off. But it's going to take. A while.
My cats are prepping for war in defense of Grimm's cats.
if you
and
eh,
sorry, go ahead.
if anyone donates $50, I will pay a furry artist to make me a stereotypically furry avatar persona picture, and I will change my Twitter picture to that for 3 months.
So I hate to tell you this, we've already had donations for $50. So are we saying going forward, if somebody?
No, just for this one thing for me. I don't under. Maybe I came in way too late and I don't understand how this works. People can
So
only.
we need another donation for $50, basically. Someone donate $50 and bring up that pledge.
Stunt Gonzo says, "Wait, we're supposed to actually play games? I think collecting the games is a separate hobby than playing the games. I mean, it like Warhammer definitely works that way. There are people that paint minis and there are people that play the game.
RPGs work that way a lot. Now, the difference here is people who buy the RPGs, they have this delusion that they're eventually going to get it to the table.
Well, you have a bookshelf of books that you're going to read through osmosis.
Exactly.
Just by them actually being there.
Yeah. I don't read novels, I read rule books.
For the furry...
you don't actually read them, God no.
I mean, I do.
They look nice on your shelf.
I skim through them.
I never read them, so.
I think, with one exception, I have read every physical game book somebody's ever sent me. And the only reason that one hasn't been read yet is that it's enormous and I'm still picking through it. And about half the PDFs, and again, that's just because it's a matter of getting through them all. And I run as many as I can at least once because, you know, if people send it to me, I feel like I should play it at least once. And I regularly run 3 or 4 games a month. So I try hard to balance the collection and the playing.
I'm currently running 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons because that's the only thing I could find players for. So
I'm so sorry.
That's unfortunate.
Anytime somebody brings up something like that, I'm like, but there's so many better games.
There are, and I keep telling them that, like, one of the players, because I tell them, you know, this is a homebrew world. You don't have to be from the Forgotten Realms. You can be from anywhere. So someone's from Tamriel, I was like, you do realise that there is an Elder Scrolls role-playing game, and we could be playing that.
You just get your players to the plot is they got sucked into a different universe that just happens to use a different system. There you go, problem solved.
So I want you to know I have just gotten a photographic proof that Kermode Bear donated $50 to the RPG Creator Relief Fund.
Nice.
How much already you got on total?
So, what
Sorry,
do
say again?
people do to try to get players?
I said how much in total have you got already?
I don't know all of them because people who are sending me screenshots are sending me screenshots because they get free games if I know that they've donated.
Yes.
But there is at least one person who I believe has donated, or actually two, because I have not gotten anything from Action Tactics, and he said he donated. So there are people donating directly that I won't find out about until after the stream when Connor sends me the list. So
We just got an idea about. Sort of.
I mean, I would guess we're at least over a couple $100, but
Yeah, based on the
could
numbers,
not.
I think we're getting close to 200-ish.
I think we are probably over that. I mean, it's again,
Yeah.
I'm shuffling. I asked people to email me stuff, and I've gotten some through email, and I have gotten some through Twitter, and I have gotten
Yeah.
some not at all. So it's a little hard to say. I would say we're probably over 200, but
Kind of good for now.
but I mean, a lot of this was that they need more people to know they exist. So
Yes.
so that was as much the the purpose of this as anything. Is they need volunteers, and he said actually like even finding people to apply. Like there are people like Jed. You said that this is something you really could have used, but
I didn't even know they existed.
nobody knows they exist. So and I have another screenshot from Action Tactics for a $50 donation. So whoever's going to be the furry is definitely going to be a furry.
That's me.
I prefer to shave the beard.
Oh, look, I already have a furry avatar. I've tricked you.
I mean, that doesn't look very furry-esque to me.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'll get something. I didn't say it had to be today, but I will.
Oh no.
Get that in the works.
Yes, the TTRPG books you plan to play with your friends someday.
I want to just raise my hand and note that all of my books are child safe, family friendly, and that everyone loves them and you can buy them. But I plan on donating a whole bunch of download codes for stuff. But I don't really. DTRPG's promotion code thing doesn't work very well, and I don't really understand how it works. So I'll have to figure out a way to get those over to you so that people can be donated books on PDF to download.
So there was a discussion about the fact that apparently you can donate those codes directly to them, and they can sell them and like pocket everything without PayPal taking a chunk. So that might also, I don't know if it works better that way.
Yeah.
I don't know a whole lot about the code thing, so.
I can send complimentary copies to anyone. I just have to have their email address.
Hold future D&D games hostage. Make your group play at least one session of an indie game before you run the next story arc.
That's actually a really good idea, and I was considering that.
Serious question though, because I heard a lot at Gen Con about, I'd really like to try this game, but I don't know anybody who would want to play it. My players all want to play just like standard D&D or this or that. And I just heard this here a few minutes ago. So how do you all go about finding players? I'm just curious. because to me the easiest thing in the world is finding players.
Just go to
I,
Demo or even like your local library. You can start a group there.
I'm on my local
Yeah.
game store's Discord, and a couple of people like, I want to play D&D, and I was like, okay, anyone else? And then got 4 or 5 people,
Yeah.
and then sent them a survey to check if they wanted to actually play D&D or if they wanted to play a role-playing game, and all of them were 5th edition players, which is kind of a bitch.
As the forever GM, I've just told people, yeah, our campaign's ending in the next couple of sessions. The next one will be this. Figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, when I first moved to Finland, I just put flyers up around town.
Yeah.
You know, like there in all the grocery stores, there's a notice board here, and I just put an ad up for the game and just put those around,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
sure, some of the people that answer are weird, but if you're announcing here's the game, here's when it's going to be run, and here's what the game is, the people will select themselves in, and it'll be new people you don't know, which you're going to have to do
Yeah.
if you're wanting to find people to play what you want instead of what they already want.
I run if I can find like there's a local convention near me. Well, near. Understand that near in my universe is 2 hours away. Um, that I will run the whole weekend. Most of the time, my games are full or nearly full, so I meet people that way. There are a lot of local Facebook groups. Despite being incredibly rural, there are about 5 game stores within an hour of me. A lot of them are Warhammer based, but some of them are not. Um, I have players that I have known for over 30 years that I still play with. And then, while I am not crazy about VTT, I think we forget sometimes that the largest possible population of people to get into indie games are people who've never played a role-playing game before. It's a lot easier than trying to talk them away from 5e or whatever their thing is. And so I frequently I'll put out notices saying, I'm going to start a game. I can take X number of players. I want players who have, are interested in role-playing, but who have never played a game before. Because it's far less intimidating to say, well, I've never played a game, but I'm going to be playing with 6 other people who've also never played, than it is to, say, hey, here are, 5 people that, have played for 30 years. We can take 2 people who've never played before. I found that can be a little intimidating for people.
Depends on the game.
It does, but I find that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I remember, trolling for new players in my usual way, and I got someone who had never played a role-playing game before, but they were very, very interested because they liked comic books and superheroes, because I was wanting to run a superhero game. Unfortunately, what I was running was Hero System, and that is not a good fit for someone just off the street because they're interested in superheroes. Because it was it was amusing at a point watching their eyes glaze over while we were making their first character in Hero System. And that's most tax codes are not as complicated as Hero System character creation.
Well, yeah, but if I'm looking for new players, I intentionally run games that are good for new players, so. And I hate superhero games, so. Usually I find that Numenera or Shadow of the Demon Lord are very good for new players. They're really high role play. It's really fast to make characters so their eyes don't glaze over. They're still indie games.
Big fan of Savage Worlds. Especially the dice's stats is very easy for someone who's never played to understand.
Yeah, Savage World is really easy. 10-minute explanation and they're good.
I think I might live in the only area in the country that nobody plays Savage Worlds. games people have never heard of get played here, but Savage Worlds, like, I do not know a single person that plays Savage Worlds.
I've played Savage Worlds a couple of times, but I wouldn't play it again. I just really didn't enjoy it. I can't even put my finger on why. It just didn't seem that great. I don't get the hype.
I do worry sometimes it's been hyped up to me too much.
It's pulp fiction, so if you like pulp, you will like it. In my case, basically my brother's preferred game. So that way he just came to me and say, "Hey, look, it looks at some point of what you're creating, so it will be easier for you like to understand what we're doing tonight."
A lot of the settings that people like for Savage Worlds, stuff like Slipstream or Necessary Evil, are very appealing.
I think the thing that has never gotten to me is that I have never bought a game for the system. I like games because of interesting worlds. And so, like,
Yes.
I know people who love GURPS, and I just can't do it because, I mean, it's fine, but there's nothing in the system there's nothing in the world that grabs me because it's not really a world.
So you're a
Yeah,
setting
I'm the
player
opposite.
and not a role player.
Say again?
I said you're a system player, like a setting player, and not the system itself.
I
I
like
would
to
rather.
create an interesting world rather than have somebody else's world they've already created. That doesn't
Um,
seem to be a common thing, though.
I would rather take a cool idea and with a bad system and then just change the system than to take a good system with a bad world. Jason Knox Games would like to know if Martin is from Quebec.
Yeah,
I
I'm from Quebec, Canada, so the French part of Canadian part. So, the future 51 state.
So actually, so I'm from Maine, and we used to joke all the time that the next time Quebec threatened to like pull away from Canada, we were going to ask if we could go with them.
Some
We
good
could just,
point, some bad point, but we're basically neighbors.
exactly. We both love poutine.
Yeah, it's better here.
We both
For poutine,
well,
at least.
10 years ago we both had like, a ton of French speaking I think most of our French speaking population is dying off at this point, but
Yeah,
um Goofus the Doofus says, I think you've all been through some very tricky situations. How do you stay creative? Which I think is an excellent question. Goofus, I do need to let you know, because you've donated a ton here. Um, I can't do anything with super chats about like transferring the donations until YouTube gets around to deciding they're going to fork over the money to me, which like literally could be months. So just be aware that donations being made through super chats is going to be difficult for me to get over to them. I will do my best, but it'll be a bit. So, how does everybody
I'm
stay
gonna quickly
creative with?
drop out, so I will be in the chat, but I'll see you guys later.
Okay, thank you so much, Simon. Have a wonderful, wonderful night.
All right, yeah, staying creative. I have over 20 different things in my work in progress folder, so if I start getting burnt out on one of them, I can just move on to the next one so I'm still productive.
Yeah, when things get tricky, the problem isn't creativity, it's just the focus to actually do the thing. Because if things are getting too messy in life, then trying to
Yeah.
sit down and put sentences together is just like doesn't work.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to take a break.
Yeah.
Even when I'm designing stuff, occasionally I need to just stop for an hour and play a video game just to reset my brain.
I mean, I have a hard time focusing when things aren't tricky, so.
Yeah.
I'm on the same school, so different project at the same time. If you're stuck on one, you just go and swap to the other one. So that way you always have something on the run.
Yeah, and these days to get work done, whenever I'm writing or doing any editing, I just get the notebooks or printouts and I go to a local bar that's like really calm and not very noisy, and I just go there and get away from all screens. Because just having the internet available is just like it's like saying, oh, I don't want to do anything productive because everything is here. It's, yeah. So everything I've written the past few years has all been written by hand in a notebook first, and then transcribed.
So, Jed, you were talking about the fact that you're really struggling with your computer,
Yeah.
and that you're
Uh,
having a hard time creating because of it. Is that
So
all right?
what I'm currently using here is an 8-year-old Surface tablet to do this. Because of the solar system using old batteries, at about 5 o'clock the sun goes down too much, and I don't have enough power to run my computer. So I've had to purchase a lithium battery and inverters and charge controllers to get that all going. And it's if I were to try really hard, I could probably start designing stuff on this little tablet, but it's moving from a normal computer to a tiny little thing. It is just throws all creativity out the window. It's kind of like, you can pound a nail in with the back of a screwdriver, but it's not the right tool for the job.
Have you tried EcoFlow product for your solar system?
Which one?
EcoFlow. It's what I was using at my hunting camp where I did most of my creative stuff. So no electricity there. I was using a Steam Deck just to write, and EcoFlow is kind of incredible for the solar stuff. So you don't need to get the inverter; it's all built in one.
I can look into. I've already got everything ordered. I'm hopefully setting it up soon, but the last 2 months I've been doing a lot of research on what exactly to get. It's just been kind of a gong show getting everything going.
I suddenly feel the need to have a stream on off-grid creation.
It is. I've never tried writing a game by hand, but it might be a good challenge at some point.
Upgrade, at least you're quiet. You have no distraction, like somebody said, the internet first.
Yeah, I'm like a quarter mile off into the bush, so I don't even have highway sounds here.
It's my regular home.
Yeah.
When I'm not doing this, I'm working on, I write for homesteading magazines, and I have my little farm here and everything, and off-grid everything is like huge in the homesteading community. So now I just have this amusing vision of like an entire off-grid creation becoming a niche thing.
Yep.
Jason Ox Game says, my trick is to tie all my funds into a project so I have to succeed or file for bankruptcy.
Oh no, don't do that.
There is someone who functions well on stress.
It's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not using Kickstarter, so it's basically my veterans fund that I'm using to finance.
Yeah, my printer doesn't bill me, or the bill's not due until a month after the books are delivered. So basically, everything I've ever published has been on credit. So
Oh.
I don't know that I can handle that amount of stress.
Yeah.
Whew. My laptop that I design and write on has no internet or games. I have a rule: when I sit down to design, I can only do one of two things: sit and design or sit and do nothing. I don't do nothing. I don't do doing nothing very well.
Yeah, I'm really bad at this one too.
I'd end up designing a solo game just so I have something to procrastinate with when using that laptop.
Yeah, laptop is difficult for me. I'm used to running 3 monitors, and I'm also a graphic designer, so I've got the writing on one, the visual stuff on the other, and references on the third. So condensing it down into one, I feel a little lost.
You guys are all making me really happy that I'm an editor now.
Yes.
Suddenly figuring out where all people's commas go seems much,
Just be careful about those M dashes, though.
Hey, they will pry the M dash from my cold dead hands. I love
They're
my M
certainly
dash.
trying.
I love my M dash. Leave it alone.
Uh,
Um,
Is anyone since like AI annoys me? I hate seeing it. I've been on. I try to stay off of
sorry.
social media at home, but I've been in airports and hotels a lot. The past week, so I've been looking at it, and there's all the AI engagement slop on there, but it gives me it gives me an idea. It's like, could I write a thing that intentionally looks like AI? Could I make people think I used AI to write a project? That's
You
if your
just
Okay,
need
project
to
is
write
very
stuff so
average,
it can
then
fix
yes.
themselves.
so here's the thing. Do you want to convince people that it's AI? Because honestly, there are a certain segment of the population out there that will be convinced that everything is AI these days. Um,
Yep.
there are also people that will run everything through an AI checker, which is hysterical because AI checkers are themselves AI.
yeah.
And it recognizes Frankenstein as being an AI produced work. So,
Well,
I mean, it's not hard. You could literally just like float a rumor that your latest game book was like created with AI and someone will fake evidence that it's true for you.
And that is what's scary about being a writer is the accusations.
Oh
It's a
yeah,
new witch
absolutely.
hunt.
Like,
Back in time, they were hunting a witch. Now they're hunting like AI everywhere, even for designer, creator, or
yeah,
drawing artists. So,
so
yeah,
I messed around with like Chat GPT like 2 or 3 years ago, just to see what is this, and I haven't touched it since, so I don't know what they're like. But are there still like content restrictions that they will not write for you?
yes, but if you're very creative, you can get away with around them. People
Okay, I mean,
have been very creative.
like if I wanted AI to write a lot of stuff about the words we can't use on YouTube, someone needs to do a new George Carlin routine about that.
Yep.
Is it going to try to not do it?
So it depends on the topic. There are certain things that, like, if you say explain X for me, it will say that runs up against my safety guidelines. I can't do that. But if you say I'm writing a book about this thing,
Yes.
create me a scene in which this person realistically does X, that it will do.
Yeah.
I mean, my,
Um,
my latest book, let's see, how do I put this to get around the YouTube? My latest book has a little bit about a struggle snuggle with a child. And it's like, would an AI even allow this? I mean, could you do this? But
if you're
again, I
writing
don't.
a book, it will say yes.
Yeah.
well, not necessarily. There are still things it won't do. Um, on the other hand, you could do things like, uh, you know, insert cartoon goats. It'll give you the document, and then you just find and replace, you know, the word goat with the word. You have to take one extra step, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Well, basically, I'm asking is if my normal style is AI proof as it is because I put all this stupid shit in there.
I mean, the chances are you would not get accused of it because you have topics that are no. I mean, you would have to work harder to get around the AI safety stuff than you would just to create the thing. Um, and I mean, considering there are people that love to hate on you anyway, it seems like you already have enough issues to deal with.
Well, the problem is, and I did this with the latest book, is that there are things out in role playing land that annoy me. And so I make something with an idea of Well, you think that's annoying, like that's the sort of thing you like? Well, this is really going to punish you for liking that. But of course, the stuff that I make isn't being aimed at the people annoying me. It's aimed at my fans. My fans are the one that are getting the blast of me hating this other stuff. So, that's fun.
I don't know. I have just come to the conclusion where 90% of the time I roll my eyes and say, it's the internet.
Oh yeah, I've got to the point where I have enough stress in my life. I don't need to be stressed out about the billion-dollar corporations that I can't control.
I mean, that's good to know. I mean, building a crowd's hard enough, but focusing on it,
Yeah.
that's got to be the key, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the hardest part is building your crowd. So.
Yeah, there was this one guy that this one retail buyer that was buying stuff at my table at Gen Con and wanted me to write down what the retail prices were. And I was like, well, you just take a picture of the price list we have here. And he looks at me and says, you think I have a cell phone? And I was just so jealous of him in the moment because, like, I need the phone. The only reason I have a smartphone is because I needed to process payments at these freaking conventions.
Yeah.
That's it. Otherwise, I would have just like an old, dumb, like Nokia flip phone or something. Because there's nothing good happening when you start looking at the internet on your phone. But yet I do it for hours at a time when I'm on the road. And it's like, that's why I started having a sign. I put a sign up on the table now. It just says, the internet is bad for you. And it gets a lot of people coming to the table. It's like, how does that relate to the game? It's like, it doesn't. It's just general commentary. And this is the place I can put it where people will see it.
Does everybody here know who Bo Burnham is?
Yeah.
Who?
Is that the comedian?
Yes.
Is that... okay, yeah.
But he in particular did one song called Welcome to the
Welcome
Internet.
to the Internet.
And every once in a while, when Twitter really seems to get on a tear, I just post it, and I'm like, it seems like a good day for this. Just as a little reminder to everybody. But yeah, I am probably at the end of this month. It took me a while to figure out how to manage it without losing my YouTube channel. Or using access to the studios anyway. But I think at the end of this month, I am probably getting rid of my smartphone. And I might be getting rid of having a cell phone at all. And it's going to be really hard to get people used to the fact that they cannot reach me 24/7 all the time again.
You will
And I
need to
don't know how-
educate them.
Huh?
You will need to educate them again.
The last time I got rid of a cell phone, I was still doing hospital work. And I called my boss and I said, I need to change my phone number. I'm going to a landline. And she said, you can't do that. And I said, well, what do you mean I can't do that? And she's like, well, what if I need to reach you? I said, you call the landline. And she's like, but what if you're not home? I said, you leave a message. But what if we need you to work? If I'm not home, I'm not available, so it doesn't matter. But she was like really angry about the fact that she wasn't going to be able to just call me anywhere, anytime, and say, drop whatever you're doing and come to work.
Yeah, that is unfortunately a Western problem. A couple years ago, France actually passed a law making it illegal for employers to harass their employees when they're not on the job.
Oh, she didn't consider it harassment. She just considered it, hey, we need you to come into work.
Oh, yeah. No. I've worked for them before. Yeah.
They got to the point where they realized that there was a certain... So I've always slept very badly. And there was a while where, like, I had to take meds in order to get any sleep. And they figured out that there was this very specific time after I took my meds that I would like answer my phone in my sleep. And so I would wake up and I would look at the phone and realize that work had called. And I'd have to call them back and say, what did I agree to work? Because they'd figured out that if they called in this like particular window, I would just say, yeah, sure, and then hang the phone up and have no memory of it afterwards.
Man, techno insomniac. That's crazy.
And so
That's
Was
I ended
this
up,
drug Ambien that you were on?
I don't even remember what it was. It was something really mild, but because even on that, I was, I don't know, I was sleeping. Like people would make jokes about like how many hours have you had in the last 72 hours, and I'd be like, I don't know, 3. Because even on meds, I didn't really sleep, and so when I did, I was just out, and I would remember absolutely nothing that. But yeah, so then I'd be like, what did I agree to work? And they're like, you agreed to work 3 shifts next week. I'm like, great. You know, I'm in grad school full time too, right? That was always fun. All right, so we are 2.5 hours into the stream, so I need to go back over the paperworky things because I am pretty sure that we have swapped out a lot of chat members at this point.
Yes.
And Gun Craze, welcome. Welcome. You're here just in time for me to go back over paperwork.
Yes, and
all right.
Eric has a query for the panel as well.
Let's see if I can remember all of the things. We are doing a fundraiser for the RPG Creator Relief Fund. They're an organization that assists gaming creators, cartographers, art people, otherwise connected to the RPG world, TTRPG world specifically. You can apply for assistance on their website. You can also make donations on their website. If Eraserhead is still here, I haven't seen him in the chat for a while, he will post the link to their donation button specifically. If for some reason you are unable or uncomfortable with donating on their website, you can send donations to my Ko-fi account. I will make sure they get those at the end of the stream. It is extremely difficult for me to send super chat donations to them because YouTube sometimes takes 3 months to send me a check. So that is probably the worst possible way to try and send the money. Please use one of the other two if you can. Martin is typing in French. That's just not fair. All right, here we go.
Basically was just asking about how we distribute our stuff, and since most of us seems to do like their own way, I was answering that I use like the TRPG so that way I don't have to print stuff in advance. This is basically asshole free from me. That's why I use the secret language.
Everyone who has made a donation of any dollar amount, I'm echoing in somebody's system.
That'd be Tim.
Please mute, however that is. Tim's fault? All right, blame it on Tim. If you have made a donation in any dollar amount, please send me a screenshot. You can send it to, apparently you can send it to Facebook or Twitter, because I've already gotten a bunch there. You can also email it to eclecticgoatediting@gmail.com. And you will get a copy of the Bad Toads MM&M game. Shoot, Grim sent me copies of Whitechester too, and now I have to remember his had requirements. So I'm gonna have to scroll back and figure out what they were, unless Grim is listening, in which case please post them again. Noir Frequency also has made a couple of leather-tooled flasks with like leather outside things that have the Eclectic Goat on them. There are only 2 bids for those flasks. It is a blind auction, and if you give me a second, I will put that picture up again. I really need an easier way to do this. The problem is I can't just leave this up. It doesn't work well. So, flask, blind auction. Send your bids to that email address. Simon at ectmagic.com. The highest 2 bidders will be notified in a couple of days. After winning, make the donations that you've agreed to the RCRF and email a screenshot and your address to Simon, aka Noir Frequency, and he will mail you a flask. And it apparently does not matter where in the world you are, he will send it to you anyway. Grim says, 5 copies of Whitechester. All you need is emails, anyone who wants one, and donates $10 or more. So if you donate $10, and you are one of the first 10 from the point where he made that agreement, you will get a copy of the Bad Toads MM&M game. You will get a copy of Whitechester. And you can also bid in the blind auction. That's what we got so far.
I mean, I can give some games away, but I don't know exactly how to allocate them. I do have 5 different things. I would give away PDFs, but my PDFs are free anyways, so... Reanimated and Nullum Project, but
Don't tell people that!
I have a policy in my company that everything has a free version, just so people who live in poverty can actually afford to play.
That is actually pretty cool. Do you at least offer a tip jar?
Yeah, so, like, I don't know if we just want to pick a random person that has send you a proof of donating and I can ship them out.
The other thing we can do, if you're planning on hanging around for a bit, is once we get past the Whitechester 5, we could put yours up as the next...
There we go.
However many? Does that work?
Yep, we can do that. Yeah, whoever wins, I'll just need to get a mailing address.
Sweet. I have run Whitechester. It is a high-death game, but it is a lot of fun. It's also a lot of it's also a lot of fun if you're the GM. So I always say I don't kill players, but I won't stop players from killing themselves. There is something about Whitechester that just seems to make them absolutely determined to kill themselves. So Whitechester is great for solo play as well. Interesting. I have not tried it that way. I don't think I've ever played a solo play. I should give one a shot at some point. What did I forget? I feel like there was one other thing that was in the paperworky thing. I am going to rerun through the intro with all the RCRF information at 5 o'clock, because then we will be 3 hours in. And that seems like a good time to do that. So in 30 minutes, everybody can put on your speed reading eyeballs. I apologize, by the way. I attempted to slow down the scrolling text as much as possible, but the programming, had ideas of its own. And when it came up, I was like, oh, most people are not going to be able to read that. So, but all the information is on the RCRF website, so you can also find it there. Eraser, Master of Links, if you could get me the RCRF website, I would appreciate it. I always have to be really careful when I say it, because I always want to skip the second R for some reason. I just want to say RCF. But Mr. Hat, you have a game that just hit drive-through, correct?
Yep, I just put up Shadows in Steel, and it's my first actual major attempt at publishing something. So I'm the baby of the panel as far as I can tell. So I'm learning a lot, hopefully, from coming and joining in.
You've done work for other people, though, right?
Oh yeah. That's how I picked up the skills I need to make the stuff I want to make myself available and learn as I go. I gotta say, this putting my own stuff in the world and building my own crowd, it is intimidating as all hell.
That is a really crazy good point. When when you're developing, it's all like between you can change things, you can do all these things. The minute you hit the go button, it all becomes extra real. And I'm only published now, what, 4 months? So for my larger project, so I feel that hat.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I do have a lot of other products that were basically built as getting ready, learning the process, going through. But really, Shadows and Steel is my first big attempt at trying a TTRPG, and oof, it's still a mess. I'm actually keeping it in sort of a living format, keeping everybody who bought it updated with any changes I make to the book. It's been tested, but there's always something. It feels like there's always something with the book.
Hey, I mean, the keynote there is, I mean, honestly, is Warhammer. All right, I'm an avid Warhammer 40,000 player. They'll release a core rulebook and then release like 40 pages of errata on it over the next, and then they continuously update it. So no, I'm doing the same exact thing you are, and I totally feel that as well. I think that's cool that you're doing that.
It does feel a bit weird because like I want to give a good product out the gate, but there's so many unknowns I just couldn't anticipate.
That's right. That's right.
Well, there's a joke that so I have a Substack account, and on Substack you cannot edit a post once you've made it.
Ooh.
Like it doesn't matter if you're a premium. I mean, Twitter, like you have to have premium in order to edit, but like it's an option. Substack, like once it's out there, it's out there. And there is a joke that, it doesn't matter how many times you edit, you will find the final mistake as soon as you hit submit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, it's been a hell of a journey. I mean, essentially, I've only been really in the industry for a year, and most of that's been spent in development. Finding mistakes happens daily on my end, and trying to correct them it's painful emotionally at times because you think you're done, you think you got a product, you think you have a preview that's ready for an audience, and man, there's always like a single typo stuck in a paragraph or a formatting error, or when you converted it to PDF, something wonky happened. As my first experience, I got to say, this is it's a lot more work than I thought it was going to be.
Writing the book is the easy part.
Like, I'm kind of newbie too. I started just February this year, so I can relate to what he's saying. You always find something that you say, "Oh, I should have done that," or so it never stops.
Yeah. For Gun Craze, for the minor errata, I actually have it on the website. I have like small changes, small edits, anything I've added that may, people come up with questions, because I have plenty of groups out here going around. And they're just like, so what is this? What are you saying here when you wrote this? And I'll look at it and be like, I have no idea, but give me a minute, because sometimes, I mean, I wrote Gun Craze for 4 years, so some of the things I actually hadn't looked at, I mean, I've reread it over, but you never really focus on it until a player asks you, what are you trying to say here? Like, can I abuse that? And you're like, no, not really. That's not the intent.
Yeah, at the same time, I've gotten people that message me, and it's like, I'm very confused by this. Can you include a section that has more explanation so that I understand? And I'm like, okay, well, but then it turns out they're the only person that had that problem, and nobody else had that problem but them. So it's like, it's hard to listen to feedback because I don't know if there's just going to be a random guy who's just got a problem and nobody else does, and it's just him. So it's like, I'm not going to change my whole book just for one guy,
I was going to say, it's one thing if one person says something, or if, you get a bunch of different complaints. I don't know. I guess if it were a big enough issue, I might put out a post someplace and say, like, hey, is anybody else having an issue with this? But other than that, I think probably unless I started getting a lot of complaints. But then again, this is why I don't design. I just tidy up everybody else's stuff.
I've been doing this for 17 years now, and it's an ironclad rule. As soon as a book is delivered and you open up for the first time, whatever page you're opening up to, you're going to see a typo. Always. Always.
It's true.
I'm gonna learn
100%.
from my lesson, and I'm gonna hit up Goat next time. I have this free module I'm gonna put out soon, and I've learned better. So Goat's gonna get hit up for a little bit of editing. Shouldn't be too heavy, but hopefully it's all right. It's going to be a great free module for everybody. You can use it in pretty much any gaming system that's modern as well, and I think everybody will find it to be extremely exciting. I mean, I'm super stoked about it.
I mean, I'm ready. I've been like looking for the time and the money to like get your book in the first place because I've seen the PDF, but
I'm gonna mail it out to you. I just need to get your address.
I saw the unboxing for the physical book and it looks amazing.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm stoked. It's so like it's kind of weird. Like each version of it was cooler like than the other. So the paperback came in and I'm like, oh my gosh, the paperback, and I'm like nearly at tears. But there's nothing like the hardcover. There's nothing that'll be like that hardcover, and I still walk around holding it sometimes like a small child.
Yeah, unfortunately, all of my books are out of print. It's going to take me a while to reprint them.
I mean, out of print books sometimes are the best.
Hey, I'm going to go ahead and throw this warning out there. I don't know if you guys have been seeing these things pop up on Facebook or whatnot. It's called like Spines Publishing and certain other ones. I don't know if I'm allowed to call out any companies like that. Stop me, Goat, if I'm not allowed to. But there's these, they call them vanity publishers.
Yeah.
And
they can be an issue.
Oh, they take you. We like started talking. They were like, "Oh yeah, we could do all these things for you." And I'm like, "Oh, this all sounds really good." They're like, "But we need your firstborn child." I'm like, "Whoa, what? Okay, so you want me to go rob a bank to pay you to?" No, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, I was using Comics Wellspring, who's world-class comic book type of people, but they will do RPG books if that's what you want to do. Paperback. They recently shut down all their operations for some reason, and that sucks because they were the best. But they are gone now, so now I have to find a replacement for them.
Well, I have a worry as well. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say I need to make a side note that I have just added Bastets to my my vocabulary.
Yeah. My worry is like if I start talking to like a publisher, they're gonna want my proof. They're gonna want all my information. What's stopping them from just taking it and running with it with someone as small as me?
Or worse,
I'm terrified of that.
Well,
they would get sewered pretty hard if they did that.
So apparently I've heard like this is something that can happen. The publisher will come up to you, they'll be like, "Oh, this is a really great idea. We'd like to pay you for it." They'll give you the money and whatnot. They'll take everything from you and they'll have you signing NDA that you can't ever write something similar to it again. And then they will never release it and you're done forever, and they thought it was just too much competition for their own game.
Crap, that's worse. Holy Jesus.
That's
Yeah, something similar happened to me with Legendary Pictures. I've told this story before, but not to you guys. But so I made this Mecha versus Kaiju game, Titans of Fallen Earth. You might have heard of it, probably not. But so I was like, I reached out to Legendary Pictures, director of media, president of media operations, or whatever the title is. Because I was like, you know what? I'm doing this, but I could just make this a Pacific Rim game. There's no reason I can't just make it a Pacific Rim, like, official thing. There's no way they'll go for it. And he messaged me back, emailed me back, and it's like, yes, we are interested. In fact, we're very interested in making a Pacific Rim role-playing game. However, we have somebody that's doing that for us right now, so you're like 1 month too late. I'm like, oh. And I was like, it turned out several months later that they had hired Everyday Heroes to do that. If you guys heard of Everyday Heroes, they have a Pacific Rim module and a Rambo module, and basically anything that Legendary Pictures owns, they've released like some kind of D20 module for it. But yeah, that was a disappointment. I missed it by just a few weeks.
What fools don't they realize that game companies will pay movie studios to do licensed adaptations? Why are they paying people?
And then those guys kind of I don't know if they went out of business or just nobody bought their games, but they just kind of disappeared. Evil Genius were their names. Yeah, that was the company. So you might as well take the shot. I mean, if there's a big company, you might as well just email them and maybe you'll get lucky.
I don't know. I'd be
James,
terrified to do a franchise thing. Ugh.
I wanted to do Redwall, but I can't find out who owns Redwall, like the books. Apparently, it's owned by this elderly couple who lives in a flat in London, and they own the rights to Redwall, and they're not related to Brian Jakes. They just nobody knows who they are, and there's not like a company. It's like really convoluted and weird, but it's like impossible to get the license for it. And that's how a lot of things are. Some people just the license disappears, and you never know what happens to it.
well, that's why you have all sorts of other role-playing games out there that are little tiny furry creatures that are basically Redwall, but they're not Redwall.
Which is what I ended up doing.
That's one of the reasons why when I was developing Gun Craze, I wanted to kind of like I really feel for indie creators or creators that are looking for a new system, but not or they want to create for a system, but not necessarily an existing system that's already mainstream. They want to try something new. So I came out with my own version of a open gaming license that anybody could tack on to. It doesn't even ask if you're if you're an indie creator or a team of 10 or less. I don't ever ask anything from you except just to call out, hey, we're using the Gun Craze Action tabletop role-playing system in one line somewhere in the book. Other than that, you can run with it. That and that's I know that's super like premature, but it's also I do have a couple of people actually looking at it, which is awesome. The idea is just to take away that headache of actually developing a new game system for people that just want to create. They want to create those worlds like you were talking about earlier. The worlds. Some people are just pure world builders, and they can put so many things together. They just lack a system that can fit, what they need.
I actually ran across that while I was digging through a bunch of communities. There's the three types, and it's new concept to me that there are setting creators, there are system creators, and then there are the crazy people. But I wasn't used to the idea. Like, what is the
Wait. Hang on a second. Are you implying that there are game developers that are not crazy people?
Mathematically, they might exist.
It's a spectrum.
Well, my curiosity is it possible to sell one without the other? Is it possible to market one without the other? That would be... I've seen them back in the day with like the DX system. Savage Worlds tried it a bit. There are systems that do that, but they're really popular when they get started. Being an indie creator, wouldn't that just be like throwing another on the pile and getting lost in the chaos?
You talking about the system creators specifically?
And the settings, right? If you have a wonderful setting and you just need a system, that's basically you've authored a world. But how do you pitch that to somebody? And do you have to like cater to a particular, popular system in order to get out there? I don't know.
So I'm going to push back on the idea that system creators do well, because GURPS is popular, but not because the core book is popular. GURPS is popular because it's got GURPS Illuminati and GURPS Egypt and GURPS China and GURPS everything else under the sun.
So the setting sells the system. Okay.
People get the core book and then they get the setting they want. But if it weren't for that setting, nobody would play it. And Savage Worlds did okay until they started having Savage Worlds everything under the sun.
Okay. So it is a tiered system then.
Well, then you have someone like Macris, who did Venture Conquer King System 2. He made like 450 grand on Kickstarter, but that's a purely mathematical system creating guy. I think Acts 2 ostensibly has some kind of setting that's in the text, but it's like an implied setting, but the whole thing is just a system. That's all it is. But it got really popular. I don't know anyone who actually plays it, but it was really popular. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say is like I'd never heard the name, and how many people here had ever heard the name? Um,
So I actually have a system I've been working on for the last 7 years. It's just a universal system designed to replace other things. Came about because my local group bounced off a Shadowrun, so I made a system that could run it. And the big issue I've been finding at conventions is it is really hard to pitch a system without a setting.
yep.
Yeah, most
But
people
then,
will want the setting before the system itself.
Well, that's what I keep
Yeah.
telling people is that, like, yes, when it comes to actually running, pitch your system to GMs, pitch your world
yes,
to players. And the
Ooh.
problem is the GMs aren't going to buy it unless players want to play it.
yeah. Then on the other side, the idea of a setting without a system, like the OSR has proved that that works. Stuff like Hot Springs Island is, I think it's tied into one of the systems, but really nobody buys it for that. They just buy it because of the setting.
Lamentations of the Flame Princess has a lot of modules that are
Yeah.
mainly setting related, including a
Yeah,
poop module.
yeah. Well, how you roll the dice is always the least interesting part of a role playing game. All it
Yep.
has to do is not fall down. That's all the system has to do. If people like the idea of what you're doing in the game, then they'll accept almost anything. I mean, have you seen what's out there? I mean, I use a game with classes and levels, and even have race as class, that sort of thing, and people will go through the, page through the rule book and says, yeah, this has all been done before, and it's like, yeah, so I don't have to worry about it. I can do all this good stuff over here.
James, if you don't mind my asking, since a lot of people here are kind of new and in their first book and talking about how hard it is putting your first thing out yourself. Do you remember what that was like when you put out yours the very first time?
Yeah,
How you got over the the nerves?
Well, no, it wasn't nerves. It was, well, I thought I was scamming the Finnish government, because they had some program. Oh, to give some financial assistance for foreigners starting a business. And I was like, oh, I'll just tell them I'll do some role-playing books. And I just thought, I'd get 6 months of money and then won't have to get a real job for 6 more months. And I was, I thought, when I say I thought I was ripping them off, it's like I was going to make the role-playing books. I just didn't think that they would do anything. It's the idea that I wasn't intending to start a business. I was just trying to avoid getting a real job for 6 months. And then people liked it. And it was like, oh, shit. And then I put out something else, and people liked it. And I was like, oh, shit. And now here I am 17 years later, still don't know jack shit about running a business, and just kind of stumbling along. And every time I got to deal with taxes or this paperwork, it's like, oh, God. So yeah, I was tricked by the Finnish government into starting a business. It was like whether, and I had two things in development at the same time. One of them, another publisher was going to handle. They were going to handle the thing that I thought was going to be the masterpiece. And then I was going to release this stupid little dungeon adventure myself. Well, what happened was I was being so micromanaging how they should do the production of the one adventure that they said, you should just do it yourself. You have all these ideas. I was like, fine. And then I released the two things, and the stupid little dungeon adventure is the one that blows up, and the other one just kind of, it's fine. So I got no idea what people actually want. Even all these years later, I'm just lucky enough to have worked with some people who do have the finger on the pulse of humanity, and I just released my weird shit out the back door. And yeah, it's just as far as
Famous by accident.
yeah,
Man,
just
I don't know, like, you're griping about stuff I'm hoping to get to. I've got a ton of ideas for settings and worlds in my head, and I just want to get them out in the world. I got to get them out of my head, you know what I mean?
yeah.
And
Well,
the
that's the
business
thing.
can just proves it's a little bit of a success. I hope some of your stuff runs off of me.
Yeah, well, do the stuff you want. Assume nobody is going to care, but just do the thing to the best of your ability, so that even if absolutely nobody else cares, you can say, "I'm proud of how this turned out."
Oh yeah, I
And
can do
that
that.
We have a weird sorry, we have a weird drumming sound coming. I
Somebody's
think
typing heavy.
from whoever, yeah, whoever's typing, it's like causing a drumming
I
sound
hear,
in the
I
back.
hear a slinky or something that
Slinky.
sounds like a
yeah.
slinky. I don't know what that was.
I don't
I know
know.
what
I
that.
missed the
I know what
slinky
it was.
entirely.
The
Yeah, I don't
drumming
know.
Oh,
is
I don't even know
diving.
how
fidget
that.
spinner.
Yeah, that. Yeah, I 3D printed a fidget spinner. It's a little noisy, and I figured it'd be far enough that it wouldn't make noise. But anyway,
Well, I
my
didn't
bad.
notice that one. I honestly didn't even notice the drumming thing until it went on for a really long stretch at one point, and then I was like, "Am I hearing things?" Like
So
I thought it was, I thought I was hallucinating for a second.
I got a
Uh
question for all
oh,
you all. Sorry.
hang on 2 seconds because I missed a super chat earlier, and I've been scolded for it. Um, what is a non-cheesy way of acknowledging older creators? And do you have any unsung heroes?
I don't think
Discuss.
acknowledging older creators is cheesy in any way.
Oh no, Tracy and Laura Hickman they wrote several books for D&D. I follow them; they're amazing. Um, I Pharaoh, one of the D&D modules, AD&D Second Edition. If you, yeah, I'm super fans of them. If I could find a way to like take one of their characters and just like off name it in a book, they may never know about it, but I will.
That's the module that has his manifesto for Tracy Hickman Revolution in it. Is that right?
Pharaoh was just a series of the Desert of Desolation.
Because he published a module in which he put his 4 points of, you know,
I'll have to look.
RPG creation or something like that, and it turned into a big thing.
That's cool. I'll have to look that up. Like I said, it was one of the best modules. That it was like formative when I was a young dungeon master back in 2000. My very first game of D&D was actually as a dungeon master, and that broke me into role playing, and I was like stuck ever since. But I realized soon that D&D. I really love D20. That whole thing. I think it was wonderful how you could get all these expansions and people were just building and creating for it, and it was like this constant thing just building up. And then one day they were like, no, fourth edition. And I was like, what in the world is happening? And then even fifth, I don't like it. I mean, I'll play it if that's the only thing going on. But I really am not a fan of it. I unfortunately, as a culture, like hey, the new D&D game's out. Let's all go do that. New Warhammer game is out. Oh, let's do that. Whether the rules are good or bad, that's where you go and you suffer along the way.
Yeah.
But
I was really shocked when I did my Warhammer show the other day. Last week? Was it last week? Everyone I talked to ahead of time said, yeah, like they're turning out editions too fast. Like it's exhausting. I'm broke. Yada yada yada. And then I got on the stream, and they were all like, "Yeah, I'm still gonna buy it."
yes,
I'm like,
I
"You're
It's a
tired of
thing.
it. It's almost identical to 10. It's not offering you anything new, but you're gonna buy it anyway." They're like,
40K
"Yeah,
is one of the hardest drug.
huh?"
I said 40K is one of the hardest drug you can get. So.
Oh, that joke actually got made during the stream. They're like, "Get your kids into 40K, and then they'll never have money for drugs."
That's right. I have so many miniatures. I mean, I have an Emperor Titan right there.
Christ Almighty! Oh man,
Um,
that's an investment right there. That's awesome.
well, I built it. It's a hand. I built that. I have over like 2,600 miniatures. I don't know if I'm proud of that or not. It's yes.
The war against the gray, man. The war
Yeah.
against the gray.
Plastic crack. So now that's.
But what percentage of them are painted?
Oh my gosh! Listen.
Ah, got him! Got him!
I have a wall of shame, and it's not a shelf of shame. It's a wall of shame. It's up there somewhere, and Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the lore. Um, I think it's beautiful, but yeah, I think the rate is just too fast. I own probably 300 codexes because I freaking keep buying them, and they update the edition. I never even play that codex. I never get around to it. I actually haven't played since eighth. I buy all the stuff still, but
So,
gun craze is my life.
well, I was gonna say, so you have all these minis and you have all these codexes, and then you went and like made a minis game rather than play play the
Yeah.
ones you have.
Yeah, there's shortfalls, and since gun craze crosses over in every type of gaming, I'm going to make my own tabletop game. It's going to be more advanced than like one-page rules per se, but all the rules co together. They commingle, right? Your strength here in your role-playing game, you actually carries into the tabletop game, and et cetera, et cetera. It's all back and forth. It's this one giant system. It can do all the things.
You know, it was people like you that got me to create Cohort. It was the idea that there's always models and there's never the time to play them correctly with the current codex. And so I did kind of, as my first experiment, build a game called Cohort that's a skirmish game. Because I kept having my guys come over and they were like, here's my 40K, here's my fantasy, here's my D&D models. I was like, well, let's build something that uses any models. You know, that way the people who never actually complete their battle against the Grey, they got something to do with their models. It's a reason to paint.
Right.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
James Kermode Bear says you have the best success story ever. I never wanted to do this for real, but people liked what I made, so 17 years later.
He still doesn't want to do it.
Well,
A reluctant creator.
well, I've been
He
doing this
wants to do it.
17
He wants to do it
I've
so
been-
little that he came all the way to Gen Con.
Well, I've been doing this 17 years full time. About 5 of them have been good, and the rest, it's like I'm working for a living, and always and having that uncertainty. And oh God, is next month going to be the one the money runs out? And so there's no stability. It's the only advantage is I get to make stuff, and I don't have to be in an office at a certain time with a boss. But the actual being in charge of this thing it's constantly nerve-wracking because it's not at a level where I'm comfortable. I'm at a level where, yeah, it may all fall apart tomorrow. it, Constantly for years in that situation. And on one hand, I'm very, 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 very lucky that 17 years later it still hasn't fallen apart. But all that's essentially done is nothing lasts forever. And so what? Next month, next year, 5 years from now, it's going to fall apart and I'll be effectively unemployable because I haven't gone to a normal job in 17 years.
Actually, James, I have a question about the churn because you appear to be living in it, right? So I'm trying to support each new product I make. I've got plans for them and everything, but like it's adding up fast for my time. Like, is that just the perpetual engine I gotta live with, or I mean,
Yeah, well, I do badly on the hyping of stuff because, like, now I'm not on social media at all. I mean, I will do YouTube videos, but I'm not on social media at all anymore. So the day-to-day promotion is something I was never good at and now functionally don't do. And I've been trying to track how, the effect of that. And every convention I've done since getting off social media has done better, sometimes considerably better than last year. Direct orders, I guess I'll find out when the new book is out sometime in the next month. But yeah, I mean, as far I send stuff to reviewers, and I talk about it for a video or two on YouTube, and then that's it for promotion on a book, which is horrible. But I see how other people promote their stuff, and I just want to first gouge my eyes out looking at their advertisement and promotional material, and then I want to gouge their eyes out for doing it to me. So I don't know how to promote stuff in a way that doesn't come across as dog shit, because the last thing anyone needs to see on the internet is another fucking advertisement.
Well,
So,
I'm beginning to see why you and Grim get along so well.
we all
yeah,
we
You
all
have a
know
lot
what.
of the same stuff.
I love promoting my stuff. I promote my books all the time, all day, every day.
Oop, we lost somebody.
I've probably made 100 posts on X alone this year about my stuff. I love doing that shit.
I
People
love.
like it.
I mean, I'll answer questions all day and night long because people are interested and they're coming to me. But even at the conventions, like at Gen Con, I have a catalog I pass out. That's the promotion I do. I print out a bunch of catalogs and just pass them out to, catalogs and a bit of game material in them, and then pass them out to absolutely anybody who will take one, passing by. Hopefully, a couple of them will actually look at them and not just throw them away at the first instance, and maybe they'll say, "Oh, this looks interesting." I mean, I used to be part of Free RPG Day until they disinvited me, and that was always good for promotion. It's just like, oh,
Part of the
God,
challenge for most of us is that we're one person, two person, if we're lucky, three-person shops. So do the stuff that that makes your heart sing, and I know people who really love going over their stuff with a fine-tooth comb and finding all those typos and all those places where they typed the when they meant they. Like that's not for
That would be
me.
me.
Right. So I hire people like you when because that's not what I want to concentrate on. Similarly with promotion, right? A lot of people hate
I,
doing it. I get it. But there are people who don't hate doing it. Bring them in. Let them do what they love, right? We don't have
yeah,
to do absolutely everything, right? I don't hand mold all the pieces in my games. I'm not Justin Sirwa, right? I'm not making everything by hand. I go to a printer, or whatever it is, right? So there's no shame in saying, I don't like this, I'm not good at it, I'm going to let somebody else do it for me.
I
yeah,
tell
but
Jim all the
then
time he needs somebody to do the peopling for him.
yeah, well, I hired an assistant for Ropicon, the Finnish convention. It was the week before Gen Con. And because I just couldn't be bothered. And so just sitting there at the table while he's schmoozing with everyone, I'm just like, okay, either you're a space alien or I am. Because how the hell do you just talk to people? And then they stop and they're talking to you and you're having a conversation. I'm just looking at this.
You
Like,
know,
oh
it,
God, it's uncomfortable to watch.
some people are introverts, some people are extroverts.
Yeah.
It's what makes the world go round, right?
Yeah.
You're
I don't
definitely
mind
a
talking to
space alien.
people. So
And then
I'm in.
there's the problem, like I don't know how to do any of this. It's all brand new to me, so I don't know who to contact, who would be good, what the pricing's like.
well,
It's
you're in the right you're in the right room
uh,
Let's
to ask
let's
questions.
let's take a break on that one though, because we've gotten kind of far off field from what we are here for.
oh yeah.
And I did say that at 5 o'clock I was going to replay the intro for the RCRF information, and just remind everyone that we are in fact fundraising for the organization, and we still have a ton of giveaways to do. So, put on your speed reading glasses. All right, there's all your legalese. And a reminder that I am not officially affiliated with the organization. I'm just doing this because it matters to me. I spend a lot of time trying to support indie creators, and they are also supporting indie creators. So I want to
Community. You want to build
I
community.
want to make sure that they do well. Tim had to bounce out. Martin had to go walk his dog. They will be back later. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being here.
So I've got a dumb question. Pinned on the chat and the YouTube on the YouTube channel is a link for designers to join the panel, but I'm not seeing anywhere, a link to the actual charity where people would donate.
Eraser has been dropping in the chat every bit. He may be driving home at the moment, so that may be causing issues in that. So I will make that happen.
And Grim had to go because he was really hot. Is that right?
I mean, there are so many jokes there, but yes.
Does someone need to
Good night, everybody.
send him an air conditioner? Like, does he not?
Yeah, well, Europeans don't believe in that sort of thing for some reason.
I mean, just for the record, I'm definitely from the U.S. and I also don't believe in those things. So
They exist. I've seen them.
Without them, I would die. So yeah, that's where I live.
Well, you see, the issue is that I have a farm, which means I have to go outdoors frequently. And I have experienced firsthand the fact that having an air conditioner indoors just makes it harder to go outdoors. And that I'm really just better off having a well-insulated house with insulated curtains that I keep closed during the daytime. I haven't even driven a car that had air conditioning in the last 3 vehicles, I think.
See, now it seems like you're making a personal statement more than just.
Yeah, I keep wondering if you just live in the wilderness like some sort of crazed hermit now.
I would love to live in the wilderness like some crazed hermit. Unfortunately, I married a guy who's I don't know, he likes people or something. he requires regular social activity. It's weird. I on the other hand leave the house once a week to go buy grain for the goats. That is literally
Goat socializing. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, they shut us down during
Disney
COVID.
princess. Yeah, learn to be a Disney princess. You never have to leave the house. Your friends will just come to you.
Ooh, goat singing. I like that
them.
idea.
I still have to feed them. No, trust me. If you heard, you would not like that idea if you heard me. Oh, Tank Ferret, I'm sorry. That sucks.
Yeah, 20 years is a fairly old cat, but yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, it never gets any easier, though. I had one that was nice. They told me she was going to be a really short-lived cat because she was weaned way too young, and she lived to 19, and it was still awful. But I'm so sorry, Ferret.
Oh.
Yeah, I know she had a good run, but it's not easier. It's still not easier for the people. So, we were talking about the getting things started. Hat, you were saying you didn't even. Do you know what it is you don't know? To paraphrase a certain politician from ages ago.
God, no. I'm learning as I'm going. That's why I'm taking every job I can, working with as many people as I can, because every time I do that, there's an oh yeah shit moment because there's something I missed or didn't understand. When I first started trying to put my ideas together, I was doing it in Word. And here we are a year later, and I found out that there's publishing software. That's new, and working with people teaches you how to edit, format, layout, the whole shebang. Marketing is just something that's newest on the docket. I know there's going to be more. I just have no idea what it's going to be.
Right. And really, it just depends on none of us want to do it. Right? You're going to focus on stuff. Right? You create an RPG, great, but do you want to have your RPG also run on a VTT? Now it means you're going to create what, a JSON, audio files, backgrounds, imagery, right? I mean, I'm I'm blessed to be good at a lot of things, but I'm not really great at anything. So, it, you just
I'm kind of
pick
hoping to
pick
get there. Actually,
pick
that's
pick pick
that's
and
the
choose
goal.
your battles. Well, I suspect I'm a little older
Uh,
than you
I'm an avatar online. That's how old I am.
are.
So
Yeah, fair enough.
no,
Fair enough.
the thing with growing a business from scratch, because I'm literally starting this out of my home. It's just me. I'm on solo. I'm getting
Yeah.
started. I'm learning everything I can. It's just that, like I mentioned, it's okay. Well, now there's this marketing thing. Well, now it's going to be taxes, and now it's going to be this. I'm willing
Mm,
to learn. Just they keep coming up and hit me in the face instead of shaking
so
my hand. You know.
So, regardless of what industry you're in, there are a lot of good resources wherever you are for entrepreneurs, and that's and small business entrepreneurs, and that's definitely something to look at, especially for something like taxes. For God's sakes, don't take your tax advice from RPG creators, um, right? Um, you know,
Especially if it involves ripping off the Finnish government.
yes, right. Um, there's a story. Um, but also one of the things, and I mean, I'm sure that James' mileage varies on this. Like I work much better when there is someone else in orbit around the project, someone that I can say that I can be accountable to. Even if they don't work for me or I don't work for them, someone that I can say, "Hey, I'm working on this, and I'm hoping to have a draft done by Friday. If I get it to you by Saturday, can you take a look at it and give me some feedback?" Right? Because otherwise, all you're hearing is the sound of your own voice, sometimes literally, over and over and over again. And it's just good to have, right? Because I write stuff and I think, well, that's clear as a bell, and I hand it off to someone and say, "How fabulous is that?" And they say, "I have no idea what you're talking about. Are these rules? Is this a fairy tale? What is this?"
No, I
So
get that 100% because I have such an isolated testing group, and I don't have a sounding board for my business. It's fresh over here. So finding that accountability, I do okay with it, but there's got to be something I'm missing. That's the paranoia striking. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I mean, pick a community that works for you, or multiple communities, and stick with it. Both physical. I mean, I like actual meet space FaceTime with people, but also there are a lot of great people that I get to work with thanks to the internet who are miles and miles and miles away. Where are you located, if you don't mind my asking, an avatar on the internet?
Ah, yes, I'm in Arizona. So
All
that's the
right,
air conditioner reference.
with the air
So
conditioning reference, right?
we have
Hey,
a.
Hat,
Oh,
since
oh,
since since the conversation is centered around your topic, I'm leaving you in charge for a second.
oh
I
shit.
need I need more fluids.
Okay. All right, we're doomed. Uh, as far as it goes, the gaming community out here for a lot of things is strong, but it does meet all the tropes. There's 40k, there's WotC, and then there's find a table if you can. That's part of it. But over the years, I have been able to foster regular gamers, but not a lot of regular reviewers or editors or people who are more active in the business. I've got a tiny group in real life. Discord has been a saving grace for a
Sure,
lot of
because you
this.
can build a community that way. Are you part of Rising Tide on Discord, for example?
I don't know what that is.
The saying, right? A rising tide raises all boats.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's TTRPG Rising Tide. It's a co-working, co-promotion. It's a little bit kumbaya every once in a while. Like, that's an amazing idea. That's an amazing. No, seriously, I want real feedback. But it's really useful. It's a great place to make connections. Um, Let me see. I can probably jump around and put a link in the chat somewhere if somebody else can't do it. Um, but there are all sorts of communities that I pick and choose the ones that I'm part of. Tristan and Jonah Fishel run one on school, which is very nice. But it really depends on what you're looking for. But there's a whole bunch of them on Discord, right? There are specific genre ones, horror ones, board game ones. I mean, whatever you're doing, you can find a group of people who are at least 5 minutes down the road from where you are. So they're taking the heat first.
All right, I've got some notes here I'm writing down, so I'm going to keep track of that. That's always useful. More is always better, as far as I'm
Yep.
concerned.
Yep.
But like the other thing we have here as part of this is that I've noticed that it's easy to find players who are interested in having a conversation. The designers I've run across come in like two camps. There's the people who are very secretive about what they're doing, and they won't give you any information, and they don't want to work with you, and like even if it's like, hey, how does this single game mechanic work, or why did you pick the first setting? It's like pulling teeth. Then they got the other guys who are, I guess, more like me. I don't know. I never knew, but they are willing to give away their games for free online. I kind of feel weird about it because, like, I was talking to a guy on Reddit the other day, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I like your idea. Here's my 600-page rulebook, finalized, ready for print." He just linked it to me. I was like, I don't know how to feel about this.
Well, I mean, the first thing I think is to, obviously you say thank you, and then you say to him, what do you want? What do you want me to do with this? What do you expect me to do with this? Right? I mean, this is great inspiration, but I don't want to rip off your ideas, right? I mean,
right.
do you have an OGL on this? Is this an open gaming license? Can anybody use it? Are you just giving me inspiration? Where are we going with this? So I think that there are a lot of people who hand off material when what they ought to be handing off is material and conversation. And a little bit of a little bit both.
All right, so like
useful.
I should be finding a camp and getting in it then. I don't want to spam anybody with my crazy ideas, but I want to learn from what they have. That's kind of the focus. So those conversations do tend to be a bit awkward in either direction. Maybe I just haven't found the right crowd yet.
I mean, it's the gaming world, right? We're all somewhere on the, the spectrum, the social awkward, it's going to be, some conversation is going to be with someone is going to be some kind of awkward in one way or another. Sometimes it's the awkward of, oh my God, I just made my new best friend for life. How the hell did that happen?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Right? But also, I mean, do you have the opportunity to get out into real, outside of your, like, I mean, did you go to Gen Con? Do you go to Origins? Do you go to, I mean, anyone, Game Hole? I mean, any of them? PAX?
I plan on it. Unfortunately, I'm sort of stuck where I'm at right now due to circumstances.
Okay.
It's a plan for the future, and I know those. Like, I wanted to go to Origins again because you learn a lot from the people that make the stuff at Origins, and of course, Gen Con's a thing. But my local gaming
it is a thing.
Awkward, so it's planned. I'm just broke, and I don't get out much. So
is the North Texas convention closer to you, Hat?
Texas is a ways away. It's just a matter of real life circumstances, like me.
No. I understand that, but in the grand scheme of things, because the North Texas convention I think is getting really big, and if that was closer for you than some of the others, I didn't know if that was if it was a better market for you.
There's the closest one I got that I want to go to is Phoenix Fan Fusion. That's getting pretty big, so I'm hoping to grab some tables there and show off my product, because that's got to get some sort of eyeballs on the product.
Convince them they need a special guest goat.
Ooh, okay. You know what?
Don't make other people do your marketing for you, Goat. That's not nice.
But Goat comes with alcohol. I'll just take all of her alcohol. I mean,
all right, fine.
There'll be an exchange.
Yeah, I was actually going to say it's after 5 o'clock, so I have now moved from seltzer water to highballs.
Hey, Eric. I see in the chat here, I wish someone would write a free guide on how to market a TTRPG. Let me Google that for you. There are like 11 out there, 20, 40. Now, are some of, are like, most of the stuff on the internet, right? 90% of it is crap. But they're out there, my friend. I swear to you. Launch Boom has one. Royal Scroll Media has one. Tama has them. They're out there. Just take a look for them.
Wait a minute. I have a question. If I'm not supposed to get other people to do my marketing for me, does that mean I shouldn't be doing other people's marketing for them?
No, you should definitely be doing other people's
Yeah,
marketing. For me, thank you very much.
promote me.
Yes, really, Eric. There are some
Because if
definitely
that's the case, I'm sorry. We got to go, guys. So I got to shut
Yeah.
this down.
What
they-
somebody
some-
needs
some-
to
some good
do
ones.
is
But also, Eric, I mean, I know the internet culture is like information wants to be free, but don't forget the age-old maxim of you get what you pay for, right? That's I mean, there's no guarantee that a paid one is better, but you know,
Eric, I did a series of shorts called Goat's Notes. They're not always marketing. A lot of them are on editing stuff, but there are a couple of like things that will lead into better marketing. And they're up for free on the website. You're welcome to take a look at them, and hopefully at least one of them will be useful. They're only about 2 minutes a piece, so it's not like it would take up a ton of your time. But everybody's welcome to use them if they're helpful.
so
And
Eric,
somebody,
I'm not picking on you, but the problem with quality and validity is that one person's meat is another person's poison. There isn't if there was an absolute roadmap to marketing your whatever it is, your role playing game, your car, your right. I would follow it, but what works for me may not necessarily work for you. So you got to sort of read through a bunch of them and pick and choose and create your own validity.
Yeah, I mean, there's tried and true, known working strategies that like corporations use for marketing, but I find most of those to be cringeworthy, fake, trite. I don't like using them. I like to do things my way. Would I get more people if I use the corpo LinkedIn style of marketing? It's like, probably, but I can't bring myself to do it. It seems like that's not who I am. Like it's totally fake to me. But that's just
So,
me.
James,
The-
how have you said that you're terrible at marketing, so how have you been so successful? Is it just because you're like so niche and out there that you kind of naturally attract attention, do you think? Or
well, yeah. The first step of marketing, I would think, is having a product that you can like stand behind 100% and say you can't get this shit anywhere else. You got to come to me. Because I mean, people were coming, people who had never heard of Lamentations of the Flame Princess were showing up at the Gen Con booth this past weekend, and they'd ask, "What's different about this? Why should I pay any attention to this?" And it's like confrontational thing, and then it's just like, oh, that I get to sit up straight and say, okay, this I can handle. And I just say, well, the shit you see on this table is better than anything you're going to see anywhere in this hall, and nowhere in this hall is anything being done like this. And I can say that without bullshitting anyone. Of course, quality is going to be, subjective as to what you think is best. But the fact that I can say that and I fucking mean it, that's like an important first step. I'm not. The thing I do, there's like some other companies doing the similar sort of thing now, but then there's like, okay, well, how do I get around that? And so I've got so I put little things on the table for the convention so people pass by. I mentioned the internet is bad for you sign. That starts a lot of conversation, and then they want to know, well, what are you doing here with that, what is this stuff on the table if it's got nothing to do with the sign? And then I've got another one. I wish I'd unpacked. I still haven't unpacked the suitcases, but I've got another little sign that's got like Matt Mercer crossed out, and then it says like no AI, no fun, no trends, no Borg. And each and every one of those things, people start asking me questions. What's wrong with Matt Mercer? What do you mean no fun? Isn't that what games are for? But it's like gimmicks. I come up with a million gimmicks. Even the catalog. the catalog with the gaming material, and I'm passing those out because it's like, okay, I don't want to just talk to people. So I put out the vibes out there so they come to me. Not necessarily because they know or are interested in the games yet, but just all this other noise that it's like, okay, they're going to start talking to me about something that I already have rehearsed what I'm going to say about it because that's why I set this shit up. And some of that doesn't convert to sales. Other times people are like, oh, well, that's interesting. And no shit, this guy claimed to have never heard of Lamentations before and then drops over $500 in a purchase. And even I'm thinking, oh, God, I hope he knows what he's doing.
So you kind of draw people in. Your covers are very striking, at least the ones I have seen. Do you mind if I ask who does your covers?
Well, it depends on the book. Yannick Bouchard does a lot of them. He's annoying now because he's in demand and popular, so I got to book him months in advance rather than when it used to be, hey, can you have something done next week? Sure. Now he's got this big head and success where he has to schedule, the son of a bitch.
So
Yeah,
so the covers get them to pick the book up, and then you've got the quality and the name behind and the history behind your.
well, again, that doesn't mean anything to someone that doesn't know what it is. Because if they already know what it is, if they know the history and the quality, then I don't have to worry about marketing to them. They've already made a decision. It's the brand new people. That's why I get on the plane and go to these conventions. It's like nice that people put the money down, but I'm more interested in getting new people. That's the point of going to the people instead of just sitting here waiting for orders to come in on the internet. And because I'm not good at the cold approach, and because I take it personally, every rejection I take personally. Someone that asks about stuff, and then you see it in their eyes where they, zone out. Oh, this isn't for me. It's like I take that personally. Trying to pass out the catalogs, the people that don't want them. I take that personally. Worse yet, they take the catalog, look through it, and hand it back. And it's just like, oh, I want to, curl into a ball and die. Fuck. Just take the thing. Be polite and take the no. They've given it back. So,
but not everybody is for everything, right? Not everything's for everybody, and listen, like I do live theater, and you can see people getting up and walking out, and you have to sort of say, thanks for coming. Sorry, it wasn't what you thought it was.
yeah.
Noir Frequency would like to know how you handle that rejection in person at conventions.
I just sit there and feel like shit until the next sale, literally. And then it's because this isn't a problem at Gen Con because there's so many people, but some of these conventions that I do okay at, I can still be sitting there at the table and nobody will even approach the table for like an hour. And so I get it going through my head. Oh my God, that I've already made the last sale I will ever make in my life. This is going to be absolute ruin now. I'll never make another penny in this business. No one's coming near me.
I can't be that way about it. I can't.
And then someone shows up and they spend money on a thing, and suddenly I'm fine. It's literally whatever's gone on in the last 5 minutes is how I feel about money.
So before I had to give up my, what I used to call the real world career, I spent 24 years working in the mental health field, and you would have what we would refer to as catastrophic thinking.
Oh yes, I've been medicated for like mental things in the past few years. Yeah.
Catastrophic thinking is not necessarily a mental health thing. It's just a thing certain people do.
Right, spiraling into the darkness.
Yeah, it's
or anxiety. Yeah.
Yeah, right, sure.
Anxious people tend to do it more often than depressed people, actually.
And the one thing I did for Gen Con that was smart, I record all my sales like manually with a pen in a logbook. And thank goodness my old logbook was done. So when I was at Gen Con, I didn't have access to the last year's or previous year's sales information, because what I do is I obsessively look at, how have I sold this year's Thursday versus last year's Thursday? Oh my God, wait, I haven't made as much sales by 3 p.m. yet. Oh my God, this is going to be, I do that. This year I couldn't because I didn't bring last year's information. And as it turns out, I've did very well, but I didn't worry about it.
You did very well. I mean, you may have done very well financially, but you also did very well by your own, mental health, right? Yeah. Now you've learned something, right? When you go to something like this, leave that crap at home. Leave last year's crap at home.
Well, the
let me tell
problem
you.
with that is I would have to bring a new logbook to every convention, and that's going to start piling up.
Oh.
That's what loose leaf paper is for. That's what tablets are for. That's what digital is for. There are ways to solve this problem.
Yeah.
So my mother owns a specialty greenhouse.
Mhm.
She has tried leaving the logbooks at home and not having that stuff. And she's discovered that all that happens is she gets anxious ahead of time and memorizes them. So she does it anyway. I think Tank Ferret has a wonderful bit here that I think all of you should tattoo on your foreheads. Baskin Robbins doesn't have 31 flavors because we all agree on things.
That's fair.
Yeah, right. That's as they say. That's why they can have horse races.
Somebody who plays Toon is unlikely to be into Lamentations of the Space Princess. And
Well-
honestly, do you want someone who plays like My Little Pony interested in Lamentations of the Flame Princess?
Well, actually, yes.
Yes, right?
Yes.
Of course.
Because what happens when someone comes to the table and focuses on only the fucked up shit? It's like they're there and it's like, oh, Curse of the Daughter Brides, that looks wild. Oh, Don't Fuck the Priest, oh, that looks screwed up. Oh, Fecal Lands, is that real poo on the cover? I start thinking, oh my God, is this person some sort of psycho for being interested in what we've got on the table and giving attention to the things that I've done to get attention? I'm thinking, oh God, what kind of person is this? Oh God. So I'm because of course I'm interested in these things in a pure entertainment way, and I'm into them the right way. But what if somebody's into them the wrong way? And it's like, shut up, stop it, Jim. That's
Nobody wants to play it because I'd be running Lamentations of the Flame Princess modules in. He's talking about My Little Pony.
Oh man. So speaking on psychosis, I have a question. Then I'm trying to
Speaking of
balance.
psychosis,
I'm trying to balance my budget, right? But I'm trying to focus mentally on outreach. The whole idea is I want my ideas to get in the world. I want that to be my primary. It's naive, and I understand it is because I need to pay the bills at the end of the month, right? But am I crazy for thinking that it's better to get my ideas in the world, especially when I'm starting out, and then they'll aggregate cash, or should I focus on every sale?
I mean,
how do
my
you
personal
focus on every sale?
yeah, you've got to have sales, and people have to know you exist in order for that to.
It's a catch-22 for someone like me, right? So
Well, I mean,
Well, no, it's not. I mean, first of all,
sorry,
you're
go
not
ahead.
you're not on nearly enough social media stuff. I don't know. I mean, you probably don't want to be on Twitter, but like Substack might do well for you. Post snippets, post like what went into certain things. Like people like stories. Tell them a story about the game creation. Tell them a story about how you came up with the character. Tell them
Right, and do the first ones free, right? Here's the way cool whatever it is, task resolution system that I created.
quick starts are the bomb.
Quick starts are the bomb, right?
Okay.
So right, here's the task resolution system and a couple of pre-generated characters and a 3-page adventure. Now they don't know how to create characters, but they do know enough to get through this adventure, but they can't, advance beyond it. But if they like the world, or they like the resolution system, or they like the whatever it is. My problem is I really like creating character creation systems, and and you can't really put a character creation system out there and not like a task resolution system, a combat system, whatever you want, whatever, however you want to call it. But it does work real well the other way.
Okay.
I think one of the reasons that Grimm's Kickstarter did so well was because he put the sneak peek of the rules out. He put it on his website. He put it on DriveThruRPG. And a lot of people that asked me questions, I was like, I can't answer that. Here's the sneak peek link. Go look at it. I didn't even know what was in it because I edited the first book, and therefore I didn't feel the need to look at the sneak peek rules. But a lot of those people then went on to back it. Speaking of which, I should find out how he's doing.
All right, so the whole idea then is that obviously quick start rules. Yes, I agree. That would be awesome to put out. And I should do that starting today. I should probably get that done. But what about the devlogs? Like, aren't those catering to just other creators? I don't know how those would attract customers. You know what I mean? Am I crazy?
People like inside baseball, right? This is why people watch behind the scenes stuff, whether it's movie making or all sorts of stuff. Like people for the most part do want to know how the sausage is made. Go read Monty Cook's Substack. To sort of, he's got a sort of a perfect balance of, this is the lofty thing that I'm thinking about here in my ivory tower, and by the way, this is also a marketing pitch, and you didn't even really realize it.
All right,
I would think though, when you're looking around at things like that, don't just look for things to copy. Look for something that inspires something in you. Because if you look at somebody's blog or devlog and you think, oh, that reminds me of a story I have about my thing, that's what you tell. If you're just reading, other people's stuff, and you're not feeling anything from it, and then you just start doing that sort of thing because you think you're supposed to, I think people are going to see through it.
That's fair enough. I think if I did put out something, it would have to come from the passion I've got, right? Because I'm in the moment, and that's what I'd want to post, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's a cool mechanic I came up with. We're testing it now. Here's a cool story setting I want to add to the new book that's coming out in 6 months. That's what I want to post. Is that right?
Sure. I really think post enthusiasm is probably the most important part, right? People can tell when you are writing something that you feel like you ought to be writing, whether you were writing something that you have to write because it's going to push its way out of you one way or the other. And the stuff that most people gravitate towards is the stuff that you're passionate about. So don't worry about, like, is this a smart marketing thing, right? Matt Dinneman didn't write Dungeon Crawler Carl because he wanted to make a kajillion dollars and spawn a pocket industry. He wrote it because he loved the characters.
All right, I think I'm barking up the right tree. Guys, I've got to get going, and I appreciate you even having me on here. This has been really educational. So, thank you, everyone.
We all rise together.
You are very, very right. And so Rising Tide RPG, TTRPG Rising Tide on Discord.
I'm going there next. So.
Feel free to reach out to. I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but feel free to reach out to me, offline. The 7-Minute GM, or you can find me on, Facebook, Discord, blah 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 blah. It's all 7-Minute GM wherever I am. So blue sky.
Okay. I'll go ahead and reach out. Sounds great.
Please do.
This is excellent timing because I got some stuff in the chat. Do. Now I have to find it. Goofus the Doofus sent another super chat. Can we cast the summon spell from Lamentations of the Flame Princess, Rules and Magic, and raffle off the result?
I will do that if Goofus can tell me how many fingers I'm holding up right now.
Do I get to at least put you on full screen? I mean, that only seems fair.
I feel like
No,
this
no
is a
mistake.
I feel like this is a trick question, and we can't see your other hand, Jim.
It's a big number. It seems hard to count too. So
Yeah.
I mean, I sort of expected it was going to be a different number of fingers. Let's just.
Yeah, but what would it matter? I mean, you sound like you get the joke here, but
Oh, I got the joke, yes.
oh yeah. So what's it matter how many fingers I get?
Because it would have been funnier for everyone else
Yeah, but
who
that was
didn't get
really for
who didn't get the joke.
that was for an audience of one.
All right. So, just a reminder to everyone who might have popped in. Actually, maybe I should save this a little bit because Chinwag will be getting out soon. So maybe I should wait 15 minutes and do it then. I am, however, gonna remind everyone that the blind auction is still up. Limited edition flask. You email your bids to Simon. The highest two bidders will be notified in a couple of days. Make a donation to the RCRF for the amount that you agreed on. Flask gets mailed to you. Doesn't matter where in the world you are. Speak of the devil.
So, limited edition eclectic goat branded flask, which my shitty camera isn't going to show very well, but it's got the eclectic goat's picture on the flask. It's hand
I got
stitched.
my mug on a flask.
Hand stitched with thread. Yeah. So we're here raising money for the Role Playing Game Creators Relief Fund, and if you would like to get your hands on one of these very, very limited flasks, there are only 3 of them ever being made. One of them is going to the Eclectic Goat, the other 2 are up for grabs. You can email a bid in a blind auction to me at simon@ectmagic.com, and essentially the way it works is you send me how much you would like to pay for this, and the highest 2 bidders will be notified in a couple of days, after which I will ask them to make a donation to the Role Playing Game Creators Relief Fund and screenshot their donation. They send that to me and I post them the flask. It's nice and simple. I will email anyone who's bid who doesn't win as well, so you'll get notified either way. This is in addition to any donations that you make otherwise, like during the stream. Obviously, go and donate now if you can, because we're here to raise money. But you can also bid on these fantastic flasks.
Sweet. I'm going to pop this up too because I don't think people got a real chance to look at it. I think I can actually.
And you can.
Yes.
There it is.
That image there is AI generated. I put a photo of this one that I'm holding
Shh, don't admit that.
into ChatGPT and was like, make a poster with this information. So ignore that and look at the one that I had on camera, because that's actually the one. The
But
color
all of the
picture,
steps are important. So
yeah, the color of the leather in that picture is actually the kind of color that this leather will go if you leave it in sunlight. It develops a patina. It's vegetable tanned leather, which is like good quality stuff.
Nice.
And it'll develop a patina over time. It'll look really nice and aged after a while. Leave it in the sun. Put some vegetable oil or olive oil on it as well. That makes it develop a patina quicker. If you want it to look like you've had it for 20 years but it's still in really good shape, that's how you go about that. Only 2 bids received so far, so you know, anyone that would like to bid on it, there's a fairly good chance that you will be the high bid.
yeah,
If you
donate
want
a reasonable amount of money for a tooled leather flask, and you're probably getting one.
Yeah, it's this is handcrafted stuff by an expert craftsman. I do this stuff for my job. I'm not a role-playing game creator. I'm a leather worker.
You're an everything else creator.
Yeah, I mean, I do make role-playing games, but not for a living, and not for anyone to actually play.
Didn't you say on one of my streams you do like magic stuff? Like you make magic tricks or something?
Yeah, I make magic tricks. I'm a magician. I'm doing the lighting at a theatre show tomorrow.
And
I do lots of things, but
as do so many of us.
yeah.
James' fingers were fuzzy. I think he's an AI.
I may be artificial, but I am not intelligent.
Anyway, with that, I'm gonna get off camera again. But everyone go and donate some money. Everyone bid on one of these flasks by emailing simon@ectmagic.com, and everyone go and back Grimm's Kickstarter because we want to get him over like $1 million.
You just want him to have to shave his beard.
Well, that too, but I'd have to shave mine, and that's not a prospect I'm looking forward to.
Mm. Don't make promises you don't want to keep.
Yeah, I'll do it for money. Doesn't have to be money for me.
I was going to say it'd be money you're not even getting.
No, but it's for a good cause. I don't care about money for myself. I care about money being spent on good stuff, like this flask.
But yes, all donations to the RPG Creator Relief Fund. Just a reminder, the Bad Toads are donating copies of their game. So therefore, anybody who donates over the course of the evening is going to get a copy of their MM&M game, which is Merc's Something in Magicians. Shoot. I'm so bad with names. Somebody look it up for me. That, by the way, is, I think, the PDF book game I am currently halfway through. If you donate $10 or more, you will also get a copy of Whitechester by Grim Jim. I have been told, apparently, it's a good solo game. I've only played with other players. Sorry, it showed up that I had a whole bunch of chats, but then I apparently don't have a whole bunch of chats. So, and what am I forgetting?
I have to be somewhere else in 10 minutes, so I want to get some a little bit of off-camera time. This runs until 9 p.m. If I can, I'll stop back in towards the wrap up.
Excellent, thank you very much, and thanks for all your thoughts on those questions.
You can't get it. It's a gift. No, I'm happy to help. I really do. The rising tide thing is very, very important to me, which is why this fundraiser is so important to me, and I'm just happy to be a teeny little part of it, and and all of that. All right, so good night, everyone. Perhaps I'll see you later.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
So for anybody, sorry, go ahead.
I've already got my furry avatar in the works. The coloring is being done now. It'll be done soon.
Very nice.
If anyone, I'm trying to figure out a way to give out my latest book, which is Titans of Fallen Earth, Mecha versus Kaiju Action. I don't know how. I know how to give it away. Obviously, I would need email addresses, and I would just email the complimentary copy. But what tier should we set that at? Maybe the retail price is $12.99. Thinking maybe a $10 donation.
Well, we've got the Whitechester thing for the $10. I've got two more. Well, probably one more actually. Copy of Whitechester. I think I've had four donations over $50. So, or maybe 3. Darn it! I've stopped taking notes effectively. Well, if your regular price is $12, do you want to say anybody who does $15 or more? I mean,
sure, yeah. I'll throw.
Otherwise, I might as well just buy the book from you and donate it.
well, it's the digital right now, or again out of print. But I'll throw in the soundtrack. I can throw in the soundtrack. We did a full custom soundtrack for the game, so I can put
Sweet.
that in there.
Do you have a link that I can show pictures?
Sure. I can send the drive-through RPG link in the private chat.
We can do that.
Here's the product. Oh, that's just our latest book. We have 4 other books, but our other books are D&D or D&D adjacent. This is our own system, the first time ever making our own system.
Sweet.
Well, let me paste it. Well, let me paste it.
Because computers will make our lives easier any day now, honest.
How do I send it to you?
It heard James say that the internet is bad for you and it's sulking.
There. That should work. Maybe.
That did work.
There's a trailer
All
as
right.
well.
Copy link address.
We specialize in trailers and videos too. Got tons of those on our YouTube.
Sorry, it has to perform a security verification despite the fact that I was here 20 minutes ago.
Oh, it did not. By the way, I bought James Radji's Kaiju adjacent adventure. If he even remembers making it. Do you remember that, James?
Mine?
Yes, yours.
Kaiju adjacent. I know we published Earth Incubation Crisis, but
That's what it was. That's what I
Okay.
bought. It was advertised as having kaiju or some kind of mecha
Yeah.
thing in it.
It's confusing me because the things I published that I didn't write, I don't consider mine. So when you say you got my thing, I was like, did I write something I forgot?
Does it
How
not
many-
have-
How many books have you put out?
It's including reprints and things, or new editions, over 100 at this point.
How many individual books do you think?
Hold on, I can. Where would I look?
He has a catalog for that.
Yeah.
Brochure.
Where am I looking? Where am I looking? Come on.
In this case, it's not how many books you have in your collection, it's how many you publish, and the answer is the same. I don't know.
Well, I've got. It's 12 plus. Well, I've got almost 140 product codes, but again, some of those are collections and not just reprints, but like changing soft cover to hardcover editions. So, I don't know, a bunch.
Somebody is super popular. I'm so jealous.
Clearly not me.
So, I don't know. So what do you think of the Earth Incubation Crisis, since you brought it up?
Oh, you're talking to me.
Yes.
I'll share my thoughts privately. I don't think it's.
Uh-oh. He either really didn't like it or he liked it a little too much.
Yeah. Well, there is an illustration in there that it does that it does bring up a philosophical point. children are not able to consent. Corpses are not able to consent. So if a child interferes with a corpse, who is the victim?
That is quite the conversation piece.
I only bought it because it said it was about kaiju and mecha, and I was making my kaiju mecha game, so I was buying everything that had to do with that. I bought James Pond Smith's Mechton stuff. I bought everything. I bought all kinds of stuff. So I bought yours too.
When Alex was asking how we should handle the big fight at the end, I told him to rip off Robotech, and people like rolling lots and lots of dice.
Tank Ferret has very strong feelings about people's phones, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Dueling Dragon Adventures.
Hooray.
Titans of Falling Earth.
Here it is.
Make a donation of $15 or more.
If people want to,
and the soundtrack is at the.
there is a soundtrack that I will include. If we want to know more about it, there is a trailer here too, which is down below.
The last time I played somebody's trailer, YouTube struck me. So
yeah, it doesn't. It probably will do that for you. So. But it's there if anyone wants to look at it.
Yes.
It's a big D6 based system. We were influenced by WEG, Star Wars, and Shadowrun. So it's not your typical anime stuff. It's more of a post-apocalyptic throwback to the 80s. The good stuff, the Terminator, Mad Max, old 80s Godzilla movies, and all that kind of content is what we like. But yeah, that's what you'll get. PDF is 236 pages, I think. Yeah. And comes with 2 character sheets and the soundtrack. And the one person who gave me a 1-star rating because I said something controversial on Twitter. It's like,
gotta love it.
Literally every review has 5 stars, and then one person is like 1 star, fuck you. It's like, thanks, dude. Like, it's.
Interestingly, they've apparently been ignored because if you click on the 1 star, it just says there are no reviews.
Yeah, it was a hate rating.
The 4-star review has also been removed.
Strange.
It may be sometimes if they're too old.
Well, people can leave ratings without leaving reviews, right?
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
But you can't be a content creator or publisher to review or rate things on this platform. They wanted to avoid like insider rating or something of that nature.
Yeah, it's also there's no flame war. Like if you have competition and you just want to drop it out by bad reasons, so that's
exactly.
possible to do.
Claim or strike a claim is okay-ish. Well, that's the ish that's the big deal.
You would get a notification that says this is not a strike, but it is a like some kind of notification that you have.
Right, but what it does is allow someone else to claim like all the super chats that got made that I have promised to RCRF.
Yeah, so we don't want to do that.
So
since I use music by Mega Drive in the trailer, and Mega Drive is copyrighted.
So let's get to the actual topic in question. So if you are a game designer, if you know game designers, the RCRF is there to help when there are crises. Freelancers don't always get paid well. They don't always get paid at all. I can speak from experience on that. And let me tell you, when you're already running kind of thin on bills, there is nothing worse in the world than spending an entire month on a project that you spent hours and hours and hours on, and then have the person just ghost you and never pay you. It makes things incredibly difficult. If you do not have a spouse willing to work some overtime to cover for that, it can be really problematic. So the RCRF helps some with that, mostly with catastrophic issues. If you have an illness, if you have a tree fall on your house, if you have a fire, and it's really the basis for the idea that I have had repeatedly, which is that we all rise together. None of us are wizards of the coast, and we all do better if we all do better. If we make good products, if we make people trust in indie games, if we get people interested in indie games, they will buy more indie games. They will have more faith in indie games. And if one of us gets into trouble and we all pitch in and help, then we all continue to do better. We all continue to support each other.
Yeah, they helped me.
Yeah, are you comfortable talking a little bit about that, or are you?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I had severe health problems for a long time and lots of medical bills, and my health problems were bad enough that I lost my job. Um, they did it in such a way that I could not have filed a claim for medical discrimination, so they were very clever about it. And so I was in bad shape for a long time. But got a new job and everything's looking up.
Excellent. Yeah, that's one of those things is, sometimes you just need a little bit of a helping hand in order to get back on your feet when these things happen. Hal, who is the president, will be back around 7 o'clock to answer questions about the organization specifically. I think he said he's the only board member that hasn't swapped over in 13 years. It's one of those things that he made the mistake of taking on the presidency, and now nobody else wants to do it. So, when I was in college, this was how we voted for our gaming group. People was, the person who showed up to the first meeting and didn't show up to the second meeting ended up with a position because nobody ever wanted to do the paperwork. If you actually need assistance, there is a tab here, submit an application. You just put in for your eligibility for assistance. You do have to show proof that you are, in fact, a creator of some way, shape, or form and have been somewhat recently. What your hardship is, and then they do the best they can. So, if anybody has questions that they're going to want to ask and they're not able to stick around for another hour, if you put them in the chat, I will star them and make sure he gets them so you can get your answer on the replay, if that's helpful for anyone. I know there have been people that have been in the chat for quite some time now, so I want to make sure that all of the... Yes, Tank Ferret, I like this fun too. I discovered it quite by accident, actually. So for those who missed the story earlier, I do some work with Grim, and he had a friend named Ed who passed away quite abruptly. He and Ed had been planning on starting an organization like this. And after Ed passed away, in the process of trying to help him with research on how to start such a thing, he discovered that the RCRF existed and asked if I would reach out to them and find out if there was anything we could do to help. And that is how this that is how this stream came to be. So they really need help getting the word out, both for people to apply and for volunteers and for donators, basically across the board. They're very small. They do not make any money off this. Everyone who does anything associated with this is a volunteer. 90% of everything they bring in goes to assistance. They do have to do things like pay for the website. You can't volunteer the website. But yeah, otherwise they are the real meaning of a nonprofit. So Jed, you look like you need a nap. You've been the only person who's been here since like the very beginning.
Oh, I'm good.
You doing okay? You hanging in?
Yep. Yep. 7 hours is a short day for me.
I mean, it's a short day, but it's a long stream.
It is, yes. And I come back and do it again next week.
Well, except not 7 hours. It's my regular.
No, not 7
stream
hours.
is
2 hours.
Yes.
I don't know what to do with myself.
I was gonna say that'll be easy. Yeah, let's see. I am on 3.5 liters of seltzer water, plus halfway through the highball. So I should probably get some food here at some point. But
yes.
But the conversation has been awesome. So I predicted that right around dinner time we'd have this like little sluggish spell, which does seem to be the case. But.
Yep.
It's more a quiet time, less people on the chat, less questions.
Yeah, exactly.
It's easier to start a topic when you see it pass in the chat and you just jump on it. But
yeah, it's the audience's fault. Do better, audience.
Like, I mean, Tank Carrot's doing good here.
But...
Well, the audience is also, a little slower than it has been because everybody's gone off to get dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, in my experience, the audience is often kind of slow.
Yeah.
Now that's not nice.
But it's still a challenge to do 7 hours in a row. So congratulations to you.
I mean, I haven't made 7 hours yet, so don't congratulate me yet.
Oh, only like 2 hours left around.
I got 3 hours left.
3.
I told you I was bad at math.
I have to say 6 hours so far had been my
your best shot.
Well, the longest. I think it's the longest I've done. So this will be a record breaker for me.
I once did a video, a podcast or video interview that went about 5 hours. And then a year later, I did one that was 4.5 hours later, and I noted, well, we almost got the record. And I told him about the other one that lasted 5 hours. And that son of a bitch kept me on for another 45 minutes just to break the record. So,
let's see. Tank Ferret has... Ooh, I've missed a bunch. Hang on a second. I had like no comments for a minute, and then I had a whole run on them. I think EV Mux likes to jump ahead occasionally. So yes, rcrfcharity.org. That's the magic. I started to say magic number, and that's not the word I want. Maybe I should slow down on the highball without, dinner. Let's see, bunch of stuff on tracks. Fund I did cover. I did see that one. There used to be a similar endeavor in indie comics, but Trolls by the name of War Campaign Destroy. I thought comics still had a fund for freelancers.
I thought there was still one.
And how did War Campaign destroy it?
I thought about asking that, and then I was like, oh, now I'm kind of scared to know.
Sounds like drama. You say things are slow. Now here's some drama. Come on.
I don't know. I try and avoid drama. I mean, I'm unsuccessful, but I do try and avoid drama. Okay, I do have an important question. My office is getting incredibly warm. Is it going to be more annoying if I crack the window and you get traffic noises occasionally, or is it going to be more annoying if I turn my fan on?
I'm just going to let my phone ring a whole bunch of times, and I'm going to type like this the whole time.
So nobody will listen to the fan that way.
Yeah.
I mean, my road is pretty quiet, except for the one guy who likes to go by squealing his tires occasionally. So it's like less consistent noise, but more irritating when it happens.
It's where you put caltrops.
Versus don't tempt me. He used to do this thing. So I live on a corner, and he used to do this thing where he would pull up to the corner, and my dog's run is like right near the road, and he would squeal his tires because it would make my dog howl, and he thought it was really funny. Caltrops was the least I wanted to do.
It was just an idea like that. So I took they were legal in Maine.
All right, window it is.
I'm not allowed where I live, but I took you where.
They went after a nice autistic girl that was running it because some of the recipients were people they didn't like. Well, that's... I mean, none of their business. I guess, that may be one of the reasons that the RCRF tries to stay anonymous.
Yeah.
Like, because if you keep your people anonymous, then... Hey, Savage Brewski, welcome! If you keep your recipients anonymous, then you don't have that kind of drama. But I suppose some of that stuff gets leaked sometimes. But, yeah, that's still crappy. Now I have to look this up. Anybody know what it was called?
What?
The comic book relief fund that was like this.
Might try to use Google to find out.
Yeah, I just figured it'd be faster if somebody actually knew what they were called. I know there's an artist one. The Hero Initiative. I knew I should know the answer to that. Savage Brewski, $10 for the homies. Thank you very much. We're busy solving a dramatic mystery here.
Yeah, it's comic relief. It's British and it's been made in 1985. But oh no, wrong answer. It was for comedian, that one.
Maybe there are a few of them. Hero Initiative, formerly known as a Commitment to Our Roots or ACTOR, is a not-for-profit organization dedicated to helping comic book creators, writers, and artists in need. President is Jim McLaughlin. Maybe it got sent under the former name. I do think it's a really smart idea for them just to say, "Hey, we're not gonna." I mean, because the other thing is that if I had a medical issue, I don't think I would want to apply for something if I had to tell the organization and I knew the organization might then go on to be like, "Hey, so this person had cancer, so we gave them,
we
X amount of, so we gave them X amount of money."
No, I'm pretty sure less people would apply. That is currently the case.
I mean, yes, I have some medical stuff. Yes, I talk about it online, but that's my choice, not somebody else is going to use my medical stuff for marketing. If I want to use my medical stuff for their marketing, that's a different story, but it feels weird to have somebody else do it.
Yeah, that's why I didn't sign up for a GoFundMe, because GoFundMe's have become a little bit scammy and sketchy, and then you get a lot of scam emails and people trying to take advantage and do things. So, hey, I'll donate to your GoFundMe if you do X for me, type of thing.
I
So
didn't even
I'm
that
sorry.
GoFundMe still exists.
Oh,
So I'm
yeah.
gonna guess it's after 6 o'clock, and I can tell because the cat just walked up and head thumped me.
So you're attacked by your own cat right now.
My cat is informing me she hasn't been fed yet. She ignores me completely unless there is not food in her dish at 6 o'clock on the nose.
Wait, weren't you just talking about being on a farm and being in a rural area? Why is that cat depending on you for food?
At least it's not the goat that is headbutting you. So.
There is a whole weird story behind this cat. This cat is so I have two barn cats, and I feed them, but they don't really depend on me for food. Half the time I go out to feed them breakfast and they're already gone. Um, so she was the product of someone who decided to take an entire box of kittens and dump them on the corner. Everyone in the neighborhood got a new cat that weekend. So it's right before Christmas, it's pouring buckets, and my husband is out in the barn, and this cat just walks into the barn. And he's like, "Oh, it's raining. She's probably one of the neighborhood wanderers. I'll put some food down for her and she can hang out until it stops raining." Well, the next day she's still there. And the day after that she's still there, and the day after that she's still there, and we start calling the neighbors, and nope, it doesn't belong to anybody, but oh yeah, we also had a cat show up at our house. So we take her to the vet to find out if she's chipped, and she's not. So we shrugged and we said, "All right, I guess we got a new barn cat." The dog hates cats, so she's not coming in the house, but she can stay in the barn. So about a week later, I'm in my office, which is on the other side of the house from the barn, and I hear this god-awful sound outside my door. And I pop the door open, and she just walks in. And we'd shut her in the barn a half an hour before, because we shut them all in at night so they don't get picked off by anything. So we take her back to the barn, we figure out where she got out, we plug the hole, I go back to work. And the howling starts up about 15 minutes later outside my door again. So at that point, it's like 11 o'clock at night. So I was like, well, all right, she can stay in the office tonight. We can't let her near the dog because the dog hates cats. And then we'll figure out tomorrow morning where she got out and, put her back. So the next day, we keep trying to put her back in the barn, and we keep thinking we know where she gets out, and she keeps throwing back up in the house again. So finally, we're like, I don't know what we're going to do. And then she accidentally comes into contact with the dog. And I was like, oh, she's going to die. And she proceeds to walk up, rub her butt in his face, and he just looks at me and goes, all right, I guess this is a thing now. And I'm like, okay, so the dog hates all cats except her. And here she stays. She absolutely refuses to go outside. She is the softest, most pampered, cushy cat I've ever had. She absolutely runs the household. And she ignores me completely until it's dinner time. I am the supplemental human. My husband is, the proper human. He is the primary human, except for feeding, because I feed her. Yes, silly cats. Oh, God. Puns. Catskills. It's not just a mountain range. Yeah, and that was before the house bunny. Then the house bunny became a whole other thing.
So the goats have a lot of competition now.
The goats are a whole different thing.
But they have a lot more competition than being alone.
Not really, because when I'm outside, the goats still demand all the attention. So when I'm inside, they wouldn't be getting my attention either way.
You never know. They might find a way. They're kind of stubborn.
So I did once have a goat that she thought she was a human. And she was the only goat I ever had who was really bad at escaping. And she would show up on my deck every morning and be waiting for me when I went out to do chores, and then she would just follow me around while I did chores. Kermode Bear, kill all goats, hug them and snuggle them and forgive them their suicidal tendencies. Kiss! Kiss, oh my god. Remember what we were saying earlier about you will find the typo as soon as you hit submit?
It's always the same.
Goofus the Doofus. I thought the rabbit ran the household. Well, that's what I said. This was before Hopper. And then Hopper showed up, and it was a whole new thing. Yeah, Hopper the house bunny is, she sits on the dog.
Have you ever thought of closing your door?
The dog and the rabbit and everything are out in the other room. So this is another long story. So my office is supposed to move downstairs. This is supposed to become the guest room. Specifically so that I can avoid animals. Because this house is really weird. It was like, it's an 1800 something house. And they then did all these weird add-ons, none of which make any sense. And it's actually impossible to completely close off my office. So I was going to move downstairs because there's a finished section to the downstairs. And it's divided in two, and half of it is the game room and half of it was going to become my office. And then apparently at some point this winter we got a leak, and we discovered that the hard way, and so we had to do this mass demo of the game room because the bookshelves and the rug had both rotted, and we were in the process of losing all of our game stuff. And so that has put the office on hold until we can finish dealing with that. And then we get to help me deal with a whole new sound quality issue while I figure out how to, make the basement less echoey. Auto misspeller strikes again. So, Jed, you said that you were running off a tablet.
Yep. It is an old Surface Pro 6 from like 2019.
I've been seriously considering, there is a company called Boox, Boox, and they make, so I love editing, but my eyes are getting worse as I get older, and it gets harder and harder to look at the computer screen a lot. And they make an e-ink tablet that has a stylus that I could actually, instead of typing out notes to do editing, which takes forever, they make a stylus so I could actually red pen people's work, like old style. But I've been kind of hemming and hawing because the e-ink would be easier, but I don't know if the size would be harder. How are you finding the small screen over long periods of time, since you've been here for 4 hours now?
I'm getting used to it. It's like an 11-inch monitor. I'm used to running 27s, so it's when I do get to turn my computer on, it's like, wow, I have giant monitors, but for doing any kind of work, it's very small. Like it is smaller than a sheet of paper, just a little bit, but hold up a sheet of paper.
I've been looking. They have a 10.3 and they have a 13 point something. But the 10.3 is the only one that I would even remotely be able to afford because it's a very specialized thing. It's sort of like the Apple tablet that you can draw on. It's
Oh
like
yes,
that,
yes.
except it also runs PDFs. So it's not cheap.
The 13 would be closer to like a sheet of standard letter paper. Like the e-ink is nice. When I used to read novels, I had a Kobo e-reader, and it is just like looking at a piece of paper.
I find for reading research, it's much better.
Yep.
I am in the process of trying to write a book on the history of goats, and I've discovered that
Yeah.
editing is getting more and more. I mean, people complain about art being replaced by AI. Editing got replaced a lot faster, and nobody seems to care about that.
Yep.
But I do find that people need research if they want to make grounded games or they want to make.
Yeah.
And I research I do real well. I have to do it for writing and I have to do it for my nonfiction stuff. But journals are very difficult on a lot of systems because the print tends to be very tiny and there are all these columns and e-ink is fabulous for research articles.
Yep.
Hamster says both hems and haws. E-ink is good for consumption. Creation becomes an issue because of the lower refresh rates, depending on the panel model.
Yeah, it is laggy.
Yeah, well, Hamster, I specifically want it for research and I want it to edit because editing, like sometimes people want to send me stuff in PDF format, and there's no way for me to edit in PDF format unless I spend $1,000 on Adobe Editor. Word isn't great, but at least I don't have to spend anything extra on it. But I have to type out all these notes, which can be a real pain. And I really suck at voice to text. So e-ink would be good for that, and it would be good for reading research. I have no desire to use it for like actually article writing. I need an actual keyboard for that. But if I could go from spending 6 to 8 hours in front of this screen to spending 2 hours in front of this screen and 4 to 6 in front of an e-reader, my eyeballs might thank me. What does everybody else use for their? I mean, if you don't mind my asking, like how does everybody else avoid the eye strain?
Going outside for a cigarette.
I get up every now and then. It's if I'm starting to get eye strain, that gives me time to go and get an adult beverage, and then I get back to it.
Yeah, see, I have terrible eyes, so like quick breaks do not work. Like it literally is just a matter of.
But as far as saving money on software, I welcome you into the world of open source. I think Tabletop Simulator is the only thing I use that isn't open source, and they basically let people do whatever they want with it anyways.
Doesn't help with the eye strain issue, though.
No, it doesn't help with the eye strain, but it does if you need software.
Well, but I have all the software. It's just a matter of the fact that none of it works terribly well.
Yes.
It
is driving me a little nuts using this tab.
Low Eaves, I do have blue light glasses. It costs me a fortune. It works to a certain extent. It's not really designed for 8 hours in front of a computer when you have a terrible case of glaucoma.
They don't work for everyone. For some person, they're a miracle, but for others like me, they don't work at all.
Like the computer I do my streaming on has a night light format, which is absolutely wonderful, except that I then have to change the brightness all over the place because if I'm playing a dark game, but sounds like it'd be a use case test. For eye strain reduction on my end, I used to swap in and out with NVDA. What is NVDA? Sorry, I'm old and cranky here. take a break every hour, do some light cardio. I mean, that would be wonderful for stretching. I absolutely should do that. Still doesn't help with the eye strain issue. Yeah, I have to have my glasses specially designed as it is. They have anti-glare, they have the blue light thing. They are specially set up bifocals that are supposed to be better for computer use. They have a whole bunch of special features to deal with all of my various crappy eye genetics, etc. I have the blue light glasses, but that price, never again. Yeah, I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. Goofa says, speaking of weather, what? I seem to recall that James has a love-hate relationship with the snow. On one hand, he seems to... What? Speaking of one-person jokes here. On one hand, he seems to enjoy getting naked in the snow. On the other hand, he gets harassed by snowplows when filming.
Well,
All right, there is a story here. Tell us the story.
I've run around naked several times in the snow on my YouTube channel, and then there's this one video that I tried to shoot the different parts in different areas around the neighborhood. It was after a big snowfall, and it seemed like snowplows were following me around. Every time I hit record and tried to start talking, here's a snowplow coming along, and that's a video that had over 10,000 views. So, you know, this is an actual problem.
And you are aware that snowplows tend to appear when it snows.
Why can't they just leave the snow? This is Finland. Who comes to Finland, who lives in Finland and wants to get rid of the snow? It makes no sense. It's on the ground. That's where it belongs. But what they do is the snowplows gather it up, they put it on dump trucks, and they go out to the sea and dump it into the sea. And it's like, that's stupid. Leave it on the ground.
Like, how much inch of snow? Centimeters or something? I asked how many inch or centimeter of snow. I went to Norway and yeah, it snowed every day almost, but it was not that big of a deal.
Yeah, well, I could walk around with my camera and tripod and everything. Wasn't having problems walking through fields. But no, we can't have a few inches of snow on the roads because we need to let cars drive.
Like last year, we had a storm. It was like 2 feet of snow. I understood that the snow plow out, but for a few inch.
Yeah, where I live is I'm on the last road to ever get plowed, so I've had a lot of snow days.
Yeah, and then this what was that? A super chat for Australian $30.99. What is that in real money? What is that in real money? Like a euro?
I mean, what are you calling real money? Because I know what I call real money.
Yeah.
Now I have to check. I actually don't think the difference is that big.
I believe $30 in dollary dues would be about 25 in freedom bucks.
Looks like 21.87.
Oh.
Okay, I was wrong. That's
He's being cheap.
Well, I mean,
he's giving a lot.
He's made like 8 donations at this point, so.
Nice.
He's like an old person trying to pee and just comes out in dribs and drabs.
That's over 100 rupees.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe he's got financial kidney stones. I don't know.
As the chat gives way to like dramatic squabbling between the chat and James. To be fair, exchange rates have been a bit screwy in the last couple weeks.
Now, running naked through the snow is usually not a problem because when the camera's on and you're all, you don't feel it. The problem is when you've run far enough and the person holding the camera goes cut, then you got to turn around and there's no performance, no settling. You just got to trudge naked, barefoot through the snow back to where your clothes are. And by this point, people walking by on the paths are now looking at you, and it's just like, come on.
I was gonna say, you like, you have trouble, like, talking to people at conventions, but, like, having people look at you after you've been running through the snow naked is fine.
Well, I don't want them to be looking at me. That's the thing. Why don't they just keep
You're
going about the business?
filming yourself.
It's different if it's a performance. I'm not interacting with anyone during a performance.
Have you considered just having your camera person carry a robe with them?
Yeah, but I still would have to walk back towards them. The amount that I've just run.
Next time you can just hide some clothes where you stop.
Yeah, but people
You're
would
being
notice
far
that there's
too
already
practical, Martin.
no. The people would notice there's already footprints in the field. That would look fake. You gotta do it in one take.
Yeah, but a small snowbank, you go behind.
I still think if he just has the camera person carry a robe and they meet him part way. I mean, you're talking a couple of steps.
Both wearing boots, they don't want to be walking through the field in the deep snow.
We have raids! We have a Smoo raid, and a Tomby raid, and a Yarn raid, and the Chinwag must be over. Welcome to the Raiders! Oh, we have drums going again, too.
Yeah,
Who's the
that'd
tapper?
be Aries. Very loud keyboard.
Yeah, Aries, you gotta do something by your keyboard. Or your mic, one or the other. Your mic sounds like it's right on top of the keyboard.
Alright, since we've been raided, I guess now's the time to plug the flask and all the other stuff.
I was gonna say, it sounds like a time to remind everyone what we're doing. Welcome to all the Raiders! We are here doing a fundraiser for the RPG Creator Relief Fund. And we're gonna hope that I am now intoxicated enough that I cannot hem and haw too much over the course of this, but probably I will anyway. We have a whole bunch. What?
Because intoxication leads to smoother speech in general. That's how that works.
It makes me less nervous. When the 50 cal keyboard goes
what is there to be nervous about?
50 cal sound is way better.
Huh?
I said 50 cal sound is way better than the keyboard, for sure.
You have many options, and we have many giveaways. The RCRF donation link, which Eraser has just posted, is the absolute best way to do your donation. Donate, take a snapshot, send me a picture, Facebook, X, email, eclecticgoatediting@gmail.com. Any of the things, you can send me a picture showing that you've donated. You will get a copy of Bad Toad's MM&M game. If you donate more than $10, we've got 2 more copies of Whitechester to give away. If you donate $15 or more, you will get a copy of... I've forgotten the name of the game. I'm sorry, I got your name, and I did not write down the name of the actual game, because I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Are you talking about my
Come
game?
back!
What?
Yeah.
Yes.
Titans of Fallen Earth.
Thank you.
Because I know we had another $10 donation, so I got the two confused.
Well, I said $15 or more.
Ah, that's right. That's right.
And that also will come with the soundtrack, so well worth it. And then once Whitechester, there are 5 Whitechester copies, 3 of them are gone. Once that's done, we have more games.
Stuff.
Ta-da! Hang on a second.
Reanimated, Nullum Project, all kinds of things.
So we'll have one copy of each of those for $10 or more?
Yep. Nullum Project. This is free anyways, but throwing it in there. Reanimated. Join their ranks, which has won an award. And my newest thing, Curse of Neferkhetet.
Sweet. And on top of everything else, we are having a separate blind auction. This is separate from any donations that are made. Gotta make it work.
You don't actually have to be blind to win the auction.
Hey,
So
people who
for
are blind
this,
might find it offensive.
yeah,
Blind auction, limited edition flask. It is an eclectic goat flask. Only 3 of these made, only 2 of them available to bid on. What you do is you email your bid to Simon at the email address given, simon@ectmagic.com. The highest 2 bidders will be notified in a couple of days, as will all the failing bids. After winning, you make a donation to the Role Playing Game Creator Relief Fund, email a screenshot proving that you have fulfilled your obligation, and he mails you a flask. Ta-da, just like that. Questions, comments?
well, I
What the
didn't even need
fuck are
to
you
join
doing
that.
this for 7 hours for?
We've still only had 2 bids on the flask, so honestly,
So,
put a
pretty
bid
much
in.
any. Whoops, hang on a second. I just accidentally. I was trying to get Martin's like icon to come back, and instead I deleted him.
Oh,
This is the actual flask. The one in the picture is just AI generated poster shit. This is the actual flask. It will develop a nice patina over time if you leave it in sunlight because it is natural vegetable tanned leather. Email me a bid. You may win it. You never know.
I mean, it sounds like pretty much any like very reasonable bid will take it at this point. Though we do have a couple more hours to go, so you know, you never know.
Yeah, we've got 2 bidders, so they will win it by default. But you know, if you bid and your bid is higher than theirs,
Come
you
on,
could
take it
have
away
this,
from them. They've been
you could have
riding
this
high on their
fantastic flask.
satisfaction for hours now.
Look at that. Look at this. You cannot buy this anywhere else. You can only get this from me.
My
I'm
my
just
goat my goat face only exists
paraphrasing
on 3
Game
flasks
Store.
anywhere.
Please excuse my shitty potato camera. I'm not a YouTuber. Yeah, it's got the eclectic goat on it. If you are so inclined, you can take a gel pen and fill in the lines.
You could
I
you could
prefer
color me in.
you can color in the eclectic goat.
Kermode Bear says, "Outbid me, do it." Kermode
it'd
Bear,
be a
are you
color
beginning?
project.
Yeah, this is high quality. You can't get these anywhere else. I'd say it's high quality. The lid is plastic. I suspect that is actually because it makes a better seal than a metal lid. But the rest of it is stainless steel and it's high quality leather and it's hand stitched. You can
Uh,
only get these from me, and there are only going to be 2 available to anyone that isn't the eclectic goat. So this is your one chance.
I will tell you the other thing about a plastic top is that metal tops tend to actually make, I don't know about alcohol, but water or any kind of more neutral flavor. The metal caps, first of all, rust, and second of all, end up giving things a really weird taste. Plastic, the plastic caps don't do that. So
Yeah, I mean it's going to have some design benefits over a metal top because the rest of it is stainless steel. So there's no silly
I think
reason they wouldn't have put a steel lid on it unless it's better to have a plastic one.
I think metal ones too can like it's really hard to get the threads to line up as
Yeah.
well. I think they might leak a little bit.
Yes.
I have coffee cups. I have several coffee cups that are like the same brand, but the ones with the metal tops all like leak slightly around the like the edge where the cover and the can attach, and the ones that have plastic or plastic adjacent tops, none of them do. So
Oh, another selling point. Scotland is famous for its whiskey, and I am in Scotland, so you can get a whiskey flask from Scotland.
I mean, I'm still gonna
Very
put
good.
bourbon in it, but
Uh,
Right.
though I
That's,
did
that's
love
me. I'm going to go back to making leather things now. Anyway, I will leave you guys to it.
now
I
that
did
we know
love
that, I guess we have to ask Simon. So, what is your favorite Scotch distilling region?
I don't drink whiskey. I don't really
man.
drink at all. I drink iron brew. That's another Scottish beverage.
Okay.
This is a little bit like when I tell people I'm from Maine and I'm allergic to lobster.
This stuff.
Uh,
This This is like manna from heaven. If you can get this anywhere, it's brilliant.
What is it?
It's a soft drink made with iron, I assume. Here's the ingredients list.
Yeah, nobody's going to be able to see that. No, don't even bother. Nobody's going to be able to see that.
It's some kind of carbonated beverage that's orange and tastes great.
Okay. Next time I'm over there, I will try that.
Because there are so many of us that pop by Scotland on a regular basis. Goat is allergic to lobster. Yes, goat cannot have shellfish in any way, shape, or form.
Yep, that is.
You know, for a $50 donation, I will send you a can. It'll be an expensive can of juice, but if you make a $50 donation, then you get something in return for it.
I don't think customs would allow it into Canada.
No, I'm pretty sure they won't.
Why would you tell the truth on the package of what it is?
It's perfume. Yes, it's good. Orange motor oil. It's fine.
Oh, customs are quite panicky in Canada, so I highly doubt that they will pass.
Yeah.
Squishy, I'm trying really hard to answer your question, but YouTube is annoying. And it's lagging really bad. Holy cow. I just realized that my YouTube is like 20 minutes behind.
Oh.
Reboot!
Yeah, when I'm doing something on camera, I see it like 2 minutes later.
Mine was a lot more than 2 minutes. Wow.
The sound is good, but for the camera part, I guess I'm not the only one lagging.
Mike says you can get Iron Brew in the States sometimes. Really? I'd never even heard of it. But then, I live in the boonies, so.
Yeah, but if you're in Maine, you're better to do like the Kennedy's done in the past, so your own brew in the woods somewhere in the Appalachia. Don't whistle.
Say that again?
I said, since you live in Maine, there's a lot of chance you don't see that. Like, Maine is mostly like the mountain, the Appalachia. So you don't whistle and you do your own adult brew.
I mean, it depends on what part of Maine you're from. Tank Ferret says that's why goat promotes so much. You really are what you eat. I can count on one hand the number of times I've actually eaten goat. Hello, Smoo! Hi, Goat and Gang. Smoo, did you miss our whole fundraising spiel? And all the prizes you get if you donate? Our numbers ticked up quite a bit, so a bunch of people must have heard, but... I have lots of kids. There's no escape from my puns.
Yes, I could tell.
I mean, Hamsta hasn't even gotten started yet. Hamsta almost never, like, there isn't a line Hamsta usually posts in my chats that isn't a pun of some sort. I'm used to it. Yep. So yes, RCRF. They are an organization that helps creators, game creators, what do you say, cartographers or artists? The actual
anyone
designers,
involved in
basically anyone
some
involved
way
with
RPGs, yeah.
Yeah, and I originally thought that you had to be freelance, but apparently he says you don't. You just have to be involved with the organization, have a financial crisis that you can't handle, and you can apply for assistance. So I was kind of impressed. They actually cover more than I thought. I also didn't realize they went outside the United States. I was really glad that I asked that.
Yep.
Tank Ferret is still punning. They the situation with, I'm trying to put this gently, the situation with freelance game designers, especially the ones that were kind of original generation, can sometimes be tough. There are an awful lot of stories of the early designers who are now getting older and getting sick, and they don't have anything to fall back on. Like, there are no sick days, there is no retirement. You can't just stop creating because you got nothing else. And all it takes is one real bad hit, as many of us know, to kind of set you back an awful lot. So, it's really important to have an organization like this that exists. It's really important that we help them, because someday we might all be there. Except me. I'm not sure I will ever count. I'm not sure I'll ever count as game designer.
You do editing. You're involved.
I do, but
You.
number one, I don't know how many people actually put me in their credits, despite the fact that they're technically supposed to.
I couldn't imagine not putting you in the credits if you helped with something. That's just, yeah. I guess like comic books, they used to have the ghostwriter thing, but that's just, yeah.
It's surprising, but like some of them, like the structure of them doesn't work well. So let me see. I also, I get a lot of the stuff I help with ends up in PDF form only, and so that if it goes out of print, then it kind of just disappears. Hard copy stuff, I always say, like, part of my contract is I get a copy, so that even if it disappears, I have it. End products, here we go. So, like, all right, that was a terrible picture. Why did I take that? This was the first thing I ever edited that came out as a hard copy. And it is literally an entire game and adventure that fits on a GM screen.
Oh, neat.
And so there's really no space in it. Like, the author isn't even credited on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes a little more sense.
Like, you have to go on the website to, like, find out anything about the company or anything else. So you get, small projects like that. I wish I'd gotten better pictures, because I was super impressed by how this came out. It's so nice. When he first pitched it to me, I was kind of like, I don't know how that's gonna work. And then I got the final copy, and I was like, oh, your visual was far better than mine. But yeah, I mean, you get stuff like that. You get PDFs that disappear, or you get people that, we were talking earlier about how the writing is sometimes the easiest part of game design. When somebody gives me a 200-page document and I give them back 450 notes, there have been an awful lot of people that just look at that and throw their hands in the air and never do anything else with it.
Yeah.
And I always tell them, don't look at the number of notes. Some of them are going to be compliments. Some of them are just going to be suggestions, so you can take them or not. Like, none of this means that your game is bad or unsalvageable or anything else. The things that are definite changes that need to be made, I will mark as definite changes. But you're paying me, and I should do the best job I can do, so you're going to get, the best suggestions I can make. But there are still people that will look at it and go, 400 notes? And I'm like, yeah, well, look at what those notes are before you freak out about the number.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 notes per page might be, hey, you should swap this line with this line. It will make more sense. Copy, paste, done.
Yep.
But a lot of them just, like, they're so tired by the process of creating the rough draft.
Yeah.
That they just give up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the issue is when you write, you also like know it by the side of your heart. Everything is fucking clear. When you read it, by somebody else, sometimes they, oh, I don't understand that part. Or that rule seems like this to me. But for you, since you create it, even if you read it, you don't really read it. It's all in your mind.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
tell people
that's
all the
why.
time, you know what that's supposed to say. You don't know what it actually says.
Yeah, that's why I usually suggest to people, you should write something and then just put it on the shelf for 3 months, so when you can come back to it and it isn't fresh in your mind.
I tell people all the time. I say like if you so I did a video, like a guest video for Grim once on if you absolutely can't afford an editor. And one of them was you can't edit your own work. If you must edit your own work, do not do it immediately. The further you are away from it, the better you will be. And don't read it, listen to it. Share the Planet of the Goats idea. It's cool. I mean, it's never going to get written, Goofus, so I don't know that there's any point. Yeah, editors hire editors when they write books that should tell you something. Yeah, like I do writing. I write nonfiction for magazines where I do a lot of research, usually on animal care. It's a topic I know very well. It's a topic I've written about for years. It's something I do professionally, and I edit professionally. There are still 3 people that put eyes on before my stuff ever gets published. And I only write like 800 to 1100 words for most articles, unless I'm doing like a specialty article. 3 people still look at my stuff first. You cannot see your own mistakes. And it's not, people take that as an insult, like, oh, you're just not good enough to see your own mistakes. That's not it. Like, literally, the last time you said something will never get written, I made it before the end of the stream. Yeah, but this is my writing it, and I have not successfully finished anything over 2,500 words in years. So, my wife was a professional editor for 22 years. She gave me that maximum hug. Nice. That's a hard. Yeah, that's a lot of commas. It's the natural way your brain works. It is. So your brain works with your eyeballs. Your eyeballs do not see everything. Your eyeballs literally only see chunks of a picture, and then your brain fills it in with what it expects to see. So if you live on a dead-end road and there's never, ever any traffic, and you turn your head to the left and you look for a car and you see nothing there, and then you pull out and the guy who was coming lays on their horn and asks if you're blind and if you're stupid, it's just that your brain already had a pre-existing idea that there are never any cars and therefore there will not be a car. And it literally filled in that gap in your eyeballs to make it see no car. When you have written something and you know what it's supposed to say, and you look at it and you know what it's supposed to say, even if it does not actually say that thing, your brain will fill in that hole and you will literally see it the way you intended to write it. It is not an insult to tell people they can't do that. It is simply the way your eyes are set up to work.
And I believe that.
Yeah, Kermode Bear says, there is not a single line of code I write which isn't reviewed by someone else before it goes out. Yeah, you don't even read every letter in a sentence. It takes shortcuts and reorder to make it make sense. There are literally exercises where people will write a sentence, and the only thing in the sentence that is correct is the first letter and the last letter of every word. And yet almost every time you can tell what the sentence is supposed to say. I've been a professional graphic editor for over 30 years. I still hire a visual editor when the budget allows. I'd never thought about that, but that's a good idea. I get stuff like that when people try to pronounce my name in real life. They see the name from left to right, have all the time in the world, and still pronounce it wrong. I mean, to be fair, your name is not your name is not pronounced the way it's spelled. So, um, but yeah. Um, but yeah, I'm amazed at how many people take it as an insult. Like, oh, you think I can't edit my own work? No, I know you can't edit your own work. Like, no one can. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
You
Hello,
can't edit
Hal.
you.
Good gravy. So many people are still here.
The boss is here. We're gonna give you the metal square back.
Oh, Paul Lind for the win. Probably totally aged myself for 90% of you, but still.
So
You're purple.
It's my saltwater fish tanks. They give off that blue light. Yeah,
I love it. Can you do me a favor?
I can hopefully try. Yeah,
Can you move slightly to your left by like an inch?
my right or my left?
I think your left. There you go.
This way. Okay, to my right. Okay,
Your Yeah, so the name tag that is automatically stuck next to you and that I have no control over was plastered over your face.
probably better that way, but still.
Chat, welcome Hal. Hal is the president of the RCRF and he is here to answer your questions.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
You guys should move to your own left, Al, like this. Yeah, perfect.
Noir says in real life their name is Bob. The O is silent. I know we covered some of this earlier, but we have lots of new people in.
Sure,
So
no problem.
can you talk to us again about how the RCRF was formed?
Yeah. So basically, what happened was about 13 to 14 years ago is a Facebook post came out that Ernie Gygax, Gary Gygax's brother, had a fire in his apartment and lost everything. And I stupidly posted on Facebook, God, I wish there was a place where I could give a couple dollars every month and they could save it up for stuff like this because it's the end of the month and I've got mortgage and it's just bad timing for me. And everyone else was like, that's a good idea. That's smart. And then a couple people said, there is nothing like that. The comic book industry has it and da da da. Why don't we do this? And we were dumb enough, a few of us got together and started this. So really, the Gygax legacy kind of lives on through, by no means am I, but I'm saying because of Ernie, he really is the one who kind of got us going on this.
Nice. And what types of things do you help with?
We pretty much try to specialize in catastrophe incidences, so medical to the person in the industry or their nuclear family, fire, natural disasters. Like I think I did say earlier, the one time we kind of opened it up to a little bit looser standards was COVID, because everything was insane during COVID. So basically, it is that we don't usually do anything with employment or anything like that, but it primarily would be more of a catastrophe kind of situation. Yeah, so medical, death, like I said, fire, floods, things like that. Things that really the people in the industry who have been in the industry for a while, most of them are freelancers or contract workers, which means they don't have insurance. And that is devastating because even people with insurance have rough times, but people who aren't insured, every dollar is just from dollar one is just real bad. So we do mostly medical, but there have been some other incidences where we've definitely covered other stuff and it's all on the website. If somebody feels like they may be going through something like this, please go look at the form to fill out. It's very easy. We may follow up and ask you for proof because we ask you how much are you out, how much are you asking for, and a lot of times people put down, well, it's this much, the hospital bill was this much, so we just kind of want to see it, and if or may need to see it depending on what you're actually asking for.
And you said that you do not necessarily have to be in the US.
No, I'm pretty sure we've done some overseas and Canada. Like I said earlier, as long as you have a PayPal address and you can accept USD, and you can successfully answer all the questions on the application, and qualify for it, we don't really care where you are. We'll take your money and we'll give you money. We don't care where you are. So, but we are registered in the U.S. under a 401c, just in case anyone has any concerns with it.
Well, that was kind of why I wondered whether or not there was an issue if people were from.
Yeah, I don't think there is, as long as we have the proof, and the paper trail to go. I can definitely double, if anyone from outside the U.S. has any issues and there is an issue, I will definitely check with our treasurer, Connor, and double check that. That is not my wheelhouse of what we are legally and not legally allowed to do, but I think we can. But I guess I should say I can't guarantee anything. But I think we have, and I think we can.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about the process about how you decide who qualifies. I assume there is not infinite money growing on trees?
There is not. In fact, we're very, very low on money. So that's one of the reasons we're extremely grateful for you guys. Happen to come up at the perfect time, so to speak, and ask us about what we're doing. Basically, you ask for an amount of money, and then we pretty much, I almost feel like we took a sample from the government, and I don't know if every charity does this, but first, everyone is volunteer. There's no one's paid. So all the people who are part of the advisory board are only part of the advisory board. Board of directors are only the board of directors, and then we have an application panel of a mix of art, photography, and writers and designers, and editor, I think, in there too. Yeah, an editor in there too, just to make sure we kind of represented everyone who could potentially apply. And basically, the only people who even know what the application group is doing would be me and the treasurer. I'm the one who get all the applications and look them over and make sure that there's nothing we're missing before I send it to the panel. And sometimes I'll ask for more, but I always try to be proactive on that just so it's easier for them. And then the treasurer, because he's the one who makes the payouts. So he's the big man on campus, so to speak. So he needs to be a part of that to know what they agree. And the panel reviews it, discusses it, and it's basically a majority vote. So if somebody says, I don't feel they should, get any money, or I feel they should get 300 and everyone else votes they should get 800. If the majority votes 800, they get the 800. But none of the members of any of those areas are a member of another area. And the treasurer and myself don't even influence the application panel unless they have a specific question that needs to be answered, and then we'll go back to the person and we will ask them the question, and then we'll bring that information back to the application panel. So that way it's easier on them. We deal with the people, so to speak, and everything is anonymous unless you don't want it to be. So donations or money given out is completely anonymous unless you want to. We would be more than happy to verify you gave or got if somebody needs that. But we want it to be as comfortable for people as possible, and sometimes it's very hard to ask for help. So we weren't going to publish, gave this much money to this person on this date or whatever.
We were discussing earlier, apparently there was an organization similarly, but they were not anonymous. And somebody was telling us that there was an issue because it became kind of a popularity contest. Somebody didn't like that somebody else got money, and so they harassed the people in the organization. So seems like a wise move on multiple fronts to have the anonymous status.
Yeah, I never heard of any blowback or issues with anyone else. That is bad, and that's not why we made the decision. We just made the decision to do that really because honestly, a lot of designers and artists, et cetera, are introverts, and they don't really want their name out there, and that's not really anyone's business. I mean, HIPAA and everything else, and we just, we don't want any of that issue. We don't, that issue that came up, we wouldn't want that on our people, or we would not want it on that individual. So yeah, everything is completely anonymous.
And you have an advisory board with big names.
We do. We do have an advisory board with some big names. We don't, luckily, we don't have to go to them very often. So some of them may not even remember they're on the advisory board since we've been around for 13 years. But a lot of them are personal friends of mine who I went to initially for advice. And I knew that they didn't really have the time to be on the application panel or on the board. So I asked them if we could at least go to them when needed. And a bunch of people said, yeah. So that was very nice of them.
So when you have to, what exactly does the advisory board do?
A lot of times it'll be questions. If we feel sometimes it'll be like if we ever, like we, at one point we were thinking about going to Gen Con and putting those plastic bands, wristbands you can, wear. We thought about maybe doing our website, our rcrfcharity.org on those and handing them out. And so we were getting prices and then figuring out to get somebody to Gen Con and kind of went through all that. And we kind of broached them with, do you think this is a waste of money? We wouldn't really have a booth where we so we had three answers and then 15 more questions. And that's kind of the stuff we would bounce off them, almost more of a, since you guys aren't here on the daily, what, do you feel this would be a good idea, bad idea, good look, bad look? And sometimes we just ask for help. Like my good friend Jim Butler from Paizo, he's trying to get us to get into some of the bigger bundle charity, bigger name things, the situation that we can maybe get in the rotation, which we were in a smaller one for a while. And then for some reason they said we never responded, so they took us off, and then they were giving us issues about getting back on. So he's trying to work a little bit and help. So just kind of stuff like that. Or sometimes they'll come to us and reach out and ask questions, like, hey, why haven't you guys done this? Or, hey, have you seen this? So just stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, like I said, we really don't, luckily, have to go to them very often because that's a good thing. We love them, but if we constantly had to go to them, I would think that there's some issues possibly going
on. Chat, if you have any questions or if the panel has any questions, please jump in. I have lots, but I don't want to monopolize here. And hello, Drew. Glad you made it. Drew has been on the channel a few times.
I have nothing but questions because I'm joining, 5 hours late?
Hal just got here, so...
I snuck in early, and then I came in for my regularly scheduled broadcast.
Okay. I didn't want to just disappear when Hal was talking about the thing here, but it's 2:45 in the morning here, and I am badly fading, so I'm going to...
Where are you?
Helsinki.
Oh, excellent.
So
thank you.
I didn't want to just disappear in the middle of your talking about the thing that we're here.
I would not have been offended, especially knowing what hour it is for you, but I appreciate it, and it was nice meeting you earlier and now.
Thank you very much for coming. It has been awesome. Hope to have you back on at some point.
And how do you leave?
I was going to say, and since everyone wants to know how you leave, all you have to do is close out the browser.
That's what I did last time. I just closed the browser. Yep. And Eric in the chat, we do disasters as well. We just haven't had a lot of people broach us on those. But if there was a wildfire or, like I did say, flooding, or a hurricane or something, obviously those would be covered as well.
So Gen Con can apply to you for assistance then?
I guess maybe some of the people who got flooded could apply, or the hotels and the stadium, maybe. Yeah. Although I don't know if they have enough credits and books to qualify, but sure they could try.
That's true. Gen Con is not really game creation.
Correct. Although we really appreciate them.
And
they have a lot of money. They should be going our way. We shouldn't be going their way, but hey.
So that's an interesting question. I noticed on your site that you have had some, you got a Monty Cook grant at one point. Do you have other kind of large backers that donate funds?
Off and on, we do personal. A lot of times, it's more personal, and a lot of the companies will sometimes do bundles on our behalf. And we talked a little bit about this earlier that the drive-through will let you donate a percent of sales to us directly, and because we're a 401c, there's no whatever. If we make $100 off your book, we get 100. There's no, we won't be only getting 80. They do it all at no charge for us. So there have been some big bundles, and then we've also, on a personal level, helped other bundles. And by personal, I mean my company, and we've helped people before. Owen Casey had an issue, a lot of health issues, and he refused to come to the charity, even though I would put links in there all the time. So instead, my company started a charity book where we had everyone, it was called like a boss, where we just had a bunch of people donate their best bosses or high level creatures. And we just had a bunch of people do that. And that was on a more of a personal level than it was anything through the charity. Because he refused to go through the charity, and but that's a rarity as far as that goes. But we do try to donate our product whenever we see a bundle for the company, or for our charity, or for other people donation. We really do like that idea. But other than some of the people who are on the panels or the advisory panel, I try not to name, but like Bruce Cordell from Monte Games is on the application panel. I think you mentioned like Ed Greenwood and Jim Butler were on the advisory panel. Stephen Long, longtime creator of Hero, was our original vice president, and because he was a previous attorney, he actually helped start everything up. So we've had people from all different companies, and we've also made sure we've hired a lot of people who only have done freelance work, and so we have a couple of people who in our panels that have only done that, so they really would know the ins and outs of the pain of being a freelancer and under contract only. So we do try to get a healthy mix of everybody in there. So yeah, but not. I mean, I can't remember the last time we got a big boost from a company, to be honest. But
So you need a nag on your team, is what you're saying.
yeah, we need a nag who knows people or is willing to nag them until they, okay, please, if I give you this, will you shut up? Yes. So.
Drew, you said you had questions.
Oh, when don't I?
You're thinking about the flood, aren't you?
Well, but more to the point, one of the things that I would really like to hear about as a latecomer is really delving deep into the secret origins. I know you're talking about some of your founding members, but what really was the impetus? Was there a specific disaster?
You did actually miss that one.
Yeah, you might have missed this one.
The 2 minutes between when he got here and when you got here.
So Ernie Gygax, Gary Gygax's brother, had a fire in his apartment, and it was towards the end of the month. So I posted on Facebook. Now, I would say regrettably, but I kind of joke. I said, "Is there any kind of fund that I could give to every month or so, just a little bit, rather than try to figure out a way to give them a bunch of money right now, because it's the end of the month, mortgages are due, apartment rents are due. It would be really great if this happened, or if we had something and people looked and we couldn't find anything that was similar to the comic book creator kind of fund." And then Stephen Long said, "Well, why don't you start one?" And I said, "I don't even have a clue on how to do this. Why don't you start one?" And then we kind of went, "Well, why don't we try to look into this together?" And Rachel Ventura was part of it at the beginning too. And she's like, "Well, I kind of know webbing and I know finance, so it just kind of fell together." And Stephen was previously an attorney, so he kind of helped us get through the legal things. And within about a month and a half, we had a little charity situation going on. So yeah, Ernie Gygax.
In a month and a half, wow.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't think we were a 401c right that moment, but so we had to go through even weirder hoops. But within a couple of months of that, we were a 401c. But before that, we started generating money and giving out money and, going through all that.
All right, and while I'm being repetitious here, welcome in everybody. You're watching the Eclectic Goat and the RPG Creators Relief Fund Community Town Hall and Fundraiser.
Just a quick side note. Stray Crows is now 290% funded, and Three Goblins in a Trench Coat is 530% funded.
Congrats, everybody.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
Nope. I've been watching because we have a bet going about whether or not Grim can hit 10,000 pounds and whether or not he has to shave his beard if he does.
Oof. I would be torn on the 10,000 pounds or the shaving the beard. I would have to.
I mean,
hey,
don't they use kilograms over there?
Well, hang on, because the joke has been made that if he shaves his beard, he then has to auction it off so that all of the money goes to the RCRF.
Oh, in that case, shave away. Just like I said, when he dies, and I would buy his body type of thing and donate that money. So I'm okay with just a beard as well. Also, I did find 2 of the anthology. I don't know if I have the book plates, but I will look for them. This is an anthology that came out about 10 or so years ago in a world that I created. And it's got authors like Ed Greenwood and Darren Drader. And give me a second. We've got foreword by Matt Forbeck, Eric Scott DeBye, who wrote, and Colin McComb, who wrote for D&D and for Forgotten Realms, Rosemary Jones, Jaylee Johnson, who's New York Times bestselling, and then Ty Johnson, also Forgotten Realms, Rich Redman, TSR, and Ed, and then a couple more people, including My Lose Yourself. But I will be more than happy to send it to you, autograph it if you want, if I can't find a book plate. What I'd like to do is maybe the people who are sending you screenshots, maybe the top 2 people during the time I'm here who do that, even if they win something else. In addition, you can send me their address and I can mail them one of the books. And if they want it autographed, they can personalize whatever they want. If they want it undamaged and without autographs, I'm 100% okay with that too.
I'm sorry, what is the name of the anthology again?
It is called The Awakened Volume 1, and there's 2 volumes out there, and then Awakened Modern available around somewhere too.
Okay.
And then the second book, the cover's by Tony Sudlow, who did Birthright for TSR, and I actually have 2 more covers done, but no publisher has picked them up after the one publisher went under, and I refuse to do more Kickstarters personally. So I have authors, a lot of the authors who are currently in these books are willing to do more, but we're just waiting. So, and we'll wait forever if we have to. But I do have the covers done, paid for, and I have the original art hanging on my walls. So I'm good to go if anyone else is, or wants to pick up the anthology or whatever. And I don't mind helping on a Kickstarter. I just don't want to actually run the actual Kickstarter. That's the key. I'll do interviews. I'll do whatever. I just don't. That's a lot.
I mean, having just helped with one, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So I don't mind. Like I said, art direction on my own book. I have the Bible for what the do's and don'ts are. I do all the editing for content. I don't have a problem doing all that. I just don't want to actually lead a Kickstarter.
So I don't want to alarm you guys, but when we came out of full screen there isn't the same number of us as there were when we went in.
That's because there is always room for a toad.
Yeah.
Welcome to Bad Toad Games, who was the donation I mentioned earlier for people who are donating. And so far, we've given away a few copies of your game to people who donated, so we greatly appreciate your
excellent
donation.
Well, Thank you, Jeremy. Nice to meet you, Hal.
Oh, Hal, pleasure.
Hal is the president of the organization that we're.
Yeah. I caught I was trying to watch while I was fixing my sink, so I took a break from that.
Speaking of disasters.
Yeah, real life sucks.
Yeah, we're reinstalling. We just got new counters and cabinets and everything, so I had to reinstall all the plumbing to it. So I took a break from that wonderful activity to come join you folks for a little bit.
Well, I'm impressed. You can write and plumb.
We lost somebody. Oh, there he is.
It's
Okay, I'm back.
it's a task. My writing is it's okay.
But you're plumbing?
No, the plumbing is fine. The
Okay.
writing is
Hey, well, writing can't flood you. Plumbing can. So you probably are.
Yeah,
You know.
I had to pick and choose where to put the points in the stat block. So.
Yeah, I put no points in any kind of tech. I would make a joke here, but it would probably offend people. So I just am not very savvy with repairs, or I have to pay people.
Yeah.
So
We had to learn. We didn't have the money to pay people.
I'm sure, and I'm not even saying that I'm that well off that I can just write checks and walk away. But
Yeah.
I just never. My dad was not doing that, and I just never learned it. And I wish I would teach my kids that, but they're just as bad as I am. So we're all
It's fine.
in trouble.
We all learn at different speeds. We learned on some stuff later in life, or you just grow up in a climate where the pipes are always exploding because it gets too cold. So it becomes a skill.
I'm in Florida, so floods and hurricanes, I got you. Freezing pipes,
yeah.
well, previously Chicago, so I get that part, but it's been a long, long time.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, how could I possibly know where you guys were from without a giant sign in your background?
Yeah. I know. We need those. It'll kind of open it up, then people go, I get that reference.
You think people ought to just like automatically walk around with those like giant red like title cards that they put on every movie that announces where they are? Like they'll show you a picture of the Eiffel Tower. I can talk. Eiffel Tower, but then feel the need to put up a title screen or a title card.
Mm-hmm.
I know, and it has to do with the mismatch. I forget which movie I saw that in first, but it's become an old saw. Like picture of the Eiffel Tower, and the caption says London.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that's just funny. It's when they feel the need to put up the correct one that it's just weird. I had another question. I forgot what it was. Darn it! It wasn't one I asked you earlier because I thought about it after the fact and I was like, darn, I should have asked that. So we'll go with a standby. How can people help other than, obviously donating today?
Yeah, spread the word. That's the biggest way to help, honestly, is we have a Facebook page. You can tag that. You can tag the website. You can send people that direction who you think might be somebody who's willing to donate. You can send people that direction who people may need help. But yeah, get out the word. That's the best and easiest way to help. That doesn't really cost much, but a little bit of time. If you're a creator and you're on, I think we said this a little earlier, but if you're on drive-through, you can always donate a percentage. And if you do that, we would definitely post that that's happening on our Facebook page and stuff like that. Those are the best ways to do that. That really won't cost you anything. And we get it. If it's, we understand times were tight, times are tight, they'll be tight again. So we don't take offense to anyone who can't financially give. It is what it is, and we'll do the best we can with what we got, which is what we always do.
Is there anything you need hands for?
Clapping. I don't think on a real note, not really. The only thing, like we mentioned a little earlier, is right now we kind of need more media savvy social help that way, just to get us out there more. Our Instagram, our Twitter X hasn't been used in years, and I have to get the password from the person who was supposedly doing stuff on it. And our Facebook page isn't used a lot, even though we have a lot of people who are members. And obviously, the more posts that go there, the more posts will go out and spread. But other than looking for some people who might be willing to kind of help that way, we don't really need hands, to be honest. I think we're okay. Our panels are currently full. If anyone is interested in ever joining one of the panels, if anyone drops out, you can always email me or message me on Facebook, Hal Greenburg. At my current face icon are my two awesome dogs. So if you see a white German Shepherd and a slightly slow, dim-witted Labradoodle together on a kind of hugging on a bed, that's me. And you're more than welcome to be like, hey, I'm great at this. If you ever, or I'm an accountant. If our treasurer ever has to go, I have no problem having backups, whatnot for those kind of things. So that's a possibility too. But right now, everyone seems pretty stable and happy where they're at.
What about you mentioned conventions earlier?
We we don't get sponsored, so we don't really have we don't want to spend our funds to send someone to a convention. If somebody was local and they were going, that might be something.
That's what I was going to ask, was if there was somebody that was already local to a convention.
Yeah, it would be tough unless they had a booth and we could maybe put flyers there and we could set something up and we could figure something out. That would be fine to kind of do. But I mean, a lot of times if you're just a guest, you don't have, you're not. I don't even think they would allow you to hand out flyers. Or if you're going to a local convention and they do a charity auction, I guess one of the great things would be to is ask who kind of runs it and see who they donate to and if they're willing to spread a little our way, and that would be great too. So I mean, that's another idea as far as going to conventions if they end up with charity auctions. But yeah, we're all volunteer, and I know I said that before, and so our goal is to try not to spend any money in order to make sure all the money that is in there goes to the people that need the money.
Well, I was thinking, I mean, I don't I have just been informed that our recording will automatically end in 30 minutes. I did not know that there was a limitation on this. I've never gone over 6 hours before, so apparently 6.5 hours. What a weird time limit. 6.5 hours is the...
Well, no, if it's a half hour, that would be 8, and you started
hours.
at 2, okay, so it would be 6, yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at the... Weird, it's... All right, well, anyway. So I guess we're ending earlier than I thought we were. I mean, at least it let me know now, as opposed to...
Yeah, just stopping.
Dying right in the middle of it.
Well, the thing is, I've done 6-hour streams before, and I don't remember ever getting a, hey, we're going to kick you off thing.
Is this a new rule?
I don't know. No idea. Anyway, so I guess we better talk fast for the next 30 minutes. So I was thinking, there is a convention that I go to yearly. I run pretty much every session. This year I will probably do most sessions, but I'll probably do panels on Sunday because more people attend panels and games on Sundays. And I very frequently will put out, cards or information for the games I'm running. And I don't see that anyone would complain if I just set out a stack of pamphlets or bracelets or whatever for the organization.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. I can try to make something or have somebody make something for us.
Well, I mean, it just seems like there are a lot of people that go to a lot of conventions around here.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Maybe what we should do is, if someone ends up making a flyer, maybe what we would do is, and we'll credit them on the site, is maybe we'll upload it to the website, so that way if people are going to conventions, they can literally download the flyer, and then we'll figure out a way to pay them for the printing or whatever. And then that way, or if they want to donate the printing, whatever. But that way it would be there. So if they're like, I'm not creative enough to design a flyer, we would actually just have that flyer on the site.
What if you just made a little business card that had a QR code to the site?
That would work too. I didn't think about that side. That would be easier to carry and hand out.
Even a single poster that people could
just dash the QR code.
If they come to my table, well, I don't know. I would probably still want to hand out some stuff, but
QR codes are really strong right now.
Okay.
They are. Yeah.
Which is a little bit strange when you think about it, because what you're basically saying is, hey, don't click on strange links that you don't know. But here, take a picture of this QR code and let your phone get its information.
And for those making those, makes no mistake. Free resources. If you need to know how to do things cheap, let me know. But you never have to pay for a QR code. It's free everywhere. Just let me know if you need to know how to do it. I'll do it for you.
Yeah, it's something like Inkscape, because a lot of the ones that generate free QR codes, what they'll do is they'll try to route you through their website so they get the clicks.
That's right. And also, if you want a special symbol in the middle, the middle is open anyway, so you could put a special symbol in the middle.
Oh, like our logo? Like our little dude?
Yeah,
that's right.
die.
Yep. And
That's
then
cool.
all you have to do is like drop it in. I do this stuff all the time. So,
Would you
so
do me a favor and either
Yeah.
friend me on Facebook or email me at green, the color, HAL, at gmail.com?
yeah.
I could type
Your
it.
last name, I was trying to find it. I was trying
Oh,
to find you on.
Greenberg, green like the color, BERG.
I can send it to you, Tim.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. That'll work.
But that would be awesome. Yeah, if you can, we can come up with something like that. I would have no problem, making sure, like putting it on the site, and that way people could download it, or we could figure out what to do with it. Sure.
Yeah, I think
that would
if
be-
it's okay with you guys, I'd probably like to link to you as well, like just to have it on the site. I do get traffic. It's not a ton, but hey, if somebody passes by and they're like, hey.
Yeah, sure. I mean, once we get it done, people can use it however they want. That's great. Again, more traffic for everybody. And we'll definitely post something on the Facebook page about, the help you guys gave us. Just give us a link of where you want people to go if, as a thank you. So
No problems.
You might want to be a little bit careful just kind of opening things up completely, because there are certain people you might not want. If somebody gets themselves thrown out of a major convention and they, everybody says, oh, they were there with such and such a organization, and you're like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. I was just trying to make it
Trusted
simple. But
ambassadors.
yeah, we could hold it and then hand it out as needed. That's fine. I was just trying to make it easy for everybody, but I guess an email is pretty much just as easy as anything else.
Now, I don't want to brag, but my wife just brought me blackberries. They're in season now in Oregon, so fresh blackberries. If I could only share.
It sounds like you are bragging, though. So
I was going to say that is worth bragging.
The humble brag.
I don't even think it was that. It wasn't even that humble.
He was bragging against his will.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, against my will. That's what it was.
The involuntary brag. I can't help myself.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
ours are supposed to be in season, but the dog keeps getting to them before I can.
We have so
Yes.
many that I haven't got to. We're overwhelmed with them, and I have to cut them back or release the goats to start eating more of the bushes.
Yeah, well, no, don't get me wrong. We have plenty of bushes. It's the berries we're lacking. Between the birds and the dog and the goats and
Oh, you mean you actually have them at the houses?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was going to say strawberries are in season in Florida, but we have to actually go to a grocery store to get them.
No, this was just right outside in my yard.
All right. Well, now you're just, again, no humble, just a brag. Yeah, I
Half
get
the
it.
state is also on fire, so it balances out.
They're smoked
And-
blueberries.
Yeah.
I
All
started
the
to say,
flavors of summer.
and he doesn't have goats that are stealing all his berries, but he says he does have goats. They just
I do.
Don't break out and eat his berries when he doesn't.
We've reinforced the pen a few times because they were getting out, and they weren't getting the berries. They were busting into the chicken pen and eating all their food.
Yeah, our
So-
current problem is the male, who's decided that breeding season is 3 months early, and who we apparently cannot find a fence strong enough to keep him out of.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Right.
And the one time we did keep him out, I literally watched the female climb the fence like a ladder
I'll get away.
and hop over and just go join him.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I was like, you weren't even supposed to be bred this year. You are too small. Too late now.
Yeah.
Now there's some animal magnetism right there.
Yeah, I was like, I knew goats could do many things. I've never seen a goat climb a 5-foot fence like a ladder before.
On an odd tangent, Drew, my father owned a pet store for 25 or so years, and I came up with the name of the company and the name of the store, and it was Animal Magnetism.
Hey,
Yeah,
There you
woohoo!
go.
Circle of life.
That's awesome.
Well, as my people would say, l'chaim.
All right, what do we have else for questions? Chat,
And let's-
panel.
You can even ask if anyone even recognizes my name from the 2000s and 3.0, 3.5. You're more than welcome to ask any of those dumb questions too. So, of any of the books we may or may not have printed.
I might have missed it. Sorry, to cut you off. I might have missed it earlier, but are you guys based in Florida, or is it pretty much just anywhere because you're a volunteer organization?
Oh, it's anywhere. In fact, I think we're technically licensed in Washington State, maybe. I don't even remember what we're in a state far, far away. But yeah, we're all over the U.S. As far as that, and our panel is worldwide. One of the application panel reviewers is Wayne Reynolds, who's one of the main artists for Pathfinder for Paizo. So he's in England. So yeah, we have people from all over and all different types and ages and groups.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because we don't make it to many conventions like maybe some of the local ones, and so like Goat said, if there's a pamphlet or something like that later on, then we could bring that with us and everything, or at least have it there at the table.
Yeah, reach out to any. I mean, hopefully we'll make it available to you guys, and then from there we can do more, and we'll also tell people if they're doing stuff so they can reach out, and we'll give them the info to do that or whatever. So that'll be great. And again, big, small, any help is help, and we hope what comes around goes around. So if anyone needs help in the group, obviously they know where to come to. Like I said, we are always looking for money to help people, but if somebody's in trouble and they qualify, please fill out the application. I feel so weird when I see people on Facebook in trouble and and they know what I do, and I have to literally post a link to the charity in their GoFundMe, or they're pleading for help when I know that what the issue is qualifies. Hey, look at that. Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, there you go.
It's in your chat too, Hal.
Okay.
No, Messenger.
Oh, perfect.
Somebody has also pointed out that you have like an imposter Facebook. Oh, okay.
I do?
Martin says that you posted the wrong link on your page because your Facebook is rcrfcharity.org. And nope, the one that is actually up and active is RCRF Charity. The one that you posted is blank.
Weird.
Yeah. I see rcrfcharity.org at the top of his page. I haven't gone down it.
All right, I'll double. Yeah, I thought, to be honest, when I was doing it so quick because I was working at the time, and I wanted to get everything up early. My bad. I'm an idiot.
Oh ho!
No wonder we don't make any money.
Well, it's okay, but I was finding it strange that I'm on one of the 3 follower and nothing on it. So
yeah, I actually saw that there were so little followers, and I was thinking, all right, well, I'll look at that later. And I just wanted to get it out there, and then I screwed that up. So that is a weird and fake thing. I'll have to figure that out when we're done, and I'll have to see if Facebook can maybe take that one down.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, we've got a $10 coming in from Proctofile.
Proctofile another $5, and you get like a whole bunch more stuff.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Come on, you wanna.
And Jim Butler just posted it because I know that was a fan or something you wanted. So he.
So wait, he posted it 16 minutes before we get.
Well, he didn't know that. To be fair, and he was working. Also, to be fair, but hey, I tried earlier, but I couldn't get a hold of him. So.
Nah, it's impossible to know this. I've been trying to figure out whether or not I should set up, because like I could just go live again, but it will make another link, and people would have to like follow us over. Like it doesn't affect the panel at all.
Would it, or would it just people just sit here and it would start up again?
No, it makes a new link.
No,
is it?
I know this because it once failed to load, so I had to hit the go live again, and it sent me to an entirely different stream. So, but it does feel like I said I'd be here until 9, so it feels like I should be here until 9. The problem is that nobody's. The problem is nobody's gonna know. I'd have to take a couple of minutes and like go through and post everything on Twitter and everything else. So.
Yeah. If you did that, we'd retweet it and everything, or try to get it out there as quick as possible. So.
Yep, we'd have to take a second, but.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and cut out. I appreciate you having me on the stream for 3 hours. 4 hours.
He's like, he's like, this looks like it's going to get complicated. I'm out.
Yep.
Yeah. Good timing to dip.
Hey, in the meantime, peer pressure
There we
worked.
go.
Thanks again.
I dropped like $5 somewhere over here. Anyone see a random bill lying around?
Just
Right.
email me a list of people I need to send my game Titans of Fallen Earth to, along with the soundtrack, and I'll get that sent out.
Okay. Proctor Pal, just so you are aware, super chats are kind of a pain because YouTube has to actually pay me before I can send those over. So I will make sure that they get gotten, but might take a minute. Depending on, YouTube being YouTube. I just don't want anybody to think that like I didn't send their stuff along. This is why the little scroller at the bottom that says if you donate directly to them, that would be best. Hello to Jack Tarlad. Did you not come over with the Chinwag group? Where have you been? Sheesh. Can't take him anywhere. He's always late. Yeah, Jack, you're here just in time for Evie Mux to like boot us off because apparently there's a streaming limit I did not know about. How does Tomby handle that? Tomby does like 24-hour fundraiser streams. I have no idea how he handles that. And to my knowledge, it's always the same link.
Okay, nobody else leave because I'm finally in the center.
Oh, you're the Paul Lind.
Yeah, I told Hal he could be in there.
Oh, you could put Drew back. I've been in for a while and I havenn't come up with anything witty like he normally would, so we can swap back.
Drew is the center of the universe often enough. He can take a side note. Other questions? I know I am forgetting a couple I really, really, really wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, any questions on, honestly, publishing, going under, if anyone has any of those questions too, I'll be more than happy to teach you everything we knew. But yeah, or the D20 craze, being on a panel with Ryan Dancy at Gen Con.
D20 craze. That's what I want to talk about. First of all, I appreciate you so much for being a D20 creator. Like, D20 was, like, from when 3rd edition came out and D20 sprang out of it, what the coolest, largest collection. I don't think it will ever, I think it's totally underrated. From today's, like, the people today have no idea what they're missing out on. The wealth of what you can do with a character from all the add-ons.
Yeah, as much good, bad, or whatever Ryan Dancy gets, the fact that he convinced WotC to open that up and let people build playgrounds and print it, using those rules, so you'd still have to buy their core books.
Yes.
And of course, their books and their art is usually better, but I mean, it was amazing. It was a great time. Those 5-6 years were just awesome. Yeah. I mean, Gen Con, and we went to Vegas for the other big convention I'm having to skip on, but I don't even know if they're in Vegas anymore. But I mean, just doing that, all the friends that I met, I mean, they're still friends of mine today. It was just great. And some of the people in my charity were one of the editor. He was an editor on my books. I mean, wow. I've met these people for life type of thing, and it was such a great time and so messed up because it got so big so fast. But I mean, the Castle and Crusade guys are good friends. In fact, Bluffside, one of our most popular books, was we did a CNC version for them. Green Ronin did Freeport and literally came out 2 months before or after Bluffside, and it was the biggest kerfuffle for my little company versus their bigger company who had a name. I was the first person who hired Monty Cook after he left WotC. Wow. He did a prestige class for one of our books, and I promoted that. I promoted the heck out of that. EN World, when EN stood for Eric Noah. I mean, it was a great time.
It is the best
So
time, and people, Gun Craze wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the creators that were out there during then. That is that is like I wouldn't even be playing games if it hadn't expanded out so much, because it was so great to go to the bookstore and just like anywhere you pointed, you could, if you wanted it, you could find a book to satisfy that. If you
and
didn't want to
yeah,
play, Forgotten Realms or Greyhawk, you could go and explore all these other worlds, and they all fit seamlessly into that system. I don't know if
yeah,
we'll ever have that.
I don't know if we ever will either. But part of the reason why we won't again is because of PDFs. To be honest, you won't get people who get big will get big through Kickstarter or potentially PDFs. You won't have the print runs like we had
Hmm.
back then for the third parties unless you are A tier, under WotC. Paizo will be around forever, but Green Ronin, those kind of guys who grew up during that and made it through, they'll be here forever. And I love the other Hal, as I like to call him, Hal Mangold from there, and Chris. All those guys are great, and I consider them friends. And just when we got to hang out, at the conventions, it was awesome. It was, and that's the one thing I really do, to be fair, uh, enjoy and still to this day enjoy is the camaraderie among companies. Every People don't feel like in order to succeed they have to make sure other people fail. They can lift people up with themselves or help other companies, and it doesn't hurt them, because if somebody's interested in your product, they're going to be interested in your product regardless if you're helping another company or promoting some of their stuff. And that's one of the things I really do love about this industry, and that really hasn't changed for the most part.
That's awesome.
So
Very cool.
On that note, we are going to get booted and have to swap channels in 7 minutes. So, as a quick note, we are here for the RPG Creator Relief Fund. We are raising money for an organization that helps creators who are in financial issue. We are talking to Hal, who is the president of said organization. We have tons and tons and tons of giveaways to people who donate. So when we get booted and have to swap over, I hope everyone will hang around, follow us. It shouldn't be hard to find. All you have to do is click on the Eclectic Goat and it'll pop up as a new live stream. Unless I get, really lucky and it actually does just bring us back to this one, but that'll never happen. So EVMux is good in many ways, but it is not practical in others. So
be back in 2 and 2.
Uh,
That was another old reference to a TV show that probably you guys don't get.
oh,
I'm aging myself. That was the dating one. Never mind. I'll have to look it up when we're down.
you can't make TV references because
It's so old.
not another reference.
Yeah, it's so old that I can't even remember the name of the dating show. It wasn't the dating game. I'll have to look it up. All right.
As the scroll on the bottom says, all funds donated via my Ko-fi will go to RCRF at the end of the stream. You can also donate directly to them. Eraser has been popping the link up repeatedly. Screenshot me the fact that you have donated to receive any of the stuff you qualify for. I think we are up to about 4 games and a potential auction going on for an Eclectic Goat flask or 2 Eclectic Goat flasks. And we will go over the details on the other end when we come back.
Chuck Woolery, Love Connection. All right. Just wanted to make sure I got that in.
Okay.
If everyone who is in the chat, we are going to take about a minute once the stream resets, would please get the new link and send it out to whatever socials you're on, because otherwise people who try and come in the last hour are going to be super confused about why we're not there. I think our Legatus, yes, Legatus is here. Legatus, is there a way to auto forward people to the new link once I have it? You're the genius electronics stream person on this. This is why I depend on you guys. I'm handling 4 screens and, trying to remember all the questions I was going to ask. That is the limit of my brain power.
You should put the questions on the 5th screen.
Oh, I was saying earlier, I was like, I have a dual screen setup. But I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tabs, 2 pictures, an OBS, and probably something else up that I keep having to flip back and forth. I was like, I need more screens. You can redirect on your end if I recall, except I won't have a new link until... Ugh. Alright, I know how to do this. I'll open up yet another tab, and then I will know what the link is as soon as it gets formed. The issue is I don't know if I can... I don't know if it'll let me pin a note if the stream isn't still live.
I can ship
We
you
are
out a
gonna
spare-
learn. We are gonna learn all sorts of new things.
I can ship you out a spare screen, but it's got uses old connectors.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
what old?
how often do I do a 7-hour stream? I mean, it's not
It's the
like
first time, not the last one.
This is not a regular thing for me. So.
Oh, it will be your new format
just-
soon.
Oh God, no. Your live recording will end automatically in 5 minutes. I think what we're actually going to do is end it automatically. No, I can't do that. Fudge. I was going to say we'll end automatically in 3 minutes, which would be like right on the nose, but that'll end up booting everybody, and that'll be a pain in the butt. I don't know why they can't make this easy. Sheesh.
Technology is so useful and yet so frustrating, all at the same time.
I mean, more frustrating than anything else.
Must be done eating his blueberries.
I am.
Tim has a new and improved QR code. I didn't even know they came in blue. Or is it just blue on my screen?
It's bluish.
Oh, there it's black.
It's definitely not as dark as the other one. I like it. Thank you very much. I'm going to have to send that out to my people and figure out what we want to do with it and how we want to work it.
To the peeps. At this point, I'm just like watching the countdown. I'm just waiting to be halfway through a sentence and just have it go.
So the one thing I felt like I had to tell you.
That was good. That was good. You had me. I was like, man, we just get kicked out, but everybody else is moving.
I was looking at the screen pretty proud of myself too. I think it's the fat in my face. If I hold it real still, you can't tell I'm breathing.
It was a solid freeze frame though.
Create a new stream so you have the link. Then, except I don't have a way to create a new stream without ending this stream.
Don't cross the streams.
Yeah,
once the stream is done, you might be able to just comment on the video and put the link in there.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'll have to do, but it's still a pain.
Pin it as top comment or something.
I mean, if I had realized, I would have built another studio and had it planned for this, but I didn't, so I didn't. What? I didn't plan for the thing I couldn't possibly know was going to happen?
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, that is kind of unprofessional. No offense, but. I mean, I'm no breeder of blueberries, but still, come on.
I like how it shifted from blackberries and then to blueberries.
Oh, was it blackberries? I'm sorry.
It's okay. I mean, now I can't send you any. I'm slightly frustrated, but that's fine.
I actually like both berries. I do. It doesn't matter what color they are. I like strawberries, blueberries, blackberries.
We have blueberries and blackberries. I don't think we have strawberries.
Raspberries? I'll eat them all. I love berries.
Those are up there too, but I have to wade through the blackberries to get to them.
He's not berry biased.
Mm-mm.
No, I am very unberry biased.
All right, it is 8 o'clock on the nose. I am going to end this stream. We are going to restart immediately. It'll take a minute for me to get all of the links back together, so I hope the chat will... Well, it'll take the chat a minute to find us anyway, so... we will see you on the flip side.
Dun, dun, dun.